Grand Risings, greetings. So, today I would like to go over statelessness. Statelessness. Yeah, we're going to go over statelessness. We're going to go over race. We're going to go over national origin. Alright? That's what I would like to go over. Right. Yesterday, I brought to you all what it means to be a non-citizen national, which a non-citizen national is someone like, it's someone from maybe Guam, the Virgin Islands, Samoa, Polynesian, things of that nature. They are non-citizens, but they are nationals. So let's start with that real quick. I'm moving around too much. Let's start with that real quick. Nationality in the United States. Nationality and citizenship are distinct. All right. I want to stick to that. They are not the same, not synonymous. All right. In the United States, nationality and citizenship, these are not the same thing, which would differ from pretty much any other country or on a continent, because, again, the difference between the United States of America and any other continent or country is that all of the territories, or those the things that which would be countries, are united as one. So they all act as one. Africa, there is no United States of Africa. There is no United States of Asia. There is no United States of Europe, right? And so nationality and citizenship in those three places, according to their countries and whatnot, they may be synonymous, right? Moroccan subject is recognized as a citizen, right, or a subject in Morocco. Here in America, here in North America specifically, me being a Pennsylvanian, that's my citizenship. My citizenship comes from Pennsylvania. My nationality comes from the whole thing, right, as American. All right. Appreciate y'all coming in. All right. So, yeah, I keep moving around too much. So, that being said, in the United States, it is possible to have U.S. nationality but not have U.S. citizenship. Okay? You can be a U.S. national and not be a U.S. citizen in America. Again, they are not the same. Citizenship relates to statehood in the United States, and nationality relates, obviously, to nationhood. Okay? So, someone who is a U.S. national but not a citizen of the United States, they are not deemed stateless. They are not stateless. Right? And they are not stateless because they have a state or they have a state or a country, if you will, to go home to, if you will, right? Statelessness means that you have no recognized government, state or nation-wise, right? Statelessness. Who are stateless? What is an idea of an individual or group of people, if you will, who are stateless? African Americans are declared stateless. Why are African Americans stateless? Because there is no land. As a matter of fact, let's try to keep it. I'm trying to keep it plain. African Americans are labeled as sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, that is the designation that is associated with African American. Now, I'm not sure how well you are with geography, but if you were to look on a map in Africa, There is no country called Sub-Saharan. Okay. And so because there is no country or land called Sub-Sahara, there is not a people who are of Sub-Saharan descent. To my understanding, Sub-Saharan are supposed to be various disenfranchised peoples on the continent of Africa. The same as here in America, African Americans are a disenfranchised people. They don't belong to any recognized nation, state, or country. All right. We can see this statelessness, right? Even if we can see it implied and insinuated through the ethnicity and race identification or the SF standard form 181, right, of the United States, right? This is the form that defines what race and ethnicity is in the United States. You got a lot of people who say, oh, well, that doesn't apply here, there, and they may very well be correct. But in the United States, this is the race classification. So, on the SF 181 form, black, or African American, that's how it is listed. The definition of the category is a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Okay? So, to help me, right, because even I needed help to understand what is a black racial group. I've never heard of this, right? That type of, terminology, right? And so what I was able to do is I was able to print out, I guess this is also a SF 181, right? But this one reads race and national origin identification, right? And it has all the same classifications, right? But on this one here, is this? No, this is not it. Yeah, you know what? All right. Yeah, that's what I had on the Let me pull that up. Oh, it's getting a little hot. There was a classification given, right? It was telling you what a black racial group was and what peoples, if you will, are identified as such. But while my laptop is loading, I want y'all to take notice that black or African American says a person having origins not in any original peoples. Okay? not in any original peoples. And I stress that because when you look at the race and ethnicity classification in the United States, there are 5 racial classifications, and of the 5, 4 of them are recognized as original peoples, and then they name certain continents. But this one here is not an original people, okay? Which is how we know that, or which is how I know that they are. It's a stateless classification. As well, some of us are familiar with the Dred Scott case, in which it became known, it became made public, right, and on the record that blacks or Negroes, which are today classified as African Americans, could not be citizens. They're not identified as citizens. And this is the black racial group. So there must be another racial group in Africa. And if you're aware of it, the other racial classification of North Africa is whites. Okay. And white deals predominantly with North African descendants. You know, what's going on here? Remind me later. Come on, discover your options to stay. There we go. I did a quick Google search, but it was on my phone before I got here, and I wasn't able to. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to copy and paste that information for me to print out because, again, I was just so. I just desired so much to just come and deliver this information that, whatever the case may be, I did not do so. But we're going to go over, we're going to find out what nations in Africa are classified as the black racial group, right? And just because I love y'all, I'm going to let y'all see what I'm doing so that it's not like I'm just doing shit and y'all can't see what I'm doing. That's not how I do this. That's cool. We don't need that right now. So I'm gonna give it to y'all on the side a little here. All right. So open that up. Oh, we already got one open here. All right. Oh, shit. I'll let that load up. And then we're gonna come back. Oh, there we go. Name some black racial groups in North Africa. Okay, I must not have had it. We ain't gonna do that. Come on, B. Yeah, better than that. All right. Okay, let's see. So it's just giving us. Let me see. Can y'all really? No, y'all can't even really see that. So what up, Roach? Okay, I'll read it for you all. A prominent example of a black African ethnic group is the Zulu people located in South Africa. Did y'all hear that? So we're going to say that the region of black Africans are South America. All right. But let's read a little bit more. It says it includes the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Hausa from West Africa, and the Shona, the Soto from Southern Africa. Let's see if we can get anything real specific. Uh, let's see. Uh, 1, 2, 4. Uh-oh. Pardon me. I apologize for knocking that over. No, we don't wish to try AI mode. Myself and AI, we have definitely clashed because it'd be tough. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the shit that I be hearing from race baiters and ignorant, arrogant people who say that, oh, you're not North African, you're sub-Saharan, right? All right, so black racial groups in Africa are more accurately referred to as diverse ethnic groups categorized primarily by shared culture, language, and geography. The majority of these groups belong to a few major ethno-linguistic families, including the Bantu, right? You got people, they love to tell you the Bantu. You've got the Nilotic, the West African, which is the Congolese, right? And the Khoisan, right? So the Bantu. Have you ever heard, mind you, of a country called Bantu? Is you? Let me see. Let me see. Let me see here. Uh, where is Yoruba? Okay. So Yoruba refers to the homeland and cultural region of the Yoruba people, primarily located in the southwestern part of modern-day Nigeria and extending into parts of Benin and Togo in West Africa. So Yoruba is not, it's not a country. And if you're aware, countries are synonymous with states depending on where you are in the world, right? Let's ask this question. Did it again. Let me see. What was the question? Are black Africans stateless? It says, no, not all Black Africans are stateless, but many are, or are at risk of becoming so due to factors like discrimination, colonial era borders, and citizenship laws, right? What is statelessness? Statelessness. All right, so now, damn, I wish I had two of me. Statelessness is the condition of a person not being recognized as a citizen or national by any country under the operation of its laws. So give me a second, because I'm trying to roll up for wake and bake purposes. You know, don't want that on camera, and then we're gonna switch that over, and that's where we're gonna go from with this statelessness. Now, mind you, it says that not all, but most Black Africans and their descendants, okay, are stateless. Slip that back around. Mirror that. Bring that back down. All right. I myself do not identify as Black at all. I don't identify as American Indian either. I actually identify as white because I'm a Northwestern descendant of Africa. And we have the white status part. So all right, big facts on that, guys. Word. All right, give me a second. And then I'm going to write this definition up here on the board as well, so that we can see it side by side, in its application, right? In its true essence. You'll hear, you could even ask AI right now, are Black or African Americans stateless? And it will say no, they are not stateless because they have received citizenship under the 14th Amendment. And 14th Amendment citizenship is unconstitutional. All right. So with AI, things of that nature, you got to learn that you should already know when you ask, and then that way you're able to read between the lines when, it gives you something that can be construed as other than. You'll be able to recognize, Give me a second here. Necesito más hierba. Dame más hierba. Bueno. All right, give me a second. Appreciate you all for being patient. I know I'll be coming on super early. That's because later on in the day I'll be having things to do. And I'm aware that y'all be having shit to do too. You can always catch the recap on the YouTube channel, which is on the profile, link in bio. There you go. Right. Feel like I have to advertise and shit. All right, here we go. Going up here, we got that. All right. Okay. Take this tray down. And Okay. It says, statelessness hold on, let me see if I got it in there. Yeah, we got it. Up. Glad I looked back. Hold on. Oh, well. I don't understand why I was doing that, but all right. Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. Pardon so. Yeah, we got that in there. Statelessness is the condition of a person not being recognized as a citizen or as a national by any country. Okay? It says, all right, we'll just put that under the operation of its law. Okay? So, Black or African American is a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups, not original peoples. Black racial groups of Africa. Blacks, Negroes, coloreds, African Americans. Right? They get their citizenship through the 14th Amendment. It is not an inherent citizenship. Okay? African Americans are stateless because they are not recognized as a national or as a citizen by any country, by the United States of America under the Constitution. Under the Constitution. Okay? So this is your statelessness. Every other group of people identified in a race classification, right, is recognized. And that's what I need to ask too. When did American Indians receive their citizenship? I need to go into that as well. But let me see here. So one of the things that needs to be understood is that a man or a woman's race and even their nationality, if you will, cannot be determined visually. I cannot look at someone visually and be like, oh yeah, he's an Italian. Oh yeah, he's a Mexican. Oh yeah, he's a North African Moroccan. All right? This is not possible despite popular belief because all peoples have varied skin complexions regardless of whatever nation they're from. All right? Now, the race, it is said in the Race and National Origin ID, or the SF 181, it says, you furnish, Yeah. You furnishing this information about your race or your ethnicity, national origin, etc., is voluntary. You don't have to give it. All right. If you don't want to give it, you don't have to give it. Right. Your failure to do so, however, it says your failure to do so will have no effect on you or your federal employment. This is what they tell you. This is for federal employment, right? It says if you fail to provide the information, however, then the employing agency will attempt to identify your race and national origin by visual perception. Okay? Case in point, by you looking at me, can you tell that I'm a Pennsylvanian? No. Right? You can't tell that I'm a Pennsylvanian by how I look. Why? Because Pennsylvanians, right, come in all shades, all complexions. Right? Same thing with Morocco, same thing with India, Mexico, Guatemala, Cambodia, China, Japan, Shanghai, whatever the case may be, right? Pakistan, wherever on this planet, right? Samoa. I know really dark-skinned Samoans that if you were to try to identify their race or their national origin by how they look, if they were wearing some type of cap so you couldn't see their hair, you think that they were, quote unquote, a Negro. All right. Appreciate that, Cattle Marvin. Appreciate that. Are we charging? We are not charging. Whole purpose of putting this up here is to charge it. There we go. Now we're charging. All right. Statelessness. A non-citizen national of the United States is not stateless. An American Indian is not stateless. Europeans, North Africans, Middle Easterners, Asians, Latinos even, they are not stateless. The only designated classification or category that is stateless is African American. Black power, they say. Right? This is not to be spiteful or to poke fun at even my own. Well, I poke fun at my own ignorance because that's how real comedy is brought out. But this is not to sit here and try to degrade somebody or disrespect somebody, right? But in all honesty, anyone out here talking about their black or their Afro anything, if they're black anything, what they're saying is they're stateless. They're not recognized by any country under the country's law. How do we know? Right. We didn't know. Right. There was a time when I didn't know either, family. How do we know that this pertains to statelessness? On every other race classification, it starts off a person having origins in any of the original peoples. Right? American Indian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North, Central, and South America, all right, who maintain tribal, not necessarily national, but maintain tribal affiliation. That's an original people, right? They had, what's up, Spidey? I see. Y'all see that? Y'all probably can't. Right under. Go ahead. Do your thug sizzle. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Get yourself out of the way. Spiders like to drop in. Anywho. All right. Then we have. Oh, damn, son. I ain't mean to do that to you. Damn, they fall slow as hell. I just tried to get the nigga high. Anywho. Any of the original, okay, that's American Indian, or Alaska Native, right? Any of the original peoples of South, Central, and North America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. When it says Asian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of the Far East and the Southeast Asia, or having origins in any of the original peoples of the Indian subcontinent. They call India a subcontinent, including, for example, Cambodia, China, India, Japan, Korea, Malaysia. They said China. Pakistan. So the Pakistani, they're Asian. Keep that in mind as well, because all Asians, just like I'm explaining, all people from a particular land don't look the same just because they're from that land. All right. Let's see. We've got the Philippine Islands, Thailand, and Vietnam. Right. So these are a person having origins in any of the original peoples of these lands are considered Asian. We have Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, or other Pacific Islanders. All right? So Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, those are your non-nationals. Those are your non-citizen nationals of the United States. You got these people out here telling you about being a non-citizen national. If you are Native Hawaiian or any other Pacific Islander, you are a non-citizen but national of the United States. You have nationality of America, but you don't have citizenship here. Why? Because you already have Hawaii, Polynesia, Maori, Samoa, etc. out there in the Pacific, right? White. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East. Now, mind you, the Middle East is Asia. It's Afro-Asia, technically, to me. So it says, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North. Oh, shit. Damn. That's what I get for leaving it out. Or North Africa. This is black African. This is white African. There are North African descendants in America, right, who were free people who are not anything like the persons who are identified as black Africans. right? I've heard people say, oh, well, African Americans, they were born in America. That's what makes them African American, because they were Africans, but all they know is America. So does that apply to maybe somebody who's a dark-skinned Moroccan or a dark-skinned Libyan, Egyptian, Sudanese, whatever, whose ancestors, came over here, started a family, right? And we'll say a second, third, or fourth generation Moroccan being born here. That would be, if you're saying, oh, well, if that's what makes him an African American, well, he already has that North African, that Moroccan, that Libyan, that Sudanese, whatever the case may be. They already have national descent in Africa, but they have birthright here in America. Am I North African American? African American does not belong to any group of people. Right? I'm Moorish American. My ancestors, to the best of my understanding, were not Indians. All right? There may be some American Indian woven in there, just like there may be some European, some Middle Eastern, if we want to call it like that, because America was and still is a mixing pot, right? But I don't identify with. I know it is to be understood by me that I have North African ancestry, so I have Moroccan ancestry, which is Africa, but I was born in America. My citizenship is American. I'm a Pennsylvanian. There are people saying that North Africans, descendants born in America, I've heard some people say, oh, we're supposed to naturalize. Well, that's again saying that to naturalize means to say that you come from a different country, right? And you weren't born in this country, but you're coming from another country and desiring citizenship in the country. To naturalize means that I came from Morocco to America, right? And I took the naturalization test so that most likely I had to denounce or renounce my Moroccan nationality, if you will, in order to be recognized as an American citizen. Not denounce it, but I had to pledge allegiance to America over Morocco, so to speak, right? I want to be an American. Yes, I may have been born in Morocco, right? This is the concept. I was not born in Morocco. This is the concept, right? Okay, I was born in Morocco, and let's say I turned 18, and I came to America, right? And in order for me to stay, I didn't come over here to chill. I came over here to live, so I would have to naturalize. And I would have to write out, basically, I would have to, I would have to pledge my allegiance to the United States. That's all people do. Now, when you pledge your allegiance to the United States, according to some other countries' constitutions and laws, if you pledge allegiance to a different country, you lose your citizenship outright in your motherland. Other places allow you to receive or to have dual nationality. Did you know that you can have dual nationality and dual citizenship? Something I found out. Right. But anyway, me knowing that my ancestors, I identify with those North Africans and those Europeans and those Middle Easterners who came over here and were over here well before 1774, who in 1774 came together and said, hey, we're going to civilize this land, because that's what the Moors are known for, right? At least in the literature that this brother, brings, he tells you to look to the Moors of Spain, Europe, right, and Asia and India and all of that, right? So I identify with all of those peoples, but it teaches us that the Moors came and they were given permission by the pharaohs of Egypt to settle the lands in all four corners. Basically, they were given permission. Most people don't like the word, but it's not a negative word when you know what it is. But we came to colonize. To colonize means to civilize, right? It means to bring out of one place into another, right? So that can be negative or positive. Nonetheless, the Moors, the North African Berbers, right, the Middle Easterns, the Arabs, whatnot, those people came over here. They established America, right? They established the United States of America, right? And they're all white, all right? And for whatever reason, over time, let me see, is there a question? What agencies do we notify with the SF 181? Or I did not mention that, and I'm glad that you mentioned that. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to. So let me assume that you have been identified as Black or African American. Yes, not saying that you identify with it personally, but is this what you're telling? I will help you. Nonetheless, whether it's yes or no, all right, alhamdulillah. You start at the Social Security Administration office. What I had to do, what I found out to do, what I recommend others to do, who do have the Black status, is set yourself up an appointment with your Social Security Administration office. Fill out the SS5. You're going to want to fill out the SS5, which is the Social Security Replacement. You're not getting a new card. You are not getting a new identity. You are updating and correcting the one that you currently have. Okay? So you would fill out the SS5 form, schedule yourself an appointment with your Social Security Administration office. Why are we doing that? Okay, because this SF 181 form is listed. Do I have it down here? I might have it. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, I got it. Okay, I know that you can't really see everything, but this is an SS5. Hold on. See it up on the top, right? This is for a replacement ID. Okay, and so where you see that number 5, number 3 even. That's your birthright. That's your citizenship, right? And it tells you do not abbreviate. So I literally wrote Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania all the way out, right? Now, if it was a state or foreign country, you would place that, right? Okay. But me being from Pennsylvania, I put Pennsylvania as my birthplace. 5, with citizenship, U.S. citizen, right? Because citizenship deals with statehood. Citizenship deals with birthright. All right. And then you have ethnicity. I personally am not Hispanic or Latino. So I obviously mark no. And then you see that race right there? That's the SF 181 as well. You don't have to write state republic. You don't have to write any of that. It's already recognized. I'm going to make it as simple as I can for you. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you to. I've been down that road, love. I've been down that road. I went around my elbow to get to my thumb, that I may be able to bring all of you, right? A more plain, simple, and direct procedure, right? Nope. Appreciate it. All right. Race. You see, they've got Native Hawaiian, etc., just like I've been having up there. So you see there for white, part so, right? For white. What I did personally is you see how it's got black and then the slash here, African American. I put the slash here and put North African. That's what I did. Okay. And then you fill out the form regularly. And what it's going to do, you won't see it on the face, obviously on your on your social security card, but it'll be in the record, right? And so now, whenever you use your social security for whatever purpose, it is acknowledging you federally as a national and a citizen. Because remember, black is not a nation, it's not a national, it's not a citizen. It refers to quote unquote African descendants. And we know that white also now refers to African descendants of original peoples. That's the first thing that you would do. That's what I did. That's what made sense to me. So before I went and I filled out any declarations or notices with anybody else, I corrected my stuff personally, at the base level. Then I went, I got my passport because your passport confers the citizenship recognition, is what I learned. So then I went and I got my passport. Yes, U.S. citizen. Mother and father are U.S. citizens. I didn't play that game of, oh, we're not citizens. Citizen means this. Citizen means that. No. Yes. My person is a U.S. citizen, right? So whenever my character is a U.S. citizen, so when I play as that, when I act as that character in that role out here in the public theatrics that we call society, I act as a U.S. person, right? So I got my passport. I wrote an affidavit along with the passport again, outlining certain things about me being a North African, about me having uh, uh, national descent continuity in America as a North African. I received, yep, and I do have it. I received my passport. Right. And I can't show too little, because they'll say that I'm showing information, yada, yada. But if you see, it says nationality by my thumb, and then down below it says place of birth, right? So I have my nationality as an American here, and I have my birthright citizenship as a Pennsylvanian here. And so I'm a national citizen, and I'm recognized as such. And I no longer have to use my social security number as a minor, right? I can now I can no longer use my personal name. I can now be out here professionally. All right. All right. I do consultations in regards to those things. I can tell you how to do it all day. But I know that when I was being told certain things, I wasn't able. I wasn't a. I'm not just an. I'm not an audio learner, right? I'm a hands-on. I have to see things done once or twice, however the case may be, in order for me to, get it right. I, I'm not good at following directions if all you're doing is telling me and they're intricate, right? All right, getting back to it. What is the reason? What is the reason for desiring to be recognized by your state national government or your nation state? What is the significance, right? First and foremost, right? You are able to do commerce. Here's an example of what will not happen to you after your commercial status or your person is not only correct but recognized. Black people were redlined during their industrial times, right? In the roaring 20s, black people, we were out here getting it. We came up from the South, came into the North. We had all types of businesses booming out here, but we were being redlined. A prime example of this, Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey had the Black Star Line. Honors to him. Pure businessman. But he got undermined, right? They showed him something. He came to them as good business, right? As a good businessman. And he was able to purchase the ship, because he had intentions on doing business overseas. He wanted his organization for black people organized together to do business on their own, just like not on their own, but for their own, right? And if you're not aware of the story, when Marcus Garvey finally got the Black Star Line, right, he had desired to sail it down the shores, right, so that it could be an event for the people to see. Shit had all kinds of holes in it. It basically sawed him a lemon, But that's what comes with not having a recognized identity. You're not one of we the people. Now, mind you, even in spite of all of the fact that he got undermined, organization, it was still a national organization. It just didn't have a real nationality, and the people were not really citizens, right? But even in spite of the fact that he got undermined, he was able to show that if all we did was come together as any group of people, it doesn't have to depend on our skin color. It could depend on other common causes, right? If all we did was organize, we'd be able to do what needs to be done. We would already be able to do what needs to be done. Why? Because we put all of our finance, all of our commerce, time, labor, all of our gold, all of our silver, whatever the case may have been at the time. We put all of our finances together, right? We centralized our finances, and then we went into our treasuries and went out into American society, and we started setting up institutions, places of business. Products and services are now being offered, right? And it's employing the people. Education is educating the people in the private and in the public, right? So the people were able to come together. That's what Marcus Garvey showed us that we can do. And Marcus Garvey was not telling you to go back to Africa. Marcus Garvey never intended to go back to Africa. His intentions was to go to Africa, do business with the Africans, and bring that shit back over here. He wanted Africans in America to be able to do business with Africans in Africa, right? And fund each other, right? So as not to have their own, so as not to be sharecropping, right? Or having another group of people or nations of people benefit from the work. that you were doing, that the group was doing, i.e., certain Europeans in here, and I'm gonna keep it a bean, even North Africans and Middle Easterners. When we hear black, it is not the skin color that people dislike. There's just a trigger in the mind. When you hear black, black literally just means anything that is not good. When we're talking in certain sciences, black means void of knowledge, void of light, void of sight. You're not seeable. You're unrecognizable. You're blemished. You're indebted. You have no good name. You're not withstanding. Right? That's what black means. But over time, black has become synonymous through social engineering with dark skin. But then it doesn't even just deal with dark skin. It started with people hearing that in America. Those Negroes over there, right? The dark skinned Americans became black Americans. And then they weren't even recognized as Americans. Noble Ali teaches that the so-called the African Americans of today, their ancestors, they had nationality here in the United States. So they were already citizens and nationals of the United States, right? And that they lost their nationality in this government. They became civilly dead, civiliter mortus, right? They were no longer recognized because white means white is light. You can see in the light. They became not recognizable, unseen. Oh, damn, I already erased it. According to the Constitution, these people were written out of history, and he teaches that these people were written out of history because they were acting other than themselves, which made it all the more easier, right, for the Europeans and even the Middle Easterners mixed in to disregard these North Africans. These are our big brothers acting like our little brothers and sisters, right? They are not doing what we all came here and agreed to doing here. So in order to make less the liability that would come with these people who are not acting correctly, we have to designate something for them outside of what's going on. It's the same things that happens in court when you go to court and you don't recognize what's going on, you don't understand the positions, right? You're no longer the judge is acting as your father because you don't recognize that the state is supposed to be your father and his father or her father, right? The public, the public constructive trust, right? Because you are in the public and you haven't secured yourself in the private and then republic came back out of the public with those private provisions, right? You are not secured and you are not recognized as competent. And so someone else has to administer for you on your behalf. That's the same thing that's going on today in the courts. Because the people don't know who and what they are and how things work. And there are people who know how things work and who and what they are. Those people who know they're duty bound. Now, over time, they may have just gotten real comfortable, right? And just said, fuck it, these people ain't never going to wake up, right? But Drew Ali told us that it was the actions of these people here in America not honoring their Constitution, right, that cast them aside. They're not even recognized as being Americans until the 14th Amendment. So as a black African American, you do not have citizenship. You do not have Article 4, Section 4 citizenship. You're neither a national nor a citizen. There's a designated box for you. You're a federal citizen. You're not a state. You are now recognized as we the people. All right. So I'll share with you this as well. Once we correct our status, that does not mean that all things get hunky-dory, right? It means that we now have the opportunity to learn and apply what we learned in business and all the other facets of life, right? Pertaining to employment, anybody using the Social Security number, okay? Anybody using the Social Security number in business, being employed, you are still recognized as a minor. Because that is your principal beneficiary that is your initial fund and account. The Social Security identity, it is a person, right? Some people call it your ens ligas, right? Or they'll call it your straw man, whatever you want to call it, whatever, right? It acts as a minor account on the ledger. There's a ledger. Anything dealing with commerce is dealing with bookkeeping and ledger accounts, right? So the Social Security number, person, right? The birth certificate, even them together as a person, they are now recognized as a national citizen. A national citizen is one who's professional, one who knows the way, one who can do for a trustee, a fiduciary, right? Can hold office, stuff like that. Children cannot hold offices. So if you're doing business in your minor account, right, then you're declared incompetent. This is why you're getting taxed to death. You're getting taxed to death because there are other persons who have to administrate on your behalf. And anyone who's administrating as an officer, right, they're due compensation. And who do you think? Whose estate is that being taken from? If you do not know how to administrate, if you do not know how to claim your estate, which is through your passport, right, then someone else is going. Your treasury, your commercial energy is unsecured. It's like you got a treasure chest full of all of your gold and your silver, and it's outside with no lock. Everybody can just come through and let me get it. And you're a child. You can't even, they came to you with 4 quarters and told you, hey, I'll give you these 4 quarters. See, there's 4 of these for the $50 bill that you've seen on the floor. And because you're a child, oh, there's 4 of those. Let me get that. And they take the 50. Can't be it. You see what I'm saying? So if you're operating under your Social Security number, which is your private unsecured person, right, you're going to be, there's compensation due for anyone who's administrating on your behalf. I know that since I've worked with my passport, with my national citizenship, with my mature person, right, with my secured person, federal withholdings were not taken out. I didn't put anything in special when I filled out the application or the orientation, the W-4, whatever. I didn't say I was exempt. I didn't do any of that. But the exemption came out just because I used my passport. I didn't use the birth certificate and Social Security number. I didn't use I-9 form list B and C. I used I-9 form list A, the passport, which, by the way, you must give your birth certificate and your social security number to obtain it. You have now perfected your persons and you've secured your persons because you have a new account number. You have an account number that takes the place of your principal account number. When you make claims, right? When I filed for unemployment, I gave them a passport number. And at the time, things weren't all the way correct on my end, right? Which is the only reason that what I'm about to tell you occurred, right? So I was working with my passport. I knew in the back of my mind, oh yeah, it's not the social security number. They shouldn't be able, whatever, right? I'd already been aware that there were no federal withholdings, right? I'd already gotten my W-2s. Nonetheless, I filed for unemployment and I gave them the passport number. And it was told to me that I had to give them my social security number, right? And I'm like, hold the fuck on. For what? I didn't even fucking use that, right? In my mind, I'm like, I don't understand how unemployment, it didn't even dawn on me that they would have my social security number, which now, yes, they have your unemployment, they have your social security number because that is your base account number. That is your foundation. That's your principal account number, right? They're going to know, right? So I asked the lady, well, why do I have to give that? The lady told me that because the names did not match, right? So I was born Brandon Eugene Davis. I have since annexed or amended my surname to reflect my national descent, my religious identity, right, as a North African, right? And so it says Brandon Eugene Davis L, right, on my passport. And at the time, I did not correct it. I've corrected it since, but this time I had not corrected. And so the names did not match. And so she was telling me that by default, if the names don't match, I'm not going to get the bypass that I was looking for. Because I just made a claim and the names are different. They're similar, but they're not the same. So they have to seek the foundational document. Are you the true possessor of the primary source? If not, give us that, and then we can process your claim. That caused an audit because I was collecting cash with the Soch. I was working with the passport, and again, because they did not match, the social security number was ran instead of the passport number being ran, and that caused an audit because it's saying that now I'm saying that I was working, and when I was collecting cash in the public on the benefit side, or cash benefits on the public side, there is a prerequisite. You must, a part of the application and the contract says that I must report any income. I wasn't reporting. So because the things weren't the same, the names weren't the same on both sides of the account, right? It seemed as if I was not reporting, right? And thankfully, I have a good rapport with the county, with my caseworker, right? Because I know for a fact that I could have been charged with fraud, shit like that. You know what I mean? But I told her I wasn't trying to do fraud, and I had even tried to give her my passport to change things. She had told me way back when, oh, we don't need it. So, it worked out for me. But what I do know is that if the names were consistent, when I applied for compensation, unemployment, right, I'd have gotten a bypass because it had been pressed on my passport number. My social security number is there as the principal, but it's not being used. It's secure through my passport number. So they can process my claim because the names on both accounts that are associated with one another, they match. That's one of the provisions that you get commercially when your commercial status is correct. Also, I've been able to use my passport number in certain purchases at stores. I used to be a dog breeder, and I used to buy my food and other items at a particular dog store, a pet store. And I would go in there and I grab all of my things, and then I come to the register and I would say, this is a tax exempt sale. Give them my passport. They would go into their system, go to the prompt that deals with tax exemptions. Mine was a government tax exemption, right? Not a tribal, because there are tribal tax exemptions as well, right? But mine was a governmental tax exemption, right? And they would put in my passport number, and then the receipt would actually come out, and it would say tax exempt sale. As a matter of fact, I learned the term tax exempt certificate because that's what comes up on the receipt, and then it would have my passport number there as well. I've utilized my passport. I utilized my national citizenship dealing with the law, right? And over the course of that learning, because it's just a learning lesson for me, right? I come to realize that I was, regardless of how I felt, I was not following the law, right? I was out here traveling, right? I was out here traveling. I had a car, I had a beautiful Mercedes Benz, right? I was happy. I bought it for my birthday, no license, never had a license, got the car, registered the car, right? And then was like, fuck it, I don't want my shit registered no more. I went and started making my own place because I went and got my passport, and I thought that was enough, and I got harassed out here by the police, by the public servants who are supposed to be out here harassing people, getting them to do what they need to do if they're breaking the law. I was breaking the law, regardless of how I felt about it then. I know now. Nonetheless, the officer, he didn't follow procedure, right? They were trumping me up. They were doing everything. They were doing the shit that we know that they would do if they wanted to get you, right? So the actual criminal complaint and all of that, it wasn't right. It wasn't proper. There were many points that by the time we had gotten into court and all of that, I knew I could have shook them down, right? I knew I could have shook them down. I had everything lined up, right? But I was learning equity at the time, and I realized that I didn't come in this with clean hands. But everything was, the criminal charge was applied to my social security number, even though I gave them my passport. The officer never ran my passport, right? Even though in his criminal complaint, he let it be known, yes, he gave me his passport, he was calling me in the report, I was David Shell. But when I seen the criminal complaint, it was Brandon Davis. Long story short, because I realized that I was wrong, and I knew that they were forming like Voltron to pounce on me, right? Right? I realized that my spidey senses went off, right? And so what I ended up doing to salvage my own personal situation, right, is I went into court on my own, representing my person. Using my passport, I had an affidavit and all my filings, right? This is what saves me, right? But I told them that I will accept all charges in equity. I'm not here for any controversy, right? And what ended up happening was all of the misdemeanors and like my estate. Let me stop saying my estate, my personal estate, right? Was convicted of what was it? Driving without a license, right? Improper plates, shit like that. There was a 6-month non-report probation given. Right, I was informed that I should be receiving a call. I still haven't received that call, nonetheless. And there was a fine as well, right? $1,000, whatever court costs. I'm not even worried about that, right? Because when I went and I signed for, right, when I got the probationary paper, I had to go to the little probationary office and set certain things up. I gave my passport number. I'm identifying myself as the fiduciary, not as the defendant at all, right? So again, I'm secured. It's not on me. And because I don't use my social security number, right, in anything that I do, unless I'm making a claim, right, then it can't be charged to me. If they come to me talking about Brandon Davis, that ain't me. Technically, that's not even the name of my person because I've already gone back and corrected that as well. When was this? So I just, the court, I think it was August 7th, was when everything had finally died down. But it started for me back in May of 2004. May 22nd, 2024, I had my car taken from me because I was out riding around without any authorized identity or authorization, right, to be out here, in the public. I was, again, I tell people, I didn't know it at the time, but what 20 years? What do you mean, what 20 years? I said nothing about 20 years, brother. I said nothing. 2024. 2024. The case originated in 2024. Okay, all right. In August of 2025, I went in there and was like, I know better. I know I didn't come here right. I recognized that I was out here doing shit that I should not be doing because I was acting like a sovereign citizen, even though I didn't think that's what it was, But that's what the fuck it is. I'm telling you, I'm telling you all that all of that. In order to travel in the private, you have to be on private property. The public property is not private property. There are many ways for all of us to be authorized to. All right.
Hey, Grand Rising, man.
Grand Rising, Islam. Thank you, brother.
Do you remember? Do you remember what we were speaking
I
about?
do remember you, brother. Salam alaikum. Well, salam to you. Peace
Yes,
to
man.
you, beloved.
I know that we had a little bit of a disagreement about this exact topic, and and it made sense with what your what the idea was is that you're going to use the license for certain things, and you're not going to use it for certain things. And I remember we talked about this, and I thought you just like I don't know where you went, but I guess you were dealing with that. I wish I could have been there for you to help.
Well, no, the issue was, the people who you were on your panel with, right? I just wasn't a fan of that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm referring to. You know what I mean? And we
He's
ain't got to
gone.
stay here and put it up, but there was just certain people who I felt I just didn't need to be there.
Yeah, he's no longer there.
And
He's
so
no
I
longer.
just.
Well, we removed him, but I wish I was there for you. I wish I was. I feel bad that I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't know you were going through that, man. So forgive
The
me.
whole time we were talking, but these were things that we were talking about things, and I was still going through my case, and I didn't want to just be out there throwing stuff out there, and there was nothing concrete about my case, and again, me realizing what I realize now, I'd have been out there trying to preach some, I guess you could say, anti-government ideology, thinking that, I was acting as a true citizen.
Well, let me just tell you something about what you just did. I mean, just the fact that you just spoke and just presented this, it just shows a huge level of maturity that a lot of people in this community do not want to do. And then you should you should be commended for that just alone. That you can at least say that. A lot of people will never admit that, and that shows a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for you, man. I really do.
I appreciate that. I've been lied to so much. I couldn't be out here lying to people. You know what I mean? When I got into all of this information, my intentions, I wanted to know the truth. I didn't want to know enough to get out. I didn't want to know enough to get paid. I desire to know the truth. And so now that I've gone through what I've gone through, I can tell people truthfully, what it is that I went through. And we know that many of these people out here teaching all types of doctrines, a lot of these people, they haven't done what they're teaching out there. They've got the second, third, fourth hand, right? And they're sending a lot of people out there as crash dummies, as testers, go test this theory. I ain't got that shit to do. I've witnessed people who've lost their homes, all types of property, including their children. They've lost their liberty. They've lost their freedoms at times. And some of these people, like there was a brother out here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I knew the brother. I was trying to get to the brother. He lost his life.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. This was a couple years back. Yeah, the brother out there, some people, they remember him because he had a white pickup, a very dark-skinned brother, gray hair, and he had a white pickup truck, and he had the Moroccan flag hanging out the back of his truck. And, he was all over social media yelling at the police, talk about we're Moors, right? And his concepts were wrong. But nonetheless, the brother, he took these concepts, and he was also a war veteran. You know what I'm saying? And I know specifically, personally, the brother had some issues going on. So he found, they attempted to evict him from his home.
Ugh.
They called him a squatter, this and that and this, right? And he went back in the military mode. So when the sheriffs and whatnot came to serve the eviction notice, it was the bomb squad. It was crazy out here.
Wow.
Like there they had drones in the air, like because they were looking at it, and the picture that was painted. These are these more sovereign citizens. Like that shit hurt my fucking heart. Cause it's like, damn, I'm a Moor out here.
Yeah. Somebody told me this. They said to me, they said, Johnny, why did you leave? I said, first of all, they broke into my home and then they pulled me out of the house. I said, if I would have stayed there and I would have taken one of them out, I would have been done. There would have come another one. So there was no winning with that, But I'll tell you, God, the Creator, really let you. I'm not saying let you off. I mean, it's all relative, but in comparison,
it's grace, brother.
Yeah. You had a lot of in comparison, yeah. But I mean, you can see it, man. I mean, I'm so glad you see it because in comparison, man, yeah. I mean, did you go? Did you spend any time? Did they put you up for a little time in there or no?
So when initially yeah, I spent like maybe 2 to 4 days.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's just normal because you're going to wait for the judge. Yeah, you could have been there a lot longer. Yeah, thankfully, and because you understood it right away, and you went in there and you just
yeah. I'm like, hold on, man. Like, what y'all ain't gonna do is bury me, right? I'm not gonna. So what allowed me to do what I did was I studied Jesus. I studied Yeshua. I studied his trial and his persecution, right? I was genuinely on some what would Jesus do? Because I understand what happened I understand what happened. We've talked about this. How I
I'm telling you, I was sent. I'm telling you, I feel like I dropped the ball because I knew something was gonna. I knew something was going on, and I don't know. It was like a feeling, like I'm trying to figure out, like what's going on, and I'm trying to get you. I was just trying to get you into the group so you can get your questions answered, and that we can just be all together, so we don't let shit happen. And I remember you standing outside, and then I don't know. Just I guess they came to get you after that, huh? They just got you on the side of the street, and then they just started with the whole court.
yeah. So
Yeah.
on the criminal complaint, it is stated that I would receive a summons in the mail, and that's about 3 days. Now, mind you, I never got that summons. And when I finally got the paperwork, I seen that there was actually a warrant issued for my arrest. They had come
Oh
and
yeah.
grabbed me like
Yeah,
10 days later and shit.
they defaulted you right away. They don't want you in the court because you know too much. You know too
Right.
much.
They don't know what I know. Now though, because this is one of the things that I have in my mind as well. I know that the judge looked at the paperwork, right? The filings. I know that the judge knows that I had them by the balls and I let them go. So if I appear in this court again, like all bets are off.
But this time you're not gonna. This time you're not gonna. You're gonna go with it.
This time I'm going to act as a prosecutor because I'm
Yeah.
coming in good faith and I'm coming in clean hands this next. But there should not be a next time.
So what happens now? Are you using passport, or are you using driver's license, or are you
No,
not?
so what I'm going to do, I got to save up some finances to do so. Um, I recognize that my Social Security personality has a year suspension, right, for the driver's license that I never got to begin with. But I'm aware that I should be able to get my driver's license with my passport too.
And the suspension. There's no way to address that suspension because there might be a contract that you can kind of that
I
you
don't.
can.
Nope. I'm going to leave all old business as it is,
Okay.
and I'm going to do all business from this point forward in my passport. I don't. I don't want to. I don't want to do any. Listen, the Social Security person,
Yeah.
that person.
It's
I'm
theirs.
not using that person at
It's
all.
not. Yeah, it's theirs.
It's not about theirs. I
Okay.
understand where you're coming from. Conceptually, on the ledger, it's the debit account,
Mm-hmm.
and my passport person would be the credit account. Obviously, the account has the same name. You know what I mean?
It sounds the same, right? It doesn't look the same unless you merge them
No,
together.
no. Listen,
Yeah. Okay.
whether your name is written in all caps or not, and again, I'm not going to tell you that it's wrong to do so. I'm going to tell you according to the way I teach, from what I've observed. It doesn't matter how the name is written, uppercase or lowercase. What matters is whether it's your first name or your last name first.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So when it first comes out, so when the baby's born, or you're born, or I'm born, our mother.
All of that, I would advise you. I would advise you to look at that from another angle, man.
I didn't get to tell you what I was saying,
Right,
but
right. You're right.
if you just real quick, so the name sounds the same, like I said before. The all caps name comes to your mom, right? After they have it registered, the all caps name comes to your mom. Now, at that point, your mom merges the lower and upper together with the all caps, and then you continue that merging. That's what I'm trying to say with regards to.
That's exactly what I was talking to. I knew that's what you were going to say, bro. I would advise you to look at it conceptually from a different plane. My mother registered me. She made sure that I had recognition as a citizen, that all of my gold, silver, commerce, all of my time, labor, and energy, not only can it be tracked, right, but it can be remedied, it can be revenued, right? I can redeem it. And so she gave my name, and then there was a person, a commercial entity, right? Because human beings aren't commerce. We do commerce, and we have commercial accounts that are called persons. So my mother registered me to have a commercial account. My commercial account so that I could go out here and actually do business with the full faith and credit of the United States. Because commercially I have a person, right, to like if I were to go over to any other land,
For
right,
commerce.
and I don't have that commercial entity or that legal entity, if you will, right, then I'm not recognized. If I don't have a record, I am who I say I am, but how can we prove it? So my
Right.
concept is when you got that for the benefit of yourself. And that there's people telling you that, oh man, write it this way to change it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you that the difference, and it shows on your birth certificate, your first name is first, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On my passport, my last name is first.
Okay.
So
And
when
what
I
about
use
this?
my first name first, my first name is my personal name.
Right. What about the
My
social?
last name first, that's my professional name.
Okay, I got
Personal
that.
liability versus professional liability.
I got that. I got that. Now, um, the man is always um, um, above and much stronger and has all the power in the private. It's when the man goes to the public and uses and gets the public and kind of
Every
has.
government is a corporation. Every government is a legal entity. And mankind, they write, they create the pencils and the pens and the paper to write shit down. There's nothing wrong with the paper. It does not As a matter of fact, the Social Security identifies the paper person or the property in possession, and your passport represents the possessor of that property. So I have two legal entities. One's living and one's non-living. Or one is active and one is passive.
But how are you supposed to use the man in commerce if the man is not fiction? The man is real. The man is
Commerce is fictional, brother.
right. So how are you gonna use the man in fiction? You're not gonna use the man in fiction, right? You're gonna use the
No,
man.
I'm using a disguise. I'm using a person.
Right, the person. And the passport is the man or the person.
The passport is the person that identifies the living man.
Hmm.
Social Security is the person that identifies the legal or the property, the
So
inventory.
so I see it like this. I see it like the social and the driver's license has the address. The passport doesn't have the address, and that's
This
the
is
residence.
true.
That's the residence that they're getting. That's where the jurisdiction's coming. That's how I see it. So when,
So I feel like if I go in there and get my driver's license with my passport, it'll still have all that public information, right? But when they run that number, and again, this is my theory. When they run my passport, it's going to tell them some shit like "Do not detain."
all right. Actually yesterday I was looking at PayPal and trying to get some cryptocurrency because I wanted to buy some of the crypto and they want the social because when I opened the PayPal I didn't use the social, so I'm thinking to myself, well, if I give them a social, then they have
If
control
you
over.
don't have a financial account,
Uh,
you can't. They can't open up any lane for you.
but I already had the account before they had this idea that you needed your social for PayPal back a couple years ago. They didn't need. I don't know if you remember, but even bank accounts they didn't have always the social. But anyway, PayPal didn't have the social back in the day, so I didn't have to use the social. But when I wanted to get this crypto, I had to use the social. So I'm thinking to myself, do I use the passport or do I go ahead and I create my own social? And that's where I'm at.
Uh,
I'm not asking you to answer that, but I'm just saying that's where I'm at. I don't want you to have to
right now,
answer
you're
that.
good.
But that's where I'm at. I'm trying to figure that out for myself. Yeah.
I would use the passport.
Then you're merging. Then you're going to merge it into the. You're going to merge it into the public. You know.
Right, because I'm in the republic. I've come out of the private back into the public. I'm in the public with private provision.
But what happens is the same with the addresses. If you move an address and you start contracting, they're going to put that address on the what is it, the credit report. So now
So
you
it
have,
seems like you're trying to not be,
of course.
you're not trying to do any business with any of these public entities, which is fine. You have the right, but if you're not doing business in the public, you can't use any public anything for anything because you're in
Well,
the private. You're not in the public with private provision. You're in the private and you just want to come back out into the public
I want
without
to get my
those
home. I
provisions.
want to get my home back first, and then I can go back into commerce because I feel like this the contract there is that the jurisdiction that they have is like, okay, this guy's in commerce, that's why we can take his home. But if I get out
Let
of the
me ask
commerce,
you this.
yeah,
And this is not to say that you would know, but do you think that Donald Trump is in commerce?
yes, yeah, I would say he is, yeah.
Do you think that the Rothschilds are in commerce?
I would say the majority of people are in commerce. Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm talking about the rich and the rulers, right? Now, they are making their profit and gain in the public while maintaining certain private provisions, right? If I know that if I do what they do, I can be just as rich and as wealthy as them and still be able to, like Jesus, go in and out of the public at will.
But we're missing something. They if each of them signed and swore an oath of office. Each of them are an officer in that system. They have delegation. They have appointment. They have position. Us coming in there, we don't have much. We have maybe the 14th Amendment, maybe.
I don't even, and I'm glad that you made mention of that, right? The 14th Amendment. Before you jumped on, I was talking about the 14th Amendment and the fact that dealing with 14th Amendments, citizenship, any that's statelessness, period. At its foundation, statelessness means that you're not a fucking citizen.
So
If you're
what
not a
position?
citizen, you can't be a creditor.
So what position are you? You're a Mister. You're a Mister.
I can be. Are you at? I mean, yeah, yeah. I
And
ain't got no.
we got nothing. We got nothing. All we got is
Well,
Mister.
no, because you're asking me if I'm a Mister,
No,
like.
like in terms of your status in those courts, they call us Mister,
Oh no,
Mister
I'm
this, Mister that,
agent.
right?
I'm agent.
But they don't call you agent. They call you Mister, don't
I
they? They
call
call me Mister.
myself agent, and I'll accept the
Yeah,
Mister. That's fine. I'll accept
yeah.
honorable. I'll accept noble. Right, the honorable such and such and such. I'm
I'll
cool
take.
with Mister. I ain't got no problem. Mister to me means master.
I
It's
think
the
that's something to do
head
with
of it's the
the
head.
Navy.
Say that again.
I think that's something to do with the Navy. The Mister has something to do with the Navy. I think like something with the
I
Navy.
don't know.
Yeah.
I know that the way that it is used. If I go to the judge and I say Mister So and So, or I say Miss or Mrs. So and So, I don't think they're gonna have a fucking problem with that.
Well, you know what? See if anybody writes instead of the judge, they write Mister So and So on the paper on
So
documents.
they have an office in which they have a public office. They have a title. They have a commercial title
Oh, they
that
do.
is like they're in a seat. Me as just me as the father at home, right? If I'm a father at home and I don't have any business, I can't be out here. If I don't know shit about philosophy, I can't say I'm a philosopher.
In your own home, you can be anything you want to be in your own home.
Brother, you need to get out of your head and into the world.
Just say in your own home, you can be whatever you want to be, right? Once you go out of the world, that's when things, that you have
Yeah,
certain.
so when you're in the world, you're in the light. You're being seen. You're being audited. There's nothing hidden. So
But at
I'm
home,
going to be whatever it is that I'm known to be out in the public. If I'm a doctor, I'll have the title of doctor.
So what are we then?
I don't go around like I've never seen on when it asks you what your title. I never seen FTR or MTHR to identify father or mother, Mister, Miss, Mrs. I don't understand what the problem is.
If you go
I
to
could be Mr. Davis as long as I'm not using my first name personally. I'm good personally.
yeah, no, it sounds good, but we don't know what it is. The same thing with the driver's license. We don't know what it is. I mean,
I
we don't
know
really
what the
know.
driver's license is. What do you mean? You don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is. No.
In order to be an investor in any type of business, Pennsylvania is a business. In order to be an investor, right, you have to apply to, you have to fund your own. The licenses is a way to generate finance and to keep people regulated within. Uh, 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 Not only are there rights, but there are duties. It gives the people duties. It says, hey, you know what? There's something out there that says that there's something out there that it's a public notice for everybody. Hey, look, you need a driver's license because you are out in the public, and anytime you leave your home, you're doing some fucking business, whether you like it or not. And so these licenses, or the finances of the licenses, are used, are supposed to be. Let me put it that way, right? Are supposed to be used again to advance the community. You know, just like any other tax, right? The people are, oh well, I'm not operating in commerce. Every time you go out in the fucking public, you're acting commercial.
Yeah, where'd you get the
Just
gas
because you
from?
don't acknowledge it doesn't mean it's not happening. If I
We got
walk
gas.
outside today and I say, hey, look at the pretty butterflies and it's cold as shit, I might fucking see them butterflies. Everybody, it ain't what I say just because I said it. That's not consensus. It can be whatever I want to be, but is that consensus? Because I could go out today and murder everybody and feel like in my mind I was justified. Is that consensus? I'm not guilty. Is that consensus? Just because I believe it don't make it true.
Well, so then,
Yeah.
if you take that idea, then just because we believe that we are some sort
I
of
don't believe
because
anything.
okay,
Belief is not in my vocabulary. Either I'm aware of a thing or I'm unaware of a thing. Belief has nothing to do with it, man. I don't do beliefs. I don't even use that word, brother.
right. So can we agree that we were not delegated or appointed any position as of yet, or you say that we are by them in their system in
I
Congress?
mean, as a national citizen, I have the highest motherfucking office in the land.
But
I'm
that's
we
your
the
appointment. That's your appointment, right? I'm talking about in the system of commerce. Did they appoint us to anything? Do we know
I know
in the
that as a
system?
national sender, excuse me. I know that as a national citizen, I'm a lender. I know I'm the investor waiting for a return on investment. I know everything is hypothecated on my own time, energy, and labor. And so as long as I'm able to enforce that and bring that to light, right? I'm justified. I'm good where I'm at. I know that I'm recognized as the highest person. I know I can not only can I vote, I can run for office. I can run for president right
Yes, you could run, but you haven't yet, and you haven't taken an oath to have an office, right? To be a part of the office. So you haven't taken that oath, right?
now. So my oath was, or excuse me, my affirmation that I gave to the U.S. Department of State is that I'm a free national citizen of this free national republic of the United States of America. So that I took that, I gave that affirmation, no different than an oath. You're a
But it wasn't
Native
a.
American president. Okay, Shakopee, that's what's up.
But it wasn't
I don't.
in.
Hold on, real quick, beloved.
Sorry.
There is no classification for Native American, brother. You have American Indian and Alaska Native. You have Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander. The term Native and American does not apply together. So you go on being a Native American president. More power to you. Back to you, brother Johnny.
All right. Even though we
Hold on,
do
I'm
see
sorry.
ourselves.
I'm sorry. Give
Sure.
me one more second. I'm not an Indian, bro. I don't want to jump on your call. Beat it. All right.
Oh my bad.
Nah, you cool with this. I'm reading these little comments, and you got people who I don't. I'm not a fucking Native American, so I don't want to jump on nobody's call. Oh,
Right
I'm
now,
sorry. Look. That's you telling
I
someone jump on the call. I'm sorry. I'm tripping.
I just figured I would tell him to come up because that maybe he can you guys can you can ask you questions or something like that.
Nah. I'm cool. There's people out they. I have spider senses, man.
I know, but you have to give you have a gift that is given to you, and
I'm not
if you don't.
talking to anyone who's talking about their Native American president. The term president doesn't even apply on tribal government. Do you get it? They're out here fucking with me. They want to fuck with me.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm not even going to bring that shit up here. There's no such thing as a Native American president, bro. You feel me?
Yeah, I don't know.
So
Yeah, I
I'm
hear what
not
you're
going to
saying.
bring them up here so that they can tarnish the platform and none of that. I'm not here for that. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. If you're an American Indian, more power to you. If you're a Native American, like we were talking about before, just because a motherfucker say they are, don't mean they are, bro.
Yeah. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Cool Fox? He's in the community. He's a Jamaican gentleman. Cool
No,
Fox.
no,
So
I
he.
don't. I don't. I don't
Okay.
affiliate myself. There's no one. There's no one out there that be like, yeah, I like. No, the answer is no. I'm just by. I'm literally by myself.
All right. Well, I mean,
Like if someone would be like, hey, do you know Johnny D? I can say yeah, right.
I think you have a lot to get to offer, and I know you don't want to sometimes, and I get that. But do you ever think to yourself that maybe the creator kind of put you in a position to so that you could offer people, because they are his children also, and like I don't know. I feel like
Anybody who is seeking the information that I present, they will come to me. If you build it, they will come.
I tried. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, yeah.
I don't feel like it's necessary for me to go on other people's platforms and voice my perspective. I'm more comfortable. Like if I come to your platform, I'm just here to listen in. I'm really not trying to. I've never really been one to throw something out unless I was invited to do so.
I get that. I get it. And I appreciate that. Um, I know that for in my situation, and I'll just speak about mine because I can tell you how I look at things. I don't I have not taken an oath to office. I have not accepted or applied for any sort of position in their system. Not a cop, not a
That's
clerk,
cool.
none of that. And that's okay. But it's okay. The only problem I see is that in these courts, the hierarchy is so prevalent that you can see how they overlook people that don't have any sort of position or delegation. That's how, for me, not for you, but for me, that's how I see it. So I'm trying to figure out if it's maybe best for me to hire somebody that has a position in their system to handle the situation that I'm dealing with, or because I feel like they're overlooking me, and they're saying this guy doesn't know what he's doing, and he's not one of us.
But you're right. You're not a part of their society. Doesn't mean that you can't be a part of a society. Build your society, and then within your own society, have your own judges, chiefs of police, mayors, aldermen, et cetera. Right? It's up to the people. If the people don't build it, then they're gonna have to rely on what's already there.
And
In
and what do you
America,
think?
you and me and one other person. All it takes is three. You, me, and one other person could go out and create our own shit, right? We can have our own quote unquote private law within our organization, right? And still have to, adhere to things according to the public, but we can make our own laws and whatnot within our own communities and societies, so long as it does not abrogate or found to be repugnant of anything in any of the constitutions.
Right. But you know, the last time we spoke, we were thinking about. I don't know if you were a little bit entertaining the fact that maybe there were some things that we can be involved in our local communities. Have you thought about being involved in like in that aspect in your local community? Because I think
I
you'd
would
do it. I
love
mean,
to. I would love to. I would love to go out here and rally the people together.
I would vote for you. I would promote the shit out of you, dude.
I
Even though,
appreciate it,
oh yeah, for sure, man. I think it'd be
but I
amazing.
would need some other people with me who know how to do the things that I know that need to be done, but might not personally know how to do. That would take some time, and then me being in a community of very ignorant people,
Just need to get
right?
you on the, we just need to get you in the in the board in the on the table behind the table. We need to get you in a position there, and then from there
Can
we can
you
go.
can you can you in your mind fathom what would happen if I go out into a quote unquote black community, right? And I start telling them, hey, we're all white.
You wouldn't. You would. I don't think. I don't know if you would start that way. I think you would just maybe say like, "Hey, I'm
I'm
making
just
a small
saying,
change."
even easing them into it, you know, I can't represent those people. And then imagine me going to another group of people of European descent, right? And saying, hey, I'm white. Now, I know
Yeah.
that I could come to Middle Easterners. I know that I could come to North Africans. I know that I could come to any quote unquote, we'll keep it Middle Easterner. And they'll be like, okay, they may say Mina, right? Or Nima, right?
Right.
What is it? Yeah, excuse me, MENA, Middle Eastern and North African. They may say they identify with that, but they'll be able to relate to me that when I say that I'm white, I'm not talking about none of my skin complexion. If they know, like I'm more geared towards Muslims, period.
Right.
Because
You're a comedian. You have so many different ways that you can approach things, and so that's what I'm trying to say is like you'll be. And I hate to use the word politician, but you could be a
please,
great.
Islam is all about politics. I would love to be a politician. I would love to be that politician sent in, amongst the fucking wolves, so that I could
Well,
come back out and let the people know, hey, the shit that we hear either yay or nay. You know what I mean? Because we hear all of this shit about people taking oaths, and we do see the mismanagement and the misappropriation and misadministration, right? But for me to go in there and see if that's actually how it's meant to function, like I'd love to be able to go in there. I know during the time of that brother out there, Drew Ali, he gathered all his Moorish all the Muslims, so they were Moorish, Middle Eastern, whatever the case may be, right? Uh, and they voted in the then first quote unquote African American, and I say quote unquote because they weren't African Americans during that time in the 20s, but nonetheless, they voted in the first Black American Republican alderman into the Senate. They got themselves their own politician to represent them as a people. And there were other names as well, right?
and how to
So,
go?
huh?
How did it go? How did it end up going with that? With that?
So that brother became the first alderman, right? And mind you, they were all Republicans. They were all Republicans,
Yeah.
and I can't remember all the names verbatim. I have my paper over there that would tell me all of that. But there were older. As a matter of fact, his name was Oscar DePriest.
I can look them up if you want. If you want me to look them up real
I
quick.
don't need no. I don't. Maybe for your own personal,
I'm
study.
aside from the great the help that you can do, it also is a good gig in terms of stabilizing your one's situation, one's family. I mean, it's a good working for the government. It's not so. I mean, it
It's
is. It has
not if
a.
you know what you're doing and you're 100. But again, when you're out there trying to represent the people who refuse to do for themselves, man, you put yourself in the fucking line of fire.
Well, you have to do for yourself. I mean, if they don't want to jump on the bandwagon, that's on them. You got to do for yourself, man. There's people that need your help, that need you there because it needs to even
Well,
out everything.
again,
Because it's
I'm in Pennsylvania, right? I'm in
I know.
Pittsburgh. I'm in Southwest Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I don't want to be here. So maybe
you in
if
that
I go
area?
somewhere else and I'm in a better community,
Yeah,
with people who think like we think, then
yeah.
then and only then will I be like, all right, I'm willing to represent these people. I don't
Okay, so now
represent
what's
people just because we look
yeah
the
what's
same. That shit don't even matter.
right
That shit don't fly.
now? What could they say? What could they say? Well, you don't qualify. Could they say something about like because you said you did have an issue with the tickets? Is that something that we can address? So that
No,
I
I
mean, because
don't
I think
have
they
an
might
issue
say.
with the tickets. The issue is that it's in the Social Security person.
So we
But
can run. We won't have any issues running. You think, or you think it might be an issue?
no, because I don't do business with my Social Security number. I do business with my passport number. It's a secured number. It's not going to, without the proper security clearances, you're not going to see anything about my past related to my social security number. The only way that that information would be used, again, is if there was authorization. Local government cannot see that information personally, right? Specifically, without authorization from someone from the state. And then the only way that that information would be necessary to be reviewed, if at all, is if I violate criminally in a federal manner. If I get a
If the
federal
smear.
charge, then my movement,
Mhm.
my energy through my passport, it's
Okay.
halted until that issue is taken care of. But anything
Okay.
short of a felony, I mean, and again,
No,
look at
felony.
old
You're
boy.
okay. Yeah. If you don't have a felony, then you're good. For
Well,
me, I have a
what
felony,
I'm
so I can't.
saying is, I have a felony on my record, but it's under
See,
my throat. And when I use my passport, with the criminal background check for certain jobs. None of that shit ever pops up.
yeah, but those Dems, they look for smear campaigns, and that's
And
like they
that's
try.
perfectly fine. But if I were to go out there, right, using my passport information, and they went and they got my social security information and put that out, isn't that them administrating my estate
Hmm.
without permission or consent?
Yes, yes, it is. But are we
All
gonna
right,
sue the
so
whole
I would
world?
already know. All right, cool. Go ahead, violate me, nigga. I get paid for that.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but
And then
we.
charismatically, I can show people, see that even though I came from that,
That's perfect. I know. That's awesome. That'll be great. So,
politics is about, like, if you have charisma and wit,
yep,
you'll be able, but we have to be cautious with that because people paint many beautiful pictures.
exactly,
I'm
exactly.
not
So,
here to paint a picture that I don't see in my own mind.
right, and I wouldn't want you to be exposed into something that you don't want to be. So, what you said something about an area? Is there a certain area that you like to that you could see yourself like
I
wanting
just
to
wish to
be?
be somewhere where, like, you familiar with the show Cheers?
Oh yeah, yeah, yep.
I
Where
just
he
want to be
originated.
somewhere where everybody knows me.
You want to go to Boston? No, sure.
Hey,
The
I've
founding.
been considering certain areas. Like I was going to go to Memphis, Tennessee, maybe.
I could see you there.
But
Yeah,
Boston might be cool too. Not really
Florida.
trying to go too far south.
Too hot, right?
No, the people.
You think it's like that
So,
still?
so in Memphis, I was speaking with a brother who we both share certain uh, business out in the streets. There you go. Pertaining to dogs, and he was explaining to me, me as a like I told him I stopped dog breeding. And he was like, "Look, man." So I'll just tell you, he used to fight dogs. I never fought dogs, but he was explaining how when he went down there to Boston and shit, when he went to certain place, or excuse me, when he went down to Memphis, that and him being from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania as well, he was like, man, the love that he received, just because in Pittsburgh, especially, Pittsburgh hates each other. I don't even be wanting to tell people I'm from Pittsburgh.
I see. I see.
All right. And then if I say I'm from Pennsylvania, they're gonna be like, "What part?" I'm not gonna lie and say I'm from somewhere I'm not. I'd rather. But anyway, he was saying that he was like, "Yeah, man, that Southern hospitality is real." And we started talking about food because if you see my page, you'll see I love to cook, right? And that brother, he also loves to cook. He was like, man, he was basically saying, he was like, bro, we could go down there, right? Because up here in Pittsburgh, I can't sell plates. Everybody in Pittsburgh, they want the most for the least. They don't want to pay. They don't want to do what it takes, right, to build community, right? They don't. If I'm selling hot dogs for $5 in our community, and someone outside of our community is selling hot dogs for $4.50, they're gonna come to me and ask me, can they get it for $4?
Right. Right. They're businessmen. They're business people. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
You know what I'm
So,
saying?
so
But
let me ask you a question. What about
that's not how it is.
right?
Basically, me and the brother was thinking about uprooting our own families and like, let's go. We want to be legit,
Let's do it. Let's do it. And you have little ones though, don't you? So that you have to move everybody, right? But we can do it,
right?
man. We can do it. We can do it.
So we're gonna have to chop it up, man. We're gonna have to talk
I'm gonna
offline.
do it. I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna try. I was thinking about Memphis myself. I was thinking about getting out to Tennessee, but I'm really thinking about like taking out of LA. But I just wanted to get and get some funds so I
I'm
can.
willing to go anywhere where people. Like, I'll even go to California.
I hear you. I hear you. But
You know what I
I hear
mean?
you. Yeah. I mean, if
Yeah,
I get the
because I
property,
know,
property.
if nothing else, I don't see men, whether they're dark skin or pale skin, I don't see men and women who wear ties and suits and shit like that getting shot up. I want to be out in the world with a suit and tie.
Exactly. I think you'd be. I think you'd be actually very good, and then I think that you relate to a lot of people. That's what's really good. And so if we can get some position, anything, and then move from there. And because I know you're a chameleon, so you'll play the game. I know you will, and I know you will. And that's why I'm like thinking to myself, if we can just get some people like you, just to go in there, and I'll go in there too, and I'll try. Maybe I'll do it too. I mean, I think if we all try it and we get in there, we make a change because
If
this
we
way we're
all
not.
go in as one people, right, we can even set precedents. Now, I've
Yeah.
never laid eyes on you, right, brother? I don't know what your skin complexion is, right? Would you be
Right.
considered a white person here?
I wouldn't be considered white. I would be. My dad's from Morocco, North Africa. My mother's from
Right.
New
Okay.
York.
But according to the ignorance in America, based upon your skin complexion, would you be considered white here?
Yeah.
All right. Now, if they see yourself, myself, maybe another person of a varied
Mhm.
complexion, all coming in together and saying, "Hey, we one people," we get to set precedent.
Amazing. Amazing, dude. That's the way to
That's
do
what
it.
he was doing.
So is he gonna go to is he gonna go to Memphis too? Is he gonna get out there? Is he trying to get out there
Who, him?
soon or what?
You mean
The
the other
gentleman that you were talking
brother?
about for with the
I
animals with the
mean, like,
dogs.
again, we just had this conversation less than 30 days ago.
Okay.
And again, it's because we're both older now, and we're just like the people that we've been around. We don't want to be around that shit no more.
Yeah, I remember last time you were saying. I know I had that. I felt that you were trying to get out. Let me ask you real quick. I know it's a little bit off topic, but you said you breeded dogs. Do you have any opinions? And I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But on the top five kibble, and that you liked and stuff like that, because I'm having
I'm gonna
trouble with.
just keep it honest with you, right? When you're feeding your dogs that store bought food, ain't none of that shit. None of that shit is beneficial for you, dog. Because just imagine, think of it this way: that's processed food to dogs. So processed food to humans, right? It
It does.
all processed foods, continual consumption of processed foods, um, decreases one's lifespan.
Okay. So, are you saying raw food? Is that what you did?
I'm telling you, yeah, I would tell you to do raw because it's in their nature to eat raw. You want
That's
to
hard.
keep the dog as close to its natural, We domesticated the animal, but we did not make it something other than what it was not. I remember when I was breeding my when I first started, right? My dogs, they loved the kibble, right? That's all they knew.
You're
But the
addicted to it.
moment I but the moment I gave them something table food,
Hmm.
they did not want that fucking kibble. Something instinctively was like, I want whatever the fuck's on that table.
So what did you do? Did you give them? Did you actually cook meat,
Yeah,
or did you actually?
what I did was I started making my own food, especially for the puppies. But I would use chicken, beef. I would boil down chicken legs and shit like that.
Right.
Strip them off the bone. I would grind the bone up, right, to get the bone marrow. I would
Smart.
mix, huh?
Oh, that's very smart. Yeah.
Right,
That
because I
definitely
want to
works.
keep. I want to, like I wouldn't cook the meat, but I'd boil it enough to release whatever flavors, right? Um, but it would basically just be all together as a mush. There'd be corn, maybe some rice in there just to keep them
Okay.
full, right? But not too much. But yeah, I would give my dog. I would give them this. I would puree carrots. Carrot is a natural dewormer,
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
right? So I would have all of that mixed up, and then I because I've always ever been familiar with these, right? Baggies
Uh
and
huh.
whatnot. I would just measure out, bag them up, throw them in the freezer. You know what I mean? So I had like a freezer, just one whole section of my freezer, just dog food. And then I
I
would take
see.
out whatever I needed for the deck, a day ahead, whatnot.
And you blended everything, right? Or you chopped it up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, everything was put together into one. Yeah.
And
So they
that
were
was just
able, they were able to eat the meat. They were getting all the calcium and the marrow from the bone that had been, shaved into it. Um, they're getting the deworming and nutrients and whatnot. I was also putting. I was adding. That's coconut oil,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's good.
right? So I was making my own. It got to the point where my oldest brother, who lives up the street from myself, he was like, "Bro, you can start selling that, right?" And then immediately I started, not to say that it was my, because obviously if I'm seeing it on TV show and I thought of it before, but that's when I started seeing people like already packaged food for dogs. My brother was trying to tell me like, yo, you could do that. And for a time, I wasn't as connected in the dog breeding world as my brother was. But I mean, I sold the recipe, right? I
Oh,
didn't.
that's good. You were able to get a couple bucks from the recipe. That's good.
Yeah, but my thing was I wasn't going to go through all of that. I didn't have at the time. I
The
probably
kitchen.
could have did it, but like I didn't know about packaging. I didn't know that none of
Yeah.
that. If you told me, hey, I need a bag of this, that
Mhm.
means that you better come get this shit today.
Right, right, right. So you would do like a catering for or a special
Well,
orders for
no, it
dogs.
was just it was an opportunity. It was something that I wanted to see if I could do it, but again, Pittsburgh is just not. It might have took off anywhere else, but because I'm dealing with people in
Right.
Pittsburgh secondhand through my brother, and again, me understanding that people in Pittsburgh they just don't want to pay.
No, we don't.
I
Did you add
stopped
any?
fucking doing it. You know what I mean?
Right. Did you
Well,
add
I
any
stopped
any
selling.
Right, right. Sorry. Did you add any any salt or anything? No, not really. Right. You don't touch salt, right?
No, so I had like these calcium deposit pills, right? Because I wanted to make sure that my dog had all of these things and whatnot. And I used to just crush up a good bit of it, and then all of that was like I would like it was a fucking garnish,
Gotcha, gotcha.
and I sprinkle that because they don't want to eat it as a pill. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And how many dogs did you have at one point or at a time?
Let me see. One, two, six.
Oh boy, that's a lot of work.
Six
A lot
plus
of work.
seven.
A lot of work.
13. Wait.
It's a lot of work, man.
13. And then this last litter,
Oh, you're still
uh,
doing it.
huh?
You're still doing it.
No. I mean the last litter. Like I'm counting the dogs in the litters that I've had,
Okay.
and I've only had 3 litters.
Okay.
This is
It's a
what I
lot of
mean.
work,
I
man.
wasn't really into it. I got a
Yeah,
good feel of it, and then I realized that I did not have the time, space, or energy that it took.
you're in a little bit of everything. You're in a little bit of everything, right? You're like in a
Jack
little
of
bit of
all
everything.
trades, master of none. You
Yeah.
know.
Well, yeah. You know. So did you have a certain type of the dog that you like, or just a certain type of dog? What
So
kind of
I
dog
was
were you
breeding
breeding?
American bullies.
Okay, so you got no joke dogs, yeah, and you got 12, 13 of them. It's a lot of work,
Well, no,
man.
there was more than that, but I was getting to the last count whenever you said you would stop me. But I've had well over, let me see, 13 plus 9, all right, 21, 22. So I've had at least 22 dogs.
Wow.
Litter 23, 24, 25. I've had 26 dogs at any one time in my possession,
Wow. And do you have any?
but
Have you made any
not
videos?
at the same time.
Wow. Have you ever made any videos on like your on taking care of the dogs? Have you done any kind of videos and stuff like that? Any kind of teaching stuff?
Well, at that time, I was really on Facebook. And I'm a weirdo. I don't like having a lot of people on my
Yeah, because you can,
Facebook.
right?
So,
Because you can make some
I,
money.
uh,
You can make some money in those kind of in that kind of
yeah, but again, I don't. I just again, we could talk about it, right? Maybe I could
Yeah.
be some type of silent or private investor,
Well,
and you can be the public
I would
face
invest
of
in you.
it, right?
I would invest in you. I would invest in you. That it's not that you invest in me. I would invest
No
in you.
doubt, but invest in the
Yeah.
idea. I'm not trying to be out. I don't have time. I don't want to breed. I wasn't in love with breeding
No.
dogs.
I know. I'm just saying in everything in general. If somebody had a camera walking with you and a camera, just a camera, you can have. There's so much content that you can make. There's so many. Somebody just walk. If like we knew somebody that could just hang out with you, you have so much content, dude. There's a lot of content that you're talking about, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like that if we can just focus on certain things, I think you will excel. Excel, and of course the cigarette thing is also that I don't know sell, but that's a decision you'll make yourself. But that takes away from your achievements, of course, as you know. But that's a decision we all make. But it is what it
So
is.
I follow the practices of our ancestors in Egypt.
Yeah, I know. It. But you have such capacity that you can extremely excel. This lady, at one of the places where one of the apartment next door, she was 90, 95, 96, and she smoked a pack a day. And I know we're not talking about the same kind of cigarette, but she smoked a pack a day, and she says, you see, she goes, see, I'm 95. Yeah, well, there you go. I'm 95. I live to 95, and look at this. I smoke a pack a day. I said to myself, imagine where she would have been if she didn't. But
So
yeah.
I'm getting towards, I'm leaning towards when the will becomes as strong as the thought, it'll happen. I'm leaning towards stopping and quitting smoking, marijuana and tobacco, right?
The first
Because
one,
I realized that I've always had better clarity
exactly,
when I wasn't
exactly.
fucking with it, you know.
Exactly, and let me just say something real quick. With regards to the nicotine, there's a book called "The Easy Way to Quit Smoking," and if we were still on Telegram, I would send it to you. I can download it. The thing is this: it's very stupid name. It's by Alan Carr, and I'll message you. But it doesn't tell you to stop smoking. It just tells you helps your brain. It
Wean
rewires your brain.
yourself off.
It rewires your brain for you. So it says not to stop smoking, but it just kind of changes something in your head, and that's how I quit smoking. But the easy way to quit smoking, Alan Carr. I'll send you a message here so you have it. But just read it. If you want to read it, you can read it, and you don't have to even stop. You know what I'm saying? You continue going, and then after a while, they'll give you like a little try this one or try this, and it kind of gets you to get knowledge because the nicotine is the one. It does more than just addicting. There's something with that nicotine that changes your thinking, and that's
So I'm aware. The brother Drew Ali, he had some statements in which he was telling those brothers and sisters at that time. He's like, look at me. You should be more like myself. I don't smoke. He was telling them to quit smoking, if they can. Um, and that's one of the things that's one of the reasons why in the back of my mind, I personally just wish to stop smoking. Because I know for me that the more nicotine that I smoke and any tobacco product, right? So the blunts and all of that, whatever the case may be, I notice that I get extremely dry scalp,
I see. Yeah, yeah. The
right? And I
nicotine. Yeah,
know this, and it dries out I wake up and I have like dry crust around where I just shaved, and
yeah, yeah.
it's because I keep taking in something that's drawing the moisture out of my face.
Right, 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 right. So you can compensate for it, but it's not going to do. It's not going to be the best as of course quitting. But
So
you
I
know,
started doing the chewing gum thing.
you try that.
So I'm on that, right, but not that nicotine shit. I don't want bursts of nicotine.
Right, right.
Like just bubble gum.
Yeah,
Anytime, anytime I may get a nick fit, I'll pop some bubble gum in my mouth because it's fucking annoying.
yeah, yeah.
And I just force myself to do that until that urge
Right.
dissipates. You know what I
Now, if
mean?
you have an urge like that, if you have an urge like that, there's something on around your ears. They have nicotine receptors in your ear, acupressure. And I don't know if if you might know somebody that does that kind of stuff. But I also tried acupressure in combination with that. It's a little. There are little stickers that you can purchase. They're like little like have little pins, like a little like a sticker, and you would put it on like your nicotine receptors around your ear, and it looks like it looks like a band-aid, and I can show you that too. And then it kind of helps you with the nicotine, because when you push it and you can feel the nicotine, because if you push by your ear, like you'll see, like you can feel like there's something that, like, it's kind of like a pressure point. It kind of gives you that stimulation, and I'll show you that kind of stuff. But
Now that you say, my
yeah,
mind's going like I never do see any public official smoke.
yeah, rarely,
Very
rarely.
rarely.
Yeah.
Very rarely.
Scars more. Yeah, scars more. But for sure, the MJ is very hidden, right? You don't see that at all. I mean, I'm sure they do, but it's just hidden. The MJ is hidden. Um,
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
Let's get,
Right.
yeah, but first we want to get you into in the spot, because then we don't have, if we don't want any excuses why not, like the why nots is gonna be like, oh well, look at this guy, but we want to get you in there. And I did promotions for many years. That's what I was doing. So I in a sense, if we can get a place that we can do an election, or at least something like that, I think we can do really well. If we get election, we get your face out there, suit out there, some talking points, and just push it, dude. And I think we can push it, especially because we have all the you know we have connections through social media. We can get it going. And I mean, listen, it's a big sacrifice, and it's a and it and it might be difficult when to try to get into somewhere new, that they might, like, have their own cliques. But I think you're a chameleon. I think you can really you can, I know you can play both. You can play the game. I know you can play the game, and that's what it's going to be. It's like, run undercover and then just knock them out and just jump into that position and be like, hey, you start working way up, and then and boom, man. Why can't you be president of the United States, man? I can see it. Let's do
I
it,
can see
man.
it too.
Yeah, I can see it. Let's do it, because this is, I
Uh,
mean, it's very attainable. I'm telling you, if we just look at it, it's very attainable. We think to ourselves it's so far out. It's just getting past that click. Once it's past
right.
that click, that we can, once you're in, that's it. You're in. Like, like all the senators and all the House. Elon Omar, she's in, and there are a lot of, there's a few Muslims, and once you get through that click, you're good. The problem is that, of course, you see a lot of people kind of change their views when they get in there. But listen, it's better than having anybody. It's better than having those. Like, at least we have somebody in
I
there.
feel like
Yeah,
if the government is going to change, it has to be changed from the inside, which means that
100%.
more citizens have to be informed citizens, and they
Hmm.
have to allow themselves to be educated, to go back into those dens with the lions. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly.
To right whatever wrongs need to be done. The people,
Yep.
if if there's someone or a party out there that says they represent me, they have to be me. Like they
Yeah.
can't be just some people who were just thrown up there. I don't know shit about part itself. Josh Shapiro, he's the governor of Pennsylvania, right? He's the president of Pennsylvania.
You're right.
I don't know that he represents me.
Right, probably not.
I don't know that as a matter of fact, I'm a Republican. I don't feel like he shares the same values with me now.
Probably
He's
not.
a
Yeah.
Democrat. He's a Democrat. You see what I'm saying? And I'm like, hey, maybe I should run for governor.
Yeah, one day let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get you in there. Let's get you into the situation because in California they had a guy named Larry Elder. He was a talk show radio host and he was pretty popular, but he went for the recall of Newsom. The problem is they don't play fair, so that's the issue. But because he went straight for the highest position, I'm thinking to go start off a little bit
Yeah,
in the ground
it's
and then jump
gradual.
in.
It's in degrees.
Yeah.
Maybe I could run from some type of local government office, and then again, do as it's like what they're doing is not wrong. How they're doing it
Hmm.
is wrong.
Like a
So
county
it's
board
like.
supervisor, like one of the supervisors of the county board, one of the how they sit on the table, the county board, they all sit like in a group and they all that kind of thing, and then they hear different people coming in saying, I want to change this reform. There's a
Yeah,
street light
board of
on. Yeah.
directors. It's a court.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Court.
they have the minutes and they have the Roberts rules and they say, okay, everybody goes and you have a proposal, and then you have your people that you're hanging out with, that
Parliamentary
you're representing.
procedure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we can do it, and I think it'll be really great um, they spend a lot of money. The people are spending a lot of money to protest, but protest doesn't do anything but just keeps people in one of those perpetual arguing kind of moods, and that's
Yeah,
what they want.
protestation
No
leads
good.
to overthrow.
Well, you see, what it is that it is like Soros and those people. They sponsor these rallies, but if they would sponsor one or two or five or 10 people that are to run for these positions, won't you think that would be a better situation? But they don't want to do that because they don't want to really change anything. They just want to cause a division and cause belligerency.
Again,
That's
as long as these men and women who are in America, whether they identify as citizens or not, as long as they're not educating themselves, then here you go. What you allow to happen, you condone.
yeah,
What you don't change, you allow.
right,
So,
right.
if these people this is no shade to anybody, but like if we're not, if these people, no, I don't find a lot of people who are interested in saying, hey, you know what, I have a gripe, right, and it's founded in something solid and substantive, right. Let me go find out how I'm supposed to properly go out here and do it. People, I feel like Americans as a whole, the majority of them, they like to be pacified and fucking entertained.
Yeah, but you like to look for the answers. That's what really kind of like I grabbed onto that because I feel like we're the same in that way. We want to find the answers and we want to find the truth. So when I saw that, I'm like, okay, so this is somebody that has the same kind of, maybe not the same views, but they have the same passion about trying to figure it out. And so I'm like, okay, well, if we can get more people like us and we can continue, because there are a few, and we can continue this way, and then instead of sitting out there with a protest sign and saying "F the police," what we do is we go into and find the positions that are available, that preferably that are elected, and then go from there, and then just start putting people in those positions and try to rally for them and spend money and campaign for them instead of
Mhm.
spending money on. And boom, and you can. I mean, there's good jobs. I mean, these people like good. I mean, I'll tell you, the UCLA, just the head coach of UCLA, the head coach makes $9 million a year. Okay, I'm not saying there will be a coach, but I mean, there's a lot of money in that kind of in the government.
It's
A lot of money.
yeah, because yeah. Look again. My intentions is to work in and for the United States in any fucking manner for the benefit of all. You know, and I would love to gain remunerative. I would love to have employment that
Yeah, career,
you
a career, a career
know,
that you can
a
actually have.
career. Right.
Yeah, a career.
I'm
There you
sure
go.
something, right?
Yeah,
This is a newspaper article from a Muslim
28.
publication.
Yeah,
Huh?
1928. So, 1928.
Right,
That's pretty cool.
right. Now, it's talking to the Moorish Americans, right? But it's talking to all Moors, so not just Moorish Americans. It would have been talking to Moroccan Americans, right? Arab Americans, et cetera, et cetera. And it says
Yeah.
write a letter to the supreme business manager, and you see that there was an address in Chicago, right? And it says, and
Yes.
let him know what you Moors think about of having your own towns, mayors,
Hmm.
aldermen, chief of police,
Beautiful.
judges, city hall, our own temples or masajid, masala, whatever the case may be, our
Yeah.
own lands, houses, our own parks, business establishments, etc.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Thank you for the blessings. That's amazing. Thank you for the blessings. That's amazing.
Yeah, but that just goes to show, like we need to get when we get together in the government, right? When we become active, we can create our own. When we organize, like it can
Hell
be
yeah.
done. And this is what I mean when I say I'm not willing to go put myself out there for people who aren't looking for that.
They're looking
if,
for it. They
if
just
we
don't know
have
how
an
to tap.
issue with these judges, hey, we can go create our own community, our own society, right? Our own businesses. We can feed our own, just like all of the European groups are doing, just like all the Middle Eastern groups, just like all other groups. We can do these things, right? And then because we're able to act in that capacity as a civilized people, a society of people within the United States of America, right? We are secured from having to do because we keep our own in check. We're not running into these, other jurisdictional, right,
Yes,
police
but
officers or citizens,
mhm.
whatever, right? We can act as our fellow men. Hey, you're over there in your territory, or excuse me, you're over there in your jurisdiction. I'm over here in my jurisdiction, but we both occupy the same territory.
Yes, but that's being outside. I think that's if we can't get in the positions, yeah, go with that route. But I think that at this point we have options that people are okay with being in the position because a lot of people don't want to be in the government and they don't want that because they feel like they
That's
can't do anything. But yeah,
right,
yeah,
right.
but if we have people,
That's yeah. That
so
that's
if we can,
that's the issue. A lot of our people. All right, let me read this to you real quick, right? And let me just show you real quick. That same newspaper that you seen, right? It was a reoccurring thing. So I'm reading newspaper articles from that newspaper. Okay, it speaks about political slavery, right? So mind you, this organization is teaching the people to be politically active, right? It says anytime a man or a woman fails or refuses to cast the sacred ballot at the polls, they separate themselves from all the rights of an American citizen. For surely this is the one connecting medium for a citizen to his nation. They become no more than belated beasts of burden. There are reasons why certain classes, who are more or less independent, take no part in politics, since they say they have nothing, that they get nothing out of it in such the way of material gain. This is no less than a political slave, since they refuse to voice their sentiments at the polls. Another form of political slavery, which is probably more prevalent among the less independent classes, is that of being forced into one of the major parties and there bribed, coerced, or otherwise forced to vote the wishes of someone else, regardless of their own mind. Before there can be general relief for the economic good of all forms of political slavery must be abolished, and every citizen must take his part in the affairs of the nation.
oh wow, yeah,
Right.
that was 1928, right? So back then,
That
the
was
same
it.
shit.
That was 19. That was anywhere between 1925,
100
1929.
years ago, 100 years ago, same shit happened. Yeah.
A
So
hundred
what?
years ago, the Muslims were out here in North America trying to teach the people, hey, look, this is the way we are supposed to operate, and we can take Islam as it is adaptable to American life, right? This is our First Amendment religious freedom. We can do this. We can live here together in harmony, friendship, and goodwill. We just have to be politically active because Islam it's a political thing. Al Islamia, it Islam is theocratic. It has quote unquote church and state as one. As one. So
Yes.
so
Now,
we already have that political assertion. And he was telling the people way back then, hey, look, we need to be politically active. Now let me read this next one to you, right? It's called all registering. These are short ones, right? The 3,000 Muslims of the Grand Temple and the West Side Temple are making ready to register every man or woman in order to take the lead for the various candidates whom they have been instructed to vote for. Alderman Lewis B. Anderson, Honorable George W. Blackwell, Honorable Oscar DePriest, Honorable H. Jackson, all working through the regular Republican organizations, of which the Honorable Daniel M. Jackson is our matchless leader, all know the whole situation and have their own way and time to give the order to go, and the Muslims will be ready.
yeah, yeah.
And we
Now,
voted that man in, and he became the first quote unquote black
mm,
senator,
Alderman, a senator. Okay, wow. Okay, so
Oscar the Priest.
okay, so
Like,
let me ask you a quick question. There's another gentleman, that's in this community that has become, I believe, a Moor or has become a Muslim named Yusuf L. And he recently had, I don't know your thoughts about him, but
we,
he recently had, Yusuf L. Do you know that name at all? Yusuf L. Yeah. So he recently had a situation where somebody asked him if he was an attorney, and he said like this. He goes, "An attorney? In fact, I am." And that was okay. Okay, so I'm thinking, okay, well, in fact, I am. But then yesterday, he went on the a live, and somebody called him out and said, "You're giving illegal advice," and he went off on the guy. And I wonder if he is, if his idea is to separate himself from the system or to change the system. I'm not sure. And then, like, I feel like he was like, he has a big, crowd,
so the person known as Yusuf El does not identify with the Moors or the Moorish concept. He has his L for whatever other purposes.
Yeah. Okay.
It is his assertion, I guess, politically. He believes that the republic is separate from the corporation, and that somehow in the public you should be able to go through the matrix, etc., unscathed, and you
But
should be. But
of course, he
he's
didn't get
not.
unscathed.
He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. He's not a United States citizen in his mind. Like he went out and got four. He's teaching. His teachings are to go get yourself a foreign EIN so that you could be basic. Okay, so his information is more along the lines of like a foreign national.
Yeah, a secured party creditor, he calls it.
Well, yeah, the only true secure party creditor is a white in America is a white citizen, or we the people.
I wonder why he doesn't. I just wonder what is his deal, because if he has, a good group, and then Tazadak has a good group, and all people that are in this community, you have a good group. I mean, like, if we all get together, we can actually peacefully make a change. But I feel like some of these guys, they're almost not corrupted, but not exposed, but like condemned, not condemned. Um, when you like kind of like get like kind of bribed. I forgot the word I'm
How
looking
about
for.
like just misled,
Compensated. No, compensated. No, not compensated. What's the word I'm looking for? Okay, you can
tainted,
say it.
man,
Say again.
tainted,
Tainted. Yeah, tainted. Yeah, yeah.
diluted.
Yeah.
Mm. So uh,
Okay,
right, because I'm
contemplate.
learning how to just not deal with feelings. I personally don't recommend uh, the application of whatever information he's addressing I've gone through some of his courses, and I've dealt with the brother, and he, we don't have the same information. I'm talking about secure party creditorship. I'm talking about redemption. I'm saying that all of this, like these terms, are being mentioned in the 1920s in a program that this Muslim gives to his Moorish Americans and all the other Americans. So we're talking the same stuff, but we're going at it about it in different manners, right? And as the Quran says, "Lakum dinakum waliyad din," right? So that's how I look at it with him.
Yeah, yeah.
We're just,
He's
we're just not we're not
not
on the
corrupted.
same. Yeah, we're talking the same stuff, but the information is different.
Right. But I think it's maybe he's there to keep people believing or pushing for something that is a belligerent act in these courts. And I think that a lot of people are walking in there and maybe not not using the power that they can establish from just I'm not saying following the system, but at least you're in their house and you're in there are rules and there's
When I look at Yusuf L and his information, right? If his information was
yeah.
was
Where's the
is
student?
was scripture, right?
Yeah.
I would tell you that all that shitty talk is the dunya, man.
Yeah, yeah. Where's all the students? That's what I ask. Where's the students?
That's what I
Where are the
ask.
winners? Where are the winners? Where are the winners?
Where are the winners? Where is the evidence? It's like, hey, it sounds great in theory and concept. This shit sounds great, but do you have anything to show me firsthand knowledge? I'm willing to. I don't even say pay. I'm willing to invest in real information. Show me the receipts. That's all I'm asking for. And it's like, if you can't show me that you've done a thing, I can't accept what. I don't give a fuck how it goes back to what we were saying earlier. Just because I think it don't, just because I may believe it in my own head, that does not make it universal consensus.
Right, right. And I feel like um, I almost anticipate the day that the AI will replace these judges because it's more right and wrong, black and white. It'll be easier. There won't be a lot of bias, as much bias. What do you think about that?
I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I can't wait until that happens.
Yeah, it'll be just like
Um,
it won't be biased as much. I mean, maybe there will be, but not that much
right.
bias. Just a little bias.
So because it will not have the capacity to differentiate based on any uh, uh, uh,
Color, class, everything,
right,
financial status. Yeah,
right. We now get that clean slate. We get that
yeah,
stuff better. It's like, oh,
yeah.
this is the we get that
An
evolution that
equalizer. It's the
yeah, all right,
equalizer.
yeah, keep it ledger. So
Yeah.
we get that balance, we get that equity. It's like, hey, to each, we get that justice.
See, because if we walk in there as a man, they know they can't contract with us, and they know that the only way they're going to contract is if we consent to it. But they are using our privileges and benefits as a reason of contract before we
So
ever hit
again,
that.
brother, I want to stop you there, right?
Right.
You're attacking it from a they're doing this to us perspective. And anytime I hear that, I apologize. In my mind, I feel like I have to reiterate: no one's doing anything for the bit for the. There is no intention to cause us harm. It is the people not under. When the people don't even. Most people aren't even going to are going to value the 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 fairness that will come from non-human interaction. Most humans are so ignorant and arrogant that they believe that their consciousness is the only consciousness that can do a thing. I'm waiting for those days when people could say, hey, it might have been something I was doing wrong. Maybe it's processing because I didn't follow the proper process. And the AI is showing me the proper process. And so it can't even be trying to impose upon me to take me over. It's like, hey, you're supposed to know how to contract. Do you
Right,
really
right.
know what you're doing now?
You don't think, but you don't think they're trying to cause us harm. You don't see that at all. You don't think so?
What, they as the machines?
Well, there's the police. Maybe there's the
Are the
you know.
machine are the police machines?
I don't know. They have. I think they have biases. They're not black and white. I think they have biases.
Are they AI?
I don't think they're AI, but I'm not. I don't know. You know.
So
I don't.
I'm looking to the concept of artificial, and I don't even like to say artificial. Um, we'll say administrative intelligence, right? I like that better, right? The issue with humans and administrative intelligence is that, again, people don't want to follow the fucking rules, and they'll blame something else.
Are you saying that
The police created the machines,
are they following the
right?
rules
So
though?
that the AI, so that it could do us bad. Look, whatever's it, you go out there and create AI.
Are they following the rules though? Is the cops following
Who
the
are
rules
they?
also?
I need to know who they are.
The
You see
cops.
what I'm
The cops.
saying?
Are the cops doing? Are they following the rules? The cops.
I don't have an issue with cops. I have an
Okay.
issue with people who are in those offices who are violating what it means to be a cop. I have an
Okay.
issue with all the secret societies within those national organizations, which makes those motherfucking officers look bad. And
You know
then
when they. You know. Yeah. Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
wouldn't mind wearing a badge. I'm for it. I'm for the shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you.
All
I
right,
hear
but
you.
I'm not out here. I wouldn't be someone like I would be attempted to teach. Like I'm not. And one of the issues is that the cops that we have today, they're not expected to be thinkers.
Right. They're right. I hear that. I hear that. But
You
in
see what I'm
somewhat,
saying? We're expected.
it's
Hey, do my. This is my job.
yeah. But they have
I'm
discernment.
authorized because I'm a part of this group.
They
They're
still have
all.
discernment. They still have discernment.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
still thinking a lot. So a lot of a lot of stories you hear that the cops will stop somebody for, I don't know, some some they have some possession of some stuff and they won't turn it in and they won't keep it and they'll a lot of shit happens like that.
Well, according
There are
to
a lot of bad
that,
people.
according to
Hmm?
that newspaper article, the one that I showed you, right? I would have an issue with cops doing that, especially if they were my. If I'm saying, it said, "How would you like to have your own police?" So if my own police are out there acting like that, there's a fucking problem. I can't speak for anybody else's police. Where are my police at?
They're supposed to be your police. Those people.
I'm just saying the Jewish communities, they have their own police forms. They employ their own groups of people, right? They have many markets for all people to come to, but the temples are, you know, all of their social, moral, and economic activity and shit, right? They have their own, right?
Some
And then
communities, yeah,
I'm
some
just saying,
communities.
like, I don't see, and I'm just being on. I don't see people from bad the quote unquote. Yeah, I guess maybe you do.
Because they screwed it. Because they did it on purpose. They screwed that culture up. They did it on purpose. They could
But who are
divide them.
they?
The government, the YTs, the government, the colonizers, they screwed that up on
So I'm a
purpose.
white
Because
colonizer.
are you really?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I understand that I don't use it the way you're using it.
Right, right. And what they did is they came in, because they knew that there was too much. If there was cohesiveness, they would lose. So they needed to divide. They needed to
So
divide.
there is an active movement of a group of people who've come in to, I guess, what, disassociate or overthrow or overtake someone else's perception of government in order for them to impose and enforce upon these unsuspecting people their own will. Is that the picture that
That's exactly what they do, and they go even further than that because they don't let them have a. They change their culture. They put the culture into television,
my
movies.
biggest issue with this
Yeah,
is that you keep saying they, and I still can't identify who. Like you can't give me they.
I'm telling you who they are. The people that are controlling those in
Well, you
office
said
that are
the cops,
controlling.
you said the government, and now you're telling me it's these people that control. Who are they, bro?
Mm, who? Okay, so they are the people in the government. I would say that are controlling where the courts are controlling the courts are
Are
controlling
they
the.
foreign to the government?
No, I think they're in the government.
So they're actually lit
Like
like
a
they're
Newsom, the
people like
governor.
me and you who just so happen
Mhm.
to be in the government doing bad.
I think like the governor will allow for certain areas to be only bought by certain people and will have only certain funding to certain types of areas and schools and that kind of stuff, and won't allow the proper achievements and won't allow the same equal
So even if they
advancements.
are attempting to not allow it constitutionally, that opposition it can be overridden. All the people have to do is be active, be
Yeah,
law abiding, and enforce the Constitution, enforce those
but
same rights.
right, but we don't know that
Now,
because we
you
weren't
know,
taught that. We're not taught that information because and I'm not saying anybody's supposed to teach us. We just don't know because we are not exposed to it, and we don't have that
I
information.
started
So you
learning
say,
it when I started looking at the people that I used to call they, and understanding that it wasn't what they were doing per se. It wasn't the jobs. It wasn't the titles. It was the fucking people who were sitting in those seats that
yes.
makes the cops, that makes the government, that makes the republic or whatever the case look bad. That's not what it really is. They're
Yeah.
people like me and you. They just so
They
happen
care
to
about the
go this way, and they're I can hold the motherfuckers accountable because I have the same rights and duties as they do. So yeah, if we all came together, we could overthrow, not even overthrow, we could vacate all them seats. I
I
don't
would
I
say
don't
say
blame
more
them for doing what they're doing. I blame the
I would say
people who
infiltrate.
complain, and
Yeah.
I'm not. These are not any type of personal strikes, but I blame the people who complain about the issues and do nothing about it to change it. Learn nothing from their experiences with these oppositions. They don't take shit into consideration and say, hey, look, we need to we need to be able to present our issue
Properly.
same however government works, not according to they're
Exactly.
using legalese. I use legalese, by the way.
Yes, we don't need to go on and go ahead and protest. We need to actually spend money in and promote one of or two people that can get into that position and can make a change. That's what it
People need
is.
purpose. We need purpose. You know, if we're going to do that, and let's say I'm we'll just say I'm working telemarketing, whatever the case, right? However much finance that I'm making a year. All right, I'm investing portions of that right into whatever it is that we're doing. Right, everybody's basically pooling their finance. Now, when we have a sum of finance, we can go in. Again, we have that economic power. We can go and finance those activities that we're
Yes.
seeking for our own. And it's like, hey, if you desire to get on this ship, you have to be a member. You have to be
It's the
accepting.
APEC. That's the lobbyists. That's what lobbyists is about. And then we have lobbyists and that push the agenda, and then we go
But
from there.
that's
You
what
start
he was
small.
out here doing. That's
Okay,
what
so let's
he was
continue.
showing.
Let's pick it up from where you left off. I don't know. I mean, is he still,
That's
you
what
know?
I've been doing, brother. I've noticed that he had
Yeah.
himself around a lot of good people, but a lot more negative people, right? And I see what happens when certain people come out and like I'm not looking for it. I'm just here. I'm cool with being I'm cool with being John preparing the way. I'm cool with
I know
that.
that if everybody does that, we're never going to get anywhere. That guy. What about the guy from? He was from New York. He was a singer also. Um, he had like a shoot. He went to. He got locked up. He had a little. I forgot his name was. He was a singer. A singer. Do you know what I'm talking about? He was. Oh shoot. Um, he was a famous singer, and he was. And he opened. He had a compound. He was part of the Hebrew Israelites. You know the name of his?
Malachi York.
Yeah. In New York, yeah. So
York.
he
All
was
right.
part of that same, right? Like the connected to this or different? I don't know if it was. I thought it was the same. At least connected in some way.
Connected in what?
Like they were in this. They were for the similar purposes. Maybe not the same religion, or but the similar purposes, right?
Okay, so purposes, yes. I'll say for the similar purposes, yes. But um, that brother, I mean, he came up learning uh, through a lot of various uh, uh, Sufic or Gnostic or higher learning madhab, right? Freemasonry, higher sciences, whatever the case may be. A lot of the information that I've been able to look at that was being introduced to through Brother York is very reminiscent. It's similar to what Noble Drew Ali have presented, but it's not the same. It
It's not the
looks
same.
the same. It treats of some. It shares same words. The brother Malachi chose to create. He has his own nation, and he took from a particular nation his own and guided them unto.
Okay.
He
So
became.
there's many positions. Yeah, there's many positions in the system. So he can be one sect and the other he can be another sect. I mean, at
But
least to get some
he
people going.
identified as black at some point, and that's where me personally. That's where I drew my line with him. I draw my line with anyone teaching me about me. If you're telling me about black, I don't fuck with that at all. Because that's not what I was taught. I was taught that human beings are not black. There's no human being. There's no uh, nowhere on God's green earth, past, present, or future, is there, was there, or will there ever be black people? Because black people, according to the science, means that they are born in sin. And
It
there is
doesn't
not one
exist.
Muslim on this planet that will tell you, yeah, I was born unblemished. You don't have to be a human. That's your choice.
Yeah. Can I ask you? Can you? Are you interested in bringing people to talk about this, or you're not on the panel? Are you interested in bringing other people to the panel, or you're
I
not?
mean, I don't really. We went. I mean, brother, you. I came on here to talk about
Gotcha.
uh,
Yeah. No problem.
statelessness, and we ended up, you know,
Yeah.
talking about all these other things. I really wasn't here for that.
Yeah. Cool. So when you talk about Malachi York, he had a little bit of trouble with the law. But does he still have his group kind of like anticipating his release and kind of like working this and still like kind of,
I'm
or
not
do
a
you not know anything
member
about
of any American, Moor, Nubian, Black, Indian, Yamasi, any of those. I don't affiliate with those. I don't keep up with the that
it? Okay.
that I'm not in that. I don't follow that path.
Okay. And then can I ask the same question about Noble Drew Ali? Does he have I know he has a big following, but is he involved in any or his groups involved in any party, any political party, or they just do their
No,
own
not
kind of
at
thing?
this present time. Everybody's out here, particularly the Moorish Americans. They're still out here harping on one another, and they're dressing up and doing cosplay, and they're not looking. They're acting real social and tribal. They're not acting national. There is no unity in this movement, man.
Yeah, it's
None of the
unfortunate.
principles, like you hear again, just like with Malachi York, I hear, I hear the things that he says, but in his own movement, the things that he was presenting to the people, I don't see that shit at all. I know what I'm supposed to see. I know what it's supposed to represent. You know, I know what I'm supposed to have as a Muslim American under a Moorish organization, and I don't see it. I don't see the businessmen. I don't see the proper leadership. I don't see the business. I don't see the employment. All I see is a bunch of Negroes and fezzes and shit who are really Christian based, saying they're Muslim. No different than the Nation of Islam to me. That's what I see, but that's not what it's supposed to be.
I understand. Okay, I understand. And is there is there another Islamic group that that is kind of in the middle between the two extremes, kind of thing? Because it feels like a little bit.
The Baha'i faith. Are you familiar with the Baha'i?
I've heard of that. Yeah, I heard of. Yeah.
So the Baha'i faith comes to us through Islam by way of Iran, through the brother who called himself Al-Bab, and then his follower, Baha'u'llah. These were Sufi Shia Muslims out there in the Middle East and the Holy Lands and whatnot. And that whole movement basically states that religion as it is, right? Allah only has one religion, and that the course of religions that we see from time to time are just an evolution or an evolvement, right, of what Allah's qadr is or what Allah's creed is throughout the lands. And the Baha'i faith treats of it being the current expression of Allah and His divine decree. And with the Baha'i faith, all people, whether you are of any religious persuasion prior to coming to it, have every right in yourself to keep that and bring that, right? But we are all able to worship under one temple, under one Allah, if you will, right? Whether you call it Allah or what the Father, Vishnu, whatever that Brahma, whatever you may call that creator, right? We know that fuck it. We know that uh, we all mean that one same entity. And I've noticed that through the Baha'i faith, people of all races, all ethnicities, all cultures and whatnot are able to come together. They have their own national and international organizations. As a matter of fact, uh, I have the latest edition of their newspaper
Oh, interesting. Wow, American Baha'i. That's nice.
because me personally, I study them all, and in order for me to study what I study, I have to go into it. So I'm
Of course.
recognized as a Baha'i, as an American Baha'i, but I'm not practicing. I'm not acting.
Hmm.
Right, but I needed to learn. I wanted to know. I'm not just going to just like with this here. I jumped in head first, right? I didn't know what I was getting into, but that taught me to jump in, but not head first. Be aware,
Yeah.
going
And
in.
how long were you I guess could I say practicing, or could I say how long did you find the faith, or like how long you been, or was it your whole life, or
With the Baha'i faith,
just can we start, like, maybe just start with like just the Islam first and then go from there.
so Islam. I came to Islam in prison. Uh, the first concept of Islam that I come in contact with is from a black nationalist group known as the 5% Nation of Gods and Earths. That was the first time that I've ever really heard anything about Islam that I was uh, 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 interested in. But I had heard of the Nation of Islam through Brother Malik Al Hajj Malik Al, Malcolm X, and Elijah Muhammad and whatnot. Um, that was down in my that was not when I made it to prison. That was during I went to prison for armed robbery as a youngin. So that was during the whole time I stayed down in the county for like a good 11 months. I didn't
Yeah.
make bail, whatever. So while I was down there, I was learning all of this stuff from people from New York who had, caught cases in this area, Pittsburgh. When I had actually made it up to an actual state correctional institution, I remember walking on a Friday as a 19-year-old. I was just trying to get out on a Friday. And we were
Wow.
walking down the hall. We walked past the chaplain's office, and I heard the Quran being recited. And I didn't know what I was hearing, but I cried. Right. And so something was like, yo, I just wanted to know what it was that I was hearing that made me cry. Uh,
Wow.
and,
Yeah. 19 years old.
huh?
Wow. And 19 years old,
Of
yeah.
course, man, I didn't know what I was listening to. I didn't know what I was hearing
I don't know why
because,
the hell they would
well,
lock up a
the
19.
form of Islam that I had been exposed to did not deal with particularly the Quran at all. They had their own lessons, their own doctrine, and whatnot. So I didn't know, right? I'm still on this black nationalist Islam in my mind, and I'm walking past, and I hear this, and it touched my heart. It was beautiful, brother. That's what it was. That's what I understand it to be now. It was just beautiful, and so something made me want to go and see what that was. Right? I came into the system thinking that I was a Christian. I was getting new perceptions, new perspectives, things that I was not involved. I'm in an area where Islam is not prevalent in Pittsburgh. Even though I was actually born in the area of Pittsburgh where Islam is the most prevalent. Again, I don't wasn't aware of all of that at the time. Uh, Once I
It's
heard the Quran, I wanted to pardon.
all from the creator. You see how that worked?
Say
How
that
it
one
worked?
more
It
time.
was from the creator. You see how it worked? The creator brought you
Absolutely,
in.
man. La hawla quwwata illa billah. Right? La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Right? I get it. This is why I love Arabic.
Yeah.
This is why I love because when I found out what it was, I wanted to learn it. Right? That's what threw me into Islam at all was because I wanted to
Right.
know what I was listening to.
So when you went down there and you walked into that room, how did they introduce it? What was the first couple of things they said? Because I wonder, what, because it's such a big book. I wonder where they would start, or like how that kind of like.
So oddly enough, I learned the Quran from a Jordanian Christian. Um, so I'd heard the Quran, right? I didn't know where I'd heard it from. I didn't know. This was literally. There's a lot of things that you would have to take notice of in prison for you to understand. Like it was really I got into the institution. I didn't even get settled in, and I'm hearing this Quran, and it unsettled me. And then it's like, yo, now like this shit happened very fast. Um, but once I had heard that, I went out into what's called the yard, right? Because I would have to wait at least another 7 days in order to go run down that corridor on a Friday, right? And I didn't know it was Islam because I was still dealing with something else, right? So in my mind, I approached the Jordanian dude. I just knew. To me, astaghfirullah, to me, he looked like an Arab. It's like, all right, so I'm trying to communicate with this brother. He doesn't really speak English too well. I was willing to teach him English in place of so that he could teach me Arabic. And I'm I'm missing. I'm realizing that I'm missing certain things. But he brought the Quran out, and I'm trying to find out how I can get paid in prison, right? So I'm trying to help this brother, right, with his English, and he's going to teach me Arabic, and then I'm going to learn how to pray, right? Because once I'd actually made it to Jumu'ah, right, I realized that there was a lot of black people in there, or and then there was like a pale skinned imam there, and I didn't know what I was looking at because I was told, with this other version of black Islam that people of pale skin couldn't be Muslim. That's why I went to the Arab who was pale skinned. He wasn't Muslim. I was like, I didn't even know. Anyway, I ended up learning the Quran from the Jordanian. I started attending the mosque, the Jumu'ah. I then started learning about that version or that uh, mainstream Sunni. No, Salafi. I was learning Salafi Islam in prison. Uh, there were the brothers. Everybody was so happy. Oh yeah, brother, come to us. That Islam that you was dealing with. That's not Islam. That's Islam. And uh, so I began to listen to these brothers, and they were now guiding me in Islam and had me growing out my lihya, and bumping my head. And it was kind of cliquish. And I was never into the cliquish stuff, right? So I ended up leaving them alone. But during the time that I was learning with them, you were able to get like prayer, little pamphlets, right? And they would teach you the phonetics, right, of Salah, right? For I can't even remember. I ain't off of Salah.
The,
So.
the vowels, right? The letters, the letters, the vowels. You
Yeah,
did.
yeah. It's just phonetics, I, takbir and all of that. I was trying to learn how to speak Arabic through the Quran and through the Sunnah. I didn't know that, the Quranic Arabic is a dialect all itself. Like I thought that some way, somehow, I was going to be out here. By the time I got home, I was going to be the super duper Muslim out here. I could speak Arabic, and I didn't know that, the Arabic in Morocco may not be the same as the Arabic in the Sudan. I didn't know that. That
Right, different dialects.
right, right. But I did not like the phonetics. I did not like repeating sounds that I didn't understand. So I already knew phrases, right? But the brother who I was learning from in Jordan, he didn't know how to write. He wasn't writing Aleph, ba, ta, tha, jim, ha, ha. He wasn't writing. It was all verbal. So now I'm like, yo, I gotta learn how to like read this. I want to read it. I don't want to just be, Allahu Akbar or Allah, like reading it off of something. I want to read the Quran. I want to read this shit. So I've gotten I've gotten transferred from one particular prison to another, and there it was yet another black or dark skinned, predominantly dark skinned Muslim thing going on within the prison walls. I came across the imam at that prison. He was I didn't really understand the difference, the sectarianism, the secularism within Islam to understand the issue at the time. But the imam who was there used to be part of the Nation of Islam, and he had just recently accepted Orthodox Islam. And the people the Ummah there, they felt as if maybe, because he was a mushrik, that he may still misguide the people with these foreign concepts being introduced into Islam. So I started learning other forms of Islam, but by this time I started learning everything. I was trying to learn Hebrew. I was trying from the Hebrew Israelites. I was trying to learn patois from the Jamaicans. I learned a little bit of Chinese from one of my cellmates. Like I got really involved in language. But once I was able to read and write, and at least not necessarily comprehend, but identify what I'm seeing in the Arabic, I started taking lessons to, I thought I was going to be a hafiz. He disconnected. But I thought I was going to be a hafiz or something, and so I just got really into the Arabic and Spanish as well. Uh, by the time I come home, I had been dealing with Suf. Yeah, I got you. I'll bring you back up. Uh, by the time I came home, I dealt with Sufi Islam, which I still stand in. Oh damn! I don't know how do I bring you up? Up there we go. Gotcha.
Sorry about that.
But once I started dealing with Sufi Islam, I realized that Black national Islam it was founded on the Sufism. Excuse me. And I accepted Sufism
I agree
and
with you.
Shiaism over the Black nationalism, but because at the time I was still considering myself Black, when I came home from prison, I started, I was this Sufi Muslim, Sufi Black Muslim. Um, and again, I had never heard of this brother here or his movement at all. I come to find out that the Islam that he teaches, or the all he did was he taught an Americanized version of Islam, and he even makes mention in the newspaper article that he understands that it may not be received well, but like I'll read that to you in a minute if you wish. But once I come home, I was dealing. I was out. I was back out in the streets, back on my bullshit, if you will. I'd had some altercations out there in the world, which caused me. I was basically on my way back to prison. I was going to. Well, my thoughts was that I was going to walk somebody down.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I came across while I was actually. I was en route to handle that. I'd been home for years, by the way, right? But I was on my way to go handle that. I ran into a woman who ended up being my son's mother, right? And I'm just going to save all of that for another time. But she started studying this Moorish movement on her own, and she had known from prior dealings with me that I knew something about Islam. Islam was never something that she had learned. So she's being introduced to Islam through what I would like to say Moorish deviants, right? Those who use certain information but deviate from the truth of it. But she had learned that stuff for about a year, and because we have a child together, and she had been interested in it, and she had been aware that I have a Muslim background myself. She had presented it to me. Uh,
Yeah.
and then I started studying it, and I'm like, yeah, this ain't Islam, right? She had told me that this is the mother organization, or this is the organization of which the Nation of Islam built its foundation on.
Oh wow, wow, that's pretty. Okay, all right.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, yeah. So you didn't know that,
No, I didn't know that.
right? So the Nation of Islam came after this movement.
I thought it was Farrakhan, but this is before Farrakhan, then, right?
So Farrakhan became the presiding officer of that organization whenever
Yeah.
the founder Elijah Muhammad uh,
Right.
right passed off. I guess you would say he was. I guess he was the only one charismatic enough, I guess, to keep it going. I don't really, again, I don't know because
So,
I never dealt with the organization
so Noble Drew.
outside of prison.
Sorry.
So
So
yeah.
Noble Drew. So Noble Drew was the teacher of this gentleman and not Louis Farrakhan, but the other gentleman. Um, um,
So
what,
there is evidence that points the suggestion. Uh, Elijah Poolbay
okay.
was a member of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, which was the civic organization before it became a religious organization as the Moorish Science Temple of America. David Ford L. Dawood Farad.
Yeah.
David Ford L. Wallace David Ford L. Wali Dawood Farad Muhammad was a member of the Moorish Holy Temple of Science. Not to say that they were high up in rank or to say that they had any real push or involvement. It is understood during those roaring 1920s that those blacks who could actually went, and they were parts of all different types of organizations, and unions, and societies and whatnot. And again, you can see this as you can see the evidence in the fact of how core principles remain. Noble Drew Ali was a member of the old Canaanite temple,
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
right?
Are these gentlemen that wear the bow tie and they sell the bean pie? Is that the
Well,
same?
that's the Nation of Islam. So that is the manner in which uh, their group of people can be identified in business, right? Because the Nation of Islam is definitely a business model to follow. Particularly, they have their own farms. They have industry, right? They, as far as black groups come, the Nation of Islam is at the top.
Okay, and then the Hebrew Israelites is a different section, like maybe like on the other side.
Yeah, they're not the nation of. So yeah, Hebrew. Those who identify with the Hebrew diaspora, they are not acknowledged themselves through any Ismailite,
Oh,
Ismaili. They
they're
are
they're
they're
Canaan,
Israel. They're
Canaanites.
from Ishaq. Ishaq. They wish to be Israel.
Okay, okay, not like Canaan or
So
actual.
that's the thing, because we all come out of Canaan. The Israel, the Philistine, the Moabites, the Amorites, the Edomites, the Hittites. We all come out of it.
Right.
We're all brothers and sisters. We all came out of there, came into Africa through Egypt. The establisher of the old Canaanite temple that Noble Drew Ali studied from, his name is Abdul Hamid Suleiman. He was a Sudanese Egyptian born in Khartoum, and he boasted. I have the newspaper articles, right? That's why I speak on it like this.
Right.
He brought Mohammedan Freemasonry to America, and his intentions was to bring the Negroes back in harmony with their Syrian and Turkish Muslim brothers and sisters, right? And he established an old Canaanite temple of which Noble Drew Ali pays homage to in his lessons where he says that he got the idea of what is to be the Moorish Science Temple of America, right? It was founded in 1913 in Newark, New Jersey. Well, 1913, Newark, New Jersey was when he first entered the Mohammedan concept of not being a Negro. And he learned it because you'll hear a lot of these miseducated Moors say that Drew Ali went to Egypt. He didn't fucking go to Egypt. Egypt was already here. The brother Abdul Hamid Suleiman said that he was the high priest of the temples in Mecca and Medina. There's newspaper articles stating that he had told the Shriners, black and white Shriners, that their Islam or their Shrinerdom is not right. Basically because they're separate and independent. And at that particular time, you had the ancient, ancient, ancient Arabic. What's that? Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, which was the European. And then you had the ancient Egyptian Arabic Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, which were supposedly the black people, right? And the Europeans and these darks, these whites and these blacks, were in litigation over who had the right. Anyway, that brother came and he told them like he basically built a temple in Newark, New Jersey, and he established mosques in New York, some of them in Harlem. When you look at the Moorish Science Temple of America, and when you look at the Nation of Islam, you'll see that always in the same locations. These were, at the time, so-called Negro cosmopolitan areas. So I see the noble Drew Ali teaching his Moorish Americans that we all came out of the land of Canaan, getting the permission from the Egyptian pharaohs as Moabites, right? I see that he's saying that he learned, he became an Egyptian adept student in the old Canaanite temple. Then when Abdul Hamid Suleiman was going through whatever issues that he went through, Drew Ali had to move on, and he ended up what the Moorish Divine and National Movement is today. Is that was his solid foundation out of Egypt. He was taught by an Egyptian, obviously the brother Abdul Hamid Suleiman, as well the grandson of the establisher of the Baha'i faith. He had also sojourned here to America in the 1912, 1913 area. And his intentions was also to speak to the Negroes of America and to bring them back to, their inherent Islamness, if you will, right? Or their connection to Islam as well, and know that they are, human beings. And so I see all of this information in Noble Drew Ali's movement, but I see it all in, like everybody has taken this information and built on it. And the biggest issue that I've seen is that the movement that Noble Drew Ali literally identifies those who are called blacks, as white North African equal in the founding, white Republicans founded the Republic. Right.
Right.
So this, right. Well, not the American Indians, right? But the Republic was founded by everyone of the white race. That's the European nations. That's the Middle Eastern nations. That's the North African nations. They're all white.
Yeah.
So he's the only one saying, "Hey, y'all are from here. You were there at the signing. You were misidentified because of you not allowing you. You were called black because you lost your way." And all of these other groups, they're black. Drew Ali told his people, "You're not black, Negro, or color." But let them know that they're He's called them Africans. He's called them Asiatics, right? To me, that sounds like an Afro-Asiatic thing. And when we say Afro-Asiatic, It's literally Afro-Eurasiatic in that context. That's Eurasia in that context. And so you have Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. Again, that's the white race. That's the North Africans, the Europeans, the Middle Easterners, according to the SF 181 form. All these other groups are telling these people that you're Africans or that you're this or you're that, but that you're black. We're black Indians. We're black Moors. We're black Moroccans. Like, black is not a thing in humanity.
Exactly, exactly,
So,
exactly. There's a gal inside this in the chat that's mentioning that she has some very interesting knowledge. I'd like you guys. I would like her to address that a little bit if you want. I mean,
none
I
as
don't know.
loud, neither is white. Listen here, man. If that's
Oh
how
yeah,
you
you're right.
feel, that's how you feel, right?
It's kind of rough.
According to the lessons that I've learned, white means purity, purity means God. Excuse me. Yeah. White means purity, purity means God, and God means ruler of the land. All right, so I would always be in such a status because man and God are one, according to the Tawheed that this brother taught.
White equals landowner royal.
Yes, absolutely. Now, yeah, okay, all right. Again. This is why I don't do all this, bro, because you
Right.
got people just shooting off answers and shit, like shooting off shit like they teaching in the room, and I'm really not a fan of that.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate your explanations and stuff. That's pretty great knowledge. I really appreciate that. Um,
Well, I hope that it helps.
yeah,
So just to let you know, bro, what I do here, when I'm speaking to the people, I'm not speaking to the Moorish Americans, right? I'm speaking as a Moorish American to all other people, trying to bring to light to other people what it is that Moorish Americans are supposed to be doing so that they could be able to say, hey, as a Moorish American, you're supposed to be doing this, not that, which would then help these people get the fuck right. You know what I mean? So I'm never talking to the Moorish American of
yeah. You're
North
just
African descent. I'm never talking to them. They're doing enough talking to each other, and ain't shit happening. I just feel like Drew Ali told us that Drew Ali told his Moorish Americans to look to all these other American citizens, right? And there's a whole newspaper article where he's giving a plea. He's pleading to all these other American citizens, right? He's like, I know my people done lost their fucking shit, right? He's like, please help me, right? Like, teach them. So this is me doing my part and reminding American citizens of what it is that we need to be doing for the Moorish Americans. Like, we need to be teaching them about real citizenship. People like Yusuf El, he's not a Moorish American, right? Um, and whether he likes it or not, he teaches sovereign citizen doctrine, or he teaches doctrine from a perspective that is too ambiguous to be specific.
yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
You know, and all law is specific.
Yeah.
Oh, a
Uh,
sovereign can definitely be a citizen. You just have to understand the sovereignty and the citizenship together are in the state.
uh
Sovereignty is with the state. Well, I'm a statesman. I'm one of we the people, but I'm one, a part of a whole. I'm not separate by myself. So I'm sovereign within my state. I'm a citizen within my state. When the sovereign citizen movement initially started, it's nothing like what we see today. I've actually really seen uh, uh, I don't know how to call them or describe them. It was like sovereign citizen
American Day.
uh,
The day. It was a
Huh?
day. It was a celebration of a day. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
I'll send it
So,
to you. I'll send it to you.
so I'm reading that and I'm understanding that conceptually, if they're identifying themselves as a sovereign, it's inherently attached to the state. And if they're saying they're a citizen, then of course it's identifying with the state. But people have taken that, they've muddied that, right? They removed the state because the state wasn't mentioned. I guess people missed the point. And it's like, oh, we're sovereign citizens. No. Yeah, yeah, all right. So you're a state citizen. No. Oh, you're fucking retarded. To be a sovereign citizen, and it's positive, and it's here you go. In its etymological sense, you would have to be with the state. And that article that we both recognize, that was issued through the United States, was it not?
Yeah, yeah, it was. It was called American Citizen Day. Yeah.
Right,
American
American
Day.
Citizen Day, and they call them sovereign citizens of the what? Of the nation. Well, the nation is the state, so they have to be a part of the state. It was a
Yep.
misunderstanding. Again, it's just, same with his movement and other people's movements. People got a hold of it who either did not wish to know, to read and comprehend, or refused to let everybody else know what they know, and they just took them down a whole other road. I don't see, Drew Ali used a term called free national citizen, right? Free is sovereignty and nation and state, right? So when I say I'm a free national citizen, right, or a national free citizen, either I'm a state national or I'm a nation state citizen, and my sovereignty is already in there. Why? Because I'm connected to the nation, not because I'm by myself out here, not because I'm acting like I'm not a part of the state or the nation union. I'm a free national. That sounds like sovereign state. So instead of saying, Drew Ali already gave me the proper verbiage to use. I'm not going to go out here and say sovereign state citizen because that image has already been fucked up, right? And no matter how much these Moors are trying to tear up what Drew Ali brought, they can't tear that up. Like I don't hear anybody out here talking about their free national citizens. I really don't even hear that term except through the Moors. All right. But again, I don't have to say sovereign state citizen. I'm a national citizen. Everyone within the nation, according to the 1774 constitutional law set out, they're already free and equal. So,
Are they really already free?
yeah, freedom doesn't mean secular or independent. I mean, you're free to contract, you're free to choose, but understand what comes with it. That's why you're supposed to be informed. Those who are knowledgeable, they're the ones that we elect and put in office. Those who are qualified. We're not all qualified to do the same thing.
Hi. I just
Yes,
woke
I
up,
am.
so
How you doing?
I'm good. And you?
I'm high.
You high? Oh, I'm high too. Well, anyways, so a sovereign citizen. So Noble Drew Ali, is he saying that? Um,
He's not identifying with sovereign citizenship at all.
I know,
As
no,
it
no, no, no.
relates.
I'm past the
Okay,
sovereign citizen thing now.
okay.
I'm asking, is he saying he's from these lands?
Yeah. He's saying that his ancestors came to these lands. He's not saying that he's the original peoples here. He's saying that his ancestors sojourned over here before uh, 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 um, um, common time history, right?
Okay.
So before colonialism,
Okay,
we were
yeah. Before
here,
Columbus. Yeah.
right, and we
Yeah, they came
intermixed
here.
in
Okay.
with the peoples here, and there were civilizations that
Yep.
are evident not just by these Moabites, but all North Africans, right? He's stating that the North Africans, the Middle Easterners, and even the European nations all came here to America.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
That's what
Um,
he's saying. He's not saying that we're the Indians.
yeah, y'all are really
He's
the
saying that some
Americans.
of us may be within those
Yeah,
diasporas.
they married into. Yeah,
Right, but because the American Indians have their own classification and they're not recognized as the creators of the United States of America, right? They're
yeah.
tribal, not national. Drew Ali is saying we're not American Indians. We're
I
not
get it.
those people. The
Yeah, like I'm
American
those
Indians
people.
are the
I got
original
that
people.
lineage in me,
Huh?
and I get it. I say I got Indian lineage in me. I got West
I do
Indian.
too.
Yeah, and then I'm not talking about the ones we see today. These natives. I'm talking about melanated people, right?
This is a
Uh,
no hate zone. This is a non color zone.
this is not hate. This is truth because
Uh, I'm
the
listen.
southeast part of the United States.
Those people that you call those people, if you are an American Indian, those are your people. They're just the pale skin, and the pale skins and the
That's
dark
not
skins
true.
don't,
They're
and the
at the
pale
basket.
skins
They're
and the
at
dark
the
skins don't want
Baskins.
to identify as one people,
They're
and
at the
that's where y'all are
Baskins.
fucking up at.
They're at the Baskins, right? They're from what we would call Russia that got exiled into Siberia. So they're not
That's
part of
all
my people.
right. So you were the people who were already here before those,
Yep,
because I
I
just said that
was.
Eurasians came here.
Yeah, they did through the Bering
So
Strait.
you're the
Some
people
came
who
in
were
as
here
slaves.
before them, right?
Yes, my people were.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Y'all have your own tribal governments, right?
I'm not tribal. We had nations.
No, y'all, no, no, y'all didn't. Y'all had tribes that
No, I can
later
show
left
you
them.
where one of my ancestors, who was Algonquin,
You from the so
He was
you
the
align with the
emperor of the
Haudenosaunee, right?
Nanaco. Huh?
You're one of the Haudenosaunee nations, right?
I guess so. Whatever
You
they
mean
call
you
it
guess so?
today.
You don't have your history.
Whatever they call it today. I mean, they blurred history.
Haudenosaunee is an Algonquian word.
Oh my God.
It means people of the Longhouse. In French, they call it Iroquois,
Thank you.
but that's
At first they
French.
called it
You have
what? At
French,
first they
right?
called it what?
In the language of the Algonquin, within those nations, it was called the Haudenosaunee.
But you said at first they called it what?
Haudenosaunee.
When you said Iroquois.
No, I said in French, it's known as Iroquois. French is a Iroquois, and it's not an American word. It's a French word. That's what the French dark skinned peoples who came over here from Europe that you're saying you're not a part of. That's how they
I ain't from
identify the
Europe. I
darker
never said
skinned
I'm not
people
part of
there who were
Europe.
Native Americans.
Who said they weren't part of Europe?
I didn't say. I said they were part of Europe.
I know, and I'm part of Europe.
Nothing wrong with
The
that.
people of this land, the people of this land is
Europeans,
from
Middle Easterners, and North Africans. All of it
it's
is.
not all North Africa. It's going to be Morocco or Mauritania. Mauritania was an island. All of North Africa, whereas the desert was
What is the point that
underwater.
you're trying to make, fam? Because I feel like I feel like I'm being sunken, put in a sunken place.
You know, you don't want to listen. I'm not saying you got to believe or what I'm saying. You can go research what I'm saying, but I'm saying
Fuck out of here.
Oh,
Not with
that
that.
was it. It was the neighborhood.
Not with
Oh
that
well.
shit. Not with that shit.
Yeah,
If that's how she feel, that's how the fuck she feel. Go teach that shit where she at. That shit's not allowed up here.
I get it. I get it.
She came behind you, bro. Check your people.
They're not my people because she's a native Indian and I'm not.
I mean,
So
as far as these platforms, bro. As far as these groups and all of that, like I thought she followed in under you, man.
uh, well, she's a
I
friend of
don't even
she's a
know. She wants to
she's
be an American Indian, but she doesn't want to follow the classification. She wants to go on and talk about she's this and she's that, and other people aren't this and that. I'm not. Nobody in American history was for division. The whole concept of being an American anything is fucking unity. So I don't want to hear none. If you're a fucking American, whatever you call yourself that. But don't come over here. That shit ain't got no equity in it. Leave it off my table. Straight up. I'm no politician. I'm no political Indian. How are you? You know what? What makes you an Indian? Where is India? Where is American Indian, yo? Let's play this game. If you can type it, I'll talk to you. You can't come up on the platform though. Where the fuck is American India at? You're an American Indian, and that's cool. What makes you Indian? Indian is not even an American word. Who gave you that? Out here calling yourself Indian. Who called you that? You're taking the names of somebody else. Who called you that?
It says
Where
the Indies.
is American India at? There's no African America. There's no fucking American India. Stop with that bullshit. Damn. Talk about I don't want to listen. You don't want to fucking listen. Fuck out of here. That's why I can't become a politician right now. I'm still working on myself.
Well, Indian is there's the red dot Indian and there's the feather Indian. So I think
I'm aware of the Indian, but when people say I'm an American Indian because I'm from America, I ask them, where the fuck is American India at? To the best of my understanding, a fucking Sicilian, so he was of Moorish descent, still a European named Cristobal Columbus, right? He came over here speaking Spanish and said something in Spanish, and now all of a sudden these niggas is Indians? That wasn't what they called themselves. He didn't even see, he never even came on the fucking mainland and say that them niggas was the Indians that he was talking about.
Oh, I see. Right.
So how are y'all Indians? Who gave you that? A man that never made it on the land. Now, yeah, West Indies, where's the East Indies? Those are the Indians in fucking Hindustan. That's where India's over there.
With the red dot, yeah.
I'm just saying there's a culture, it's not called Hinduism. The practice is called Sanatana Dharma, which means like the eternal law of peace, which is ultimately al-Islamiyya, right? But those are East Indians. Drew Ali was identified as an East Indian whose birthplace was Norfolk, Virginia. So he was identified as an Indian, but not as a fucking American Indian. Look, that's Barat. Yeah, so I've already been where she's at, right? And I can probably get to the core of her source of information, right? And she's fucking lost. You want to call it? Do they call themselves Baratan? Are they Baratan? Do you know why they're called Hindu instead of Sindhu? It's in their constitution. Where's your constitution as an American Indian? Where is yours? Where is it? There's a mention. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 mentions Indians. Who called you Indians?
You got a point there. That's a good point.
I'm just saying, the Europeans called you Indians. That's not what you called yourself.
What if she just decides that we can just talk like a civilized? Would that be possible? Or
No, I don't want to talk to people. I got a one straight rule.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because it's not. Again, this is why I told. This is not beneficial for me.
No, I understand.
And I'm not here to bash, so I'm not bringing it to. I'm not here to bash. I'm really not, man. I just that shit, bro. I've already been there.
She says she has a little like some secrets or something. She goes, she has some
I don't
secrets.
have any secrets.
No, I know you. No, I know. I'm saying
I'm not a secretive person. Don't tell me anything that you don't want to be told.
that's yeah. I hear that.
I'm here to abide by the law. I'm like Charleston White. I'm not snitching. I'm telling. Snitching means I was doing something wrong with you, and I'm trying to get out of my of any punishment. Nah, nigga, I'm telling. Do my own family tree, but yeah. So even when they do their family tree, when they go and they're going to start pulling all of their information from like quote unquote European sources.
Do we even trust? How do we trust them in the first place?
Huh?
How do we trust them anyway? You know, they might lie to us. You don't know these people. Like,
I know that when I did the census of my own ancestry, I found some people who could be identified as Melungian. Because people are on that phenotype bullshit, right? Haplogroup bullshit, right? So I seen some phenotypes that could have been looked at as even maybe Polynesian, right? Um, American Indian, um, anything Latin, right? I don't, I don't, I don't say that that's not my family, right? But I've seen misinformation on both sides, on all of my readings. I've my maternal grandfather is listed as white and as black, and I can assure you that man was as dark as coffee grounds and played with pigs on a farm. So I know that these census papers could be, you know, they could be misinformative.
you
I know that
think that
Noble Drew Ali was listed as being from North Carolina, that his mother's name was Eliza Turner, and that his father's name or his stepfather's name, because they don't know which one he was adopted into, right? They never talk about that. Was supposedly named John Washington Drew, and supposedly they were a part of the Cherokee, or if you want to say the Slagi people, or some of them may call it the Anyunwi people, whatever the case may be, right? Supposedly Drew, so I guess it would have been the father, but he was listed as someone from there. And Eliza, there was some American Indian lady, right, who calls herself Empress Verdiasi, who supposedly she drew her lineage right down to Noble Drew Ali through that, and it is said that she gained back a lot of land that was stolen throughout the Louisiana Purchase. But I also found that Noble Drew Ali was born to his father's name was James Drew, and the mother's name was Lucy Drew, and they were born in Norfolk. He was born in Norfolk, Virginia. And I have more
wow.
evidence that Noble Drew Ali was born in Norfolk, Virginia, than he ever was in fucking Carolina. And the person who was born in the state of North Carolina, that nigga's name is Timothy Drew, but his name is Thomas Drew. And I have newspaper articles that says Thomas Drew, the Egyptian adept priest, he did 18 months in a federal prison. Like I have these documents. He was identified as an East Indian whose birthplace was Norfolk, Virginia. And I also have evidence from when he came back from the Pan American Conference, and you're seeing his name on the motherfucking ship manifest. And again, it says birthplace Norfolk, Virginia. And then we have in the Moorish oral statements or whatnot. These are supposed to be like the hadiths and sunnah, right? So it's like, Musnad, all these narrations from supposed shuyukh, right? These is what the prophet did, shit like that, right? And it is stated that Damn, where was I going? Oh
With
shit.
Drew.
Oh, all right, yeah. Uh, Noble Drew Ali on the Shitbed Fest, Norfolk, Virginia. The newspaper, Norfolk, Virginia. I actually have an address for him. Oh, that's what. All right, I remember. In the oral statements, it is alleged that Noble Drew Ali had told his people, who, as he says at that time, they had mental slavery. Like they were the black people who were known as black. They were very super fucking stitious, right? They believed anything, right? And so the statement is that I did not tell you where I was born or who my parents were, because I did not wish for you to make over my birthplace as a shrine or to make over my parents the same way that was done to Joseph and Mary. Now he's talking to black people who love Jesus. I don't know if you really understand the implication when I say black people that love them some Jesus. Right? And so to them, they seen him as a Jesus figure. And so he told them, I didn't tell you where the fuck I was born. And then he tells you in his literature, he gives you this other information. So to tie that all back to that Eliza Turner shit, that person is claiming that she got all this land back, right? Through Timothy Drew, that does not fucking exist. It's not who he was. That's not Thomas Drew. So whoever she aligned herself with, it wasn't him. But this is what I mean by people using him to press their own agenda. He told the people he was born in the state of North Carolina so that they wouldn't go to Norfolk, Virginia. When you do the census records and you find out that he was born, he was an adopted son of James and Lucy Drew, not John Drew and Elijah Turner, who's known as Tunica, and all that fucking bullshit that these people be running. When you find the truth out, you see that shit ain't got nothing to do with him. It ain't him. It's not him. They're not. So, and she's running. The sister who came on talking all that shit, that's what she's doing. You know, she's talking about, she's in that diaspora or diaspora, however the fuck that word said.
That sounds like a just diaspora, yeah.
Like that's where
I think you got the name.
that's where
Yeah, that was right.
Malachi York, he went that path. He went the Indian path, and then he wanted to go fucking be in Liberia or Libya. Now he wants that. Now he wants to be a fucking Libyan. Now he can't be none of that. Not that I say that he did what he was charged for, but he definitely had people around him that meant him no good. And since he was already, I can tell that he was already sold out. All right, his not sold out like he's trying to mislead the people, but like his morals and shit. He was willing to take $1.
I see. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Not saying that he meant to. It's like, hey, I've got all this information and shit. I could do my own thing. Oh, and he got caught up in that. Instead of just being a fucking steward, he wanted to be a ruler. And that shit fell on him. Because you were compromised, you had compromised people around you. You had handlers, whether you know it or not.
And now he's locked up, right? Now he's stuck.
Yeah, now unfortunately. But again, you know, I don't like Drew Ali was locked up at least 2 times that I'm aware of. He did federal time. You know, and then whenever his movement was being infiltrated and smeared, if you will, he was the first person. No, he wasn't. All right, so he was accused of underage relation.
Yeah, relationships with minors. Yeah.
Right. Now, you and me understanding Islam. not even using Aisha alayhi salam, because that was an extraordinary situation altogether. And even then, she was of age. She wasn't 8 or 9. But knowing that in the customs of a Muslim, right? Um, I believe the sister may have been like 14. All right. But they were married under Islam.
Yeah, I think in America it's a little different though, huh?
So in America, you have the right to religious freedom,
Yeah.
right? He was organized. So again, the people around him allowed that to be misconstrued. And people, his own, they gathered around and they brought him down. This also happened to Elijah Muhammad, in which he was having relationships, but he was denying it. That was his issue, you know. But even the Egyptian Adab priest Abdul Hamid Solomon, who was he established the old Canaanite temple. Like whenever he started having legal woes, it was under that auspice as well. So here we have Muslims in America attempting
Yeah.
to be Islamic, understanding that the women are groomed,
Yeah.
right? We're brought there, everyone. So it's not like they're unintelligent or unaware. There's a whole culture. It's just not, hey, I just want to, right? Culturally. In America, Christianity did not accept that. You know, he fell. Drew Ali had those charges placed on him. Nothing ever came of it. And again, with Elijah Muhammad, I feel like he was admitting guilt. And if you're admitting guilt, then you never felt like you were doing it for the right reasons anyway. But he admitted guilt by hiding the fact from his people. Like publicly within their organization, I think there were at least 9 women from like, I don't know, 14 and set. They were all underage, who at one point in time were under the employment of Elijah Muhammad, and they all ended up fathering or being mothering his children. But in their organization, if it is found out that you are being promiscuous, right, um, then you are publicly, not publicly, but within the organization, you're publicly shamed. And so he was publicly shaming these young ladies as if they were having relationships outside somewhere else when he was actually fathering his children. This is actually one of the things that caused Malcolm X, right, to turn on his heels and start fucking with him, because he brought that information to Elijah Muhammad, that he got it from Elijah Muhammad's son. He brought this information to Elijah because Elijah was like a father to him, you know, and he was following the organizational rules. It's like, hey, you know, we know the rules, you know, we're sticklers, you know, we have to be just even against our very selves. And you know, Malcolm X, he speaks on this to some end, that when he had brought this to Elijah Muhammad's attention, at first he tried to dismiss it by saying, you know, this is in the Quran, and you know, Allah told us to multiply and be fruitful, and you know, this, that, and you know, but the fact that like Malcolm X didn't like, he couldn't accept the fact that you were shaming these women in the organization as if they did something wrong. When you did that, you're shaming them. The whole Ummah thinks that they out here sliding on people. You're supposed to be the messenger of Allah, and you're out here hurting people. You know what I mean? So he knew he was guilty. That was one of the downfalls, one of the declines of Brother Malik, was when he started questioning certain things. And he states that when he came to Elijah Muhammad questioning him, he wasn't doing it, and he was actually in disbelief himself. He did not think that, you know, that this would be true. But because Malcolm X was such a great businessman, right? And he stood on his principles and shit. He brought it to him. Like, hey, I just need to know, you know. And that was again, whether he was senile or just plain old corrupt, whatever the case may be, you know, things happen the way they happen. You know. I know of a story. I don't know if it was in New York or Boston, somewhere on the East Coast. There was an African. I can't remember where he was from, what country he was from. But in his country, according to custom, in his country, the women, right, there was a decline in the women, right, and so that in their culture, right, any man who's out there multiplying, right, or keeping the generations going, right, they're looked at as beneficial. He was here in America, and he was having sex with young women of his tribe right here in America. And initially, he was brought up on charges. We understand what types of charges, statutory, this, that, and the third. But it was later revealed that this was his. This was the common law that he was accustomed to, and that he wasn't doing it for the wrong reasons, and that it took into account that these were his customs. Like he was not convicted of that shit. Like this was his own personal common law. To his people, he was doing a fucking service because there aren't enough of them people in his homeland. But that's just to say, that's to show that certain customs and cultures, there is a right to them, but again, they come with duties, responsibilities. You can't just be out here breeding with young people who aren't, like, for what purpose? There was purpose in what, multiplying and being fruitful, especially in Islam, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala instructs us, to go out there and meet the Muslims out there, north, south, east, west, multiply, But I know that there's, the most always the opposition comes from non-Islamic, predominant representation within the government. Drew Ali was teaching that he was giving the people the template of representative government. And instructed his people was that when the Emergency Banking Act came in, to follow those rules and procedures in banking. Like he told us to do that shit. He told us to get with that. You got a lot of people out here telling you, oh, they stole the money. I'm just telling you that Drew Ali, according to his understanding, his forecasting in the business world and the economy, he foresaw the crash. He foresaw the benefit that was coming. And he told his people, or he told the Muslims specifically, not just the Moors, Americans, and when needed, act according to the laws of performing the procedure of an emergency act. This could not have been published any later than, we'll say, June of 1929 or of 1928. Excuse me. He prepared the here, I'll read that to you. Let me read that to you, right?
Yeah, that would be nice.
So this is a newspaper article from the Moore's Guide newspaper, and again, because I feel like we may be getting more exposure than I expected. Thank you, beloved. It's called the Moore's Guide newspaper. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm reading an article entitled "Think This Over, You Moors," and I would like to qualify it before I read it. He is explaining the banking procedures to the trustees in his organization. He's telling them
Wow.
how to do the banking and financing. And then he's going to make a statement within this that lets me know that he was telling the people to prepare. All right, he's recognized as a prophet. A prophet is supposed to be what? A foreteller, a forecaster, right? He gets it from God. He knows before you do. All right. So he's going to tell you something. It says all sheikhs, all grand sheikhs, Sheikh al Akbar, right? Shuyukh al Akbar, or Kabir, whatever, must prepare for the prophet before he comes to visit them. Must see to it that all is clean and in perfection, as far as comfort is possible. Otherwise, do not arrange to have his presence. All members should pay from 25 cents to 50 cents weekly toward the emergency fund. This fund will increase so that it will soon amount to the grand sum of $1,000. That is, if you are loyal Moors. The emergency fund goes into the bank. The treasurer will tend to the responsibility of seeing that the money is in the bank, yes, and under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America Finance. When needed, act according to the law pertaining to the procedure of performing an emergency act. Mind you, he's teaching them banking, right? He didn't say if. It wasn't a suggestion, right? When needed is not a suggestion. It's an instruction. It says no head of any said temple is to borrow from any member more than $5 to $10 unless by notification of the prophet the necessity for the loan. When any said temple desires to purchase property, they must first notify the grand body or the prophet, and it must be purchased under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America or Noble Drew Ali. An individual name should never be applied. I, Noble Drew Ali, am responsible for all finance. So therefore, let I, the prophet, know what is on me. Some of you have slipped and slipped drastically. So you'd better lace up your shoes before I get there. Everything, every business transaction or anything pertaining to finance is to be transacted in the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America or Noble Drew Ali. We Moors must maintain a grand treasurer, just as in the days of our forefathers. Then you are a nation. Until then, you are nothing. The emergency fund is issued by no book, but by an emergency card punched according to contribution, then marked on book. That is the law, and the law must live. The government is behind me, and I must get behind you, for I must uphold and enforce the law. My mission is to save you Moors. The heads of all temples, the grand sheikhs and sheikhesses, must conform to the divine principles: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. They must live the life among the members and be loved even as the prophet is loved. They must not practice the principle of segregation among any group in his or her temple. So again, he wasn't telling us to, like the Nation of Islam and all these other people. He wasn't telling us to separate ourselves neither, right? He says, I'm gonna stop there, but because I feel like I made the point. While he's telling the people, while he's giving the financial instructions, how to do our banking now, right? He told them, and when needed, we're going to do our banking according to this emergency banking act, according to this emergency act that is to come. All right, Drew Ali was basically instructing the American citizens to get with the times for your own benefit. And again, this is the whole secure party redemption manual. So in those times, they were under ecclesiastical. They had their actual gold, money, silver. They pulled all their finances right into their own treasuries at that time prior to 1929 crash when the reset was to start, and they financed their own movement. They pledged everything at that time to their state, but he told the people, that the time was going to come when we were going to have to nationalize, right, in these days. And so now that the Emergency Banking Relief Act has been passed, right, the people have administrative easement. They're supposed to pledge. This is the whole purpose. This is one of the things that happens, if you understand process, when you
Right.
actually apply for your passport, right? You're applying for citizenship. You're securing your security instrument. You're pledging all of your property and your assets, right? And your passport confers citizenship, right? So I'm doing the same thing where I'm pledging all of my commercial energies that was now in the birth certificate, Social Security. I'm pledging that. I'm giving up legal title back to its creator and receiving equitable title through my passport so that I could act through the administrative relief, because we're no longer dealing with tangibles, right? We're dealing with debts and credits. And you and I should also, I know that you know, because you was trying to get in the market the other day. We're actually having that same reset where we're going digital. So it's important I feel like it would be smart and wise to check for any acts that suggest anything about the finance, aka this great beautiful bill, this big beautiful bill.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just following the times. History repeats itself.
Yeah, that's what's scary when it repeats itself, right?
What's scary is once you actually see what happened, then it's like, damn, I can see what's coming, and they can't. I see everybody sees a burning fire, right? But I know that I can walk through the bush. They're scared at the appearance of the fire, that they're afraid to walk through the bush. Even when I walk through the bush. Like I see it. I'm not scared. I don't look at government as a bad thing. Again, there is a host of non-genius, unqualified political representatives, and I know that they are this way because they come from the stock of American citizens, or just that way. We change it when we go in. Stop fighting it. Neo stopped fighting it. Neo embraced it. Neo became the fucking agent for the machines and for the people of Zion, just by getting rid of that fucking bullshit. Just by embracing everything. He didn't merge the fucking trust. He distinguished himself. He became one. And all things that he did was for the benefit of all the other humanity. Stop using the Social Security card, right? He stopped trying to beat the system. He recognized that, he had to embrace the system if any change was going to if he was going to have any say so in the future of Zion, right? He had to go in contract with them any fucking way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
This is the redemption man. Drew Ali gave us the redemption manual. Drew Ali says that the information that he was given was already out there, right? So Drew Ali is not saying, he's not putting himself in a position where it's like, hey, you know what? I'm the first one to tell you this. Drew Ali is the first one to tell his people, from his group of people. Drew Ali was born. Well, He was identified as a Negro, and he was identified as an Ethiopian, aka East Indian. If you know, you know. Uh, but he came through all of that, and he was like, "Hey, look, my people, this is what everybody else is doing. This is what we're supposed to be on." And he told them, "Hey, you can go find this everywhere." Uh, that's why I'm able to see it everywhere. You know, I know. Again, I know that the people out here talking about whatever he did, they ain't. All these redemption manuals and secure party creditor processes that we see, where they keep putting Drew Ali's name in it, it ain't it. It ain't it. Drew Ali was leading all of his people back into the government.
Oh man, like he was like under like what he was probably. You think he was probably part of the system?
Absolutely, he was a Pan American, so he made sure he desired for his movement to not be in any way confused with any Back to Africa movement. He was Pan American. He was all for the United States government.
But what about the Yakub? The Yakub.
I mean, if people want to sit here and debate,
A myth, right, or something? A myth.
it's a concept, and it's not one that I'm really fond of, because regardless of whether pale skin came from dark skin, I'm looking at what's inside you anyway, and it ain't got no fucking color.
It's
But
more division.
yeah,
More division. Yeah.
that's all it is. It's supremacy. There are all of these concepts where you have this imbalance. One is better than another for whatever reason. In Islam, all are equal under Allah. The rich, the poor, right? Everybody, there is no high and low in Islam. Everyone is accepted as having the same khushu, right? Innately, excuse me. Everyone was born with the same fitra. Pardon. No one is any better or any. So when we have all of this division and disunity that's being portrayed out here, that's not Islam to me, and that's just not. I don't see that. I don't even see that in nature.
Well, why they? Why? What is this whole thing about? How much? Why they hate Israel so much then? The Gazans and everything.
Uh, so just like I explained to that sister, right, that there's a group of people who are a particular complexion who are looking at another group. Both of these groups are saying you're not original, and they're the same fucking people. That's why they hate Israel.
All right.
You're telling me that I'm better than you. Man, we're all fucking Canaanites. I'm better than you. This is no longer Palestine. This is the Philistine people. It's Israel. Bro, you're taking the Bible literally. You're not supposed to do that. That's a whole nother thing, right? But that whole division shit, man, that is not ad-din Allah.
Well, if you just talk about the sites, just the artifacts, the Alaska Mosque
People
and
have
the
this concept that because someone is from somewhere or because someone looks like, people are judging people's appearance rather than their true character. And that's what's causing the division. Yes, every nation of people have a testament, have a time period where we can look back and see the good and the bad of it. Empires rise and fall. That's the ebb and flow. No one is better than anybody except in piety. I could go out here and get all the money in the world, right? I could feed. I could do all these things, but behind the scenes, I'm doing everything. I'm plotting. I'm scheming. I'm doing everything that harms to get that bread. Religiously, Allah's not going to accept that. Esoterically, the universe is going to give you what you get. All that's hidden comes to the light. I'm not here to divide. You know what I mean? Here we go with Chief Master. That must be somebody else, but still, let me see. We're not all the same. See, so if you don't feel like there's only one human race, then hey, I don't understand subhuman. I don't relate to subhuman. All of that talk about Yakub, all of those versions of bringing one out of another, we could take that back to the Anunnaki. And in that case, all your motherfucking avatars are spliced. You were all created from something that was already the fuck here. Fuck you mean? It's just crazy to me, man. You want to sit here and say these pale skinned people were created from the genes of all these other things and other primates. That's the whole story for all these fucking avatars. What you mean? That's what I mean. I don't be understanding. Like, people don't do enough study. Can't sit here and say they're different on the outside, but what are they on the inside? You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm not concerned with anything that materializes. That's called the dunya. That's the illusion. I don't base off of what the fuck I see. I base it off of what I experience. I must come to know. I need to try you to see if you're true. I don't need to look at you and be like, oh yeah, he looked just like me. He good. Even in the black communities, every what they every brother ain't a brother. Every skin ain't a brother, or something like that. Every brother ain't a brother. Just because you look like me don't mean you're for me.
Exactly.
So I'm not out here, that whole, again, that's just one of those distractions that divide. I look at everybody like a human. Even those who want to go out there and dress like animals and shit. Hey, I'm an elephant. Okay, you can think that, but to me, you're a human. In the same manner that whatever Muslim means, right? To me, everyone's a Muslim. Even if you tell me you're not, you are to me. But if you wish to act other than, and to me, a Muslim, the word Muslim or masalam, just means perfected. I'm one of Allah's vanguards. That's all. I'm a Khalif. That's all Muslim means to me. I'm a fiduciary. And I'm out here for all of Allah's creation. I make no distinction. I say, hey, you might have a different nationality than me. Hey, you may have different citizenship status than me. You're still a human being, though. But you will never teach hate knowingly. Knowingly. If you're out, listen, if you focus on how people, if you try to say that a whole group of people did bad based on how they look, right? Their history, right? Apply that to yourself too. Here's a fun fact. Here's a fun fact for you. Dark-skinned people, melanated, like as y'all like to say, melanated people enslaved pale-skinned people. That was the beginning. This is a cycle. This is a cycle. All nations have suffered slavery at the hands of other nations for not being their motherfucking selves. I don't know what started in New York City. I know it's no color, we all one. Right. Well, those people have just as much uh, right to the land as you do. America doesn't belong to any one people. It belongs to all people, unified as one. Anything pre-America, hey, you can have all the claim to that as you wish. But everything after 1774 says that everybody's involved. Everybody is on equal ground so long as you know the law. It no longer belonged to any one person. As a matter of fact, the colonies in here, they unified in order to stop being treated uh, uh, as unequal, as unjust and unfair. They said, "Fuck it, we'll all link up here and just say we all in it." Yeah, I know you're dark skinned. Yeah, I know you're Christian, whatever the case, but we're all Americans. Yeah, we all gonna follow this decree, this Constitution, right? Oh, yeah. All right, that's cool. We all on that. We're all gonna learn to respect each other, live in harmony, right? And we're gonna put our backs one to another and defend everybody. I mean, as long as you live the life accordingly. All that division shit, that's for the birds, you know. We have to do our shadow work. You know, we have to fall in order to rise. You know, I've been down a lot of those paths that a lot of these people present. I've touched the fire many times, so to speak, right? And again, genuinely, um, I don't propagate anything that suggests that any human being is not a human being, or that any group of people are better than any other group of people merely on the appearance. I don't care about the status quo. I don't care about the social norm. I don't care about the ancient hatreds, the traditions and shit. I don't care about the rituals, none of that. Because a lot of that shit was made up by people who were hate filled. Of course, if there are people who are acting unjust, you know, it is their character that you dislike, not them themselves. You know, no one is born bad. No one is born imperfect. I'm gonna hold you to your standard. If you have the same national standard as me, I'm gonna hold you to it until you show me otherwise. So again, I can't get down. I can't get down with any of those movements that suggest that you know national origin, race, citizenship, whatever the case. I can't get down with any movements that discriminates people within any of those, you know, classifications. Brother John. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Well, I'm not sure if the brother's still on. You have Americans arguing with Africans. Americans are arguing with themselves. Americans are arguing with everybody. The United States is under attack from all sides because the people don't know how to unify themselves. You know, an unorganized army is no army indeed. Prime example in Islamic history, when Muhammad, Mehmed the Conqueror, when the Turkish Muslim of the Ottoman Empire uh, went against the Roman Empire, of Constantine, he was outmanned. He was outnumbered, but he was a strategist, and he had his execution far surpassed that of the Roman Empire, who had way more people. It's chestnut checkers. You know what I'm saying? A European Muslim overthrew the Roman European Christian Empire with less people but more tact. But again, I'm just there's always ever going to be a back and forth with people. There's always, in order to create the balance, right? And I feel as though we have to see it from all sides. We have to experience it from both sides, right? I need to know the worst in order to be able to do the best. I know, especially personally, I've been down bad roads. I've done my shadow work. I'm at peace with my dark side. I don't deny my dark side. I don't deny that there's been times that I'm able to be triggered based off of little shit like that. Because I'm able to accept that, I don't get triggered anymore. Still working on myself. You know, me personally, and this brother here especially, right? The national character is love. Love is unconditional acceptance. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to accept you for how you are, which means that I'm going to take the time to learn you. I'm going to learn to see the good in you. And I'm going to speak to the moral, ethical, right, just, prudent self that is in you. Savvy. Man, we've been riding. I appreciate you all ride with me like this, man. Glad to know that this information is something that people are looking for or interested in. Would anybody else like to come up? Respectfully, of course. This is not an invite to hate. This is not I'll listen to what you got to say, but again, if I'm my own moderator, if I come to your platform, I'm not going to sit here and try to impose any segregation. Right? As again, I read that in this article. Moorish Americans are not supposed to be for segregation.
Peace and love, Noble. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace
How
and
you
love.
feeling? Islam.
Islam.
Great bill, brother. As always, what I wanted to say was that this brother stands on business and looks to edify and give quality information, I say quality, and that's one thing I would definitely like to say, and
I appreciate that.
reading. Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Appreciate you for reading and not just giving your opinion, reading it from, throughout these statements, from his editorial, right?
One second. Go ahead. I did it. No, I did. Yeah, I'm still recording, baby. Hey, is there any water up there? Would you bring me one down, please? Thank you, sir. Huh? Yes, please, and thank you, Sergeant. Back to you, Chief.
Yeah, that emergency banking plan, you know, is major. And accountability is it's more than just finance. It's funny how that word is like it has many meanings, you know. The dealing with accounting, being accountable, you know.
Take up an account, right?
Man,
Account. Shit. the
but have you heard that the white status is, or the white, I guess, on the applications is going to be gone after 2026? You heard anything about that?
Yeah, I was speaking briefly on that. And I'll bring it to the board real quick, right? So there is. I was actually getting that information ready so that I can present that at some point as well, right? There is a classification that is being brought about called MENA. You familiar? Are you familiar with MENA?
Nah, I'm not familiar with that.
So the classification for MENA is Middle Eastern North African, right? And this is because those Middle Easterners and North Africans who are classified as white do not feel as though, because of the way white is presented, you know, how they know it now, they don't wish to be classified alongside the Europeans, right? So they would rather have their own classification. They've lobbied for it. They've rallied for it. If that's what it's going to be, then that's going to be my classification. I will write white and MENA. All right. Now, MENA refers to those people, mind you, the Middle Easterners and the North Africans know of the white status. That is the only status in the United States. That is the highest tier of identity in America is the white status. And that's for the descendants of those people who were born in America. Right? Anyone who's Middle Eastern or North African, they are recognized, and it's an Islamic union. If you can recognize the territory and the time, North Africa and Middle East are known for what? Islam, if nothing else. And like I said, there are definitely European, like the Ottoman Turks, right? Syria, the Albanians, right? Some people in Kosovo. These are all Muslims. So we know that the white status belongs to the Muslims.
Right.
So because the Europeans of Islam are not acting, because basically we don't even have European Muslims in office like we should, right? Because it has been overrun, and the white concept of non-Muslim Europeans, right, has become worldwide as something negative. These people do not wish to identify with this.
Wow.
Yeah. And I get it. I get it. You know, Brother Jurali said the times today will be no more. So I'm not understanding that in my days and times as well. I'm supposed to stay with the time.
Adjust. That's right.
So my children know that their status is white, but this is information that I'll be, explaining to them. Hey, this is what's coming up in your era. And you're going to let your children know to mark MENA. Because MENA, the NA in MENA stands for North African, and that's who you are.
Right. Which is where, I mean, the brother was wise. He covered what I would say all points from the Levant to what we would call as modern day Morocco, right? And even when you look back in history, you have statements about Africa begins at the Pyrenees mountains. I believe Napoleon made that statement. So, and have to put your, your notices on the record, yeah. And Mina is fine, right? Because our ancestry reaches back over there, for the purpose of trade, commerce. The Atlantic Ocean is a highway, right? The ancestors has been going back and forth. Again, like you just stated before, many different nations, colors, complexions, for the lack of a better term, colors, different creeds, have exchanged culture, knowledge, trade for many centuries, many and even thousands of years. I could say that with definitive, you know, with tone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know that North African doesn't just mean the Moroccans.
Right? No.
We have the Libyans, Tunisians, Tripolians, Algerians, right?
Mauritania, right? The
Yeah,
Tamazight.
right. We have Mauritania. We have West
Mm-hmm.
Sahara.
Right.
We have the Sudan. We have Egypt.
Chad. You have Chad. Well, Chad
Right.
Central,
So
but
all of those
North
North
Africa.
African descendants,
Right.
they're all under Islam.
Tunis, Tripoli, like you said, Libya,
Right.
Tunis, Egypt. They're all, yeah. They're all.
They're all under Islam.
What would you call that Islam? That's like the Wahhabism, right? That's more of a Wahhabism, right? Kind of Islam.
What are you talking about?
The Northern Africa and the
I'm
Arabians.
not quite sure how they do their Islam, by name, but I know that
Well, like the jihad and all of that. Basically, like the ones that's doing the jihad, terrorism, falling into like the more
the
um
radicals,
radical. There you go. Like radical, yeah, the radical Islam.
extremists and shit, zealots and shit.
Yeah, that's. But yeah, I gotta look
Racial
more into the history.
understanding.
Cause it turned from a revolution. I don't know if they was ever revolutionary or if they just been.
So the last Muslim, uh, we'll say, campaign that I could vouch for, that I know of, was the Rift Wars.
Yeah, that's the last one I know of. Yeah, that's it, brother. You right. That's the last one I know
And
of. Theodore
I
Roosevelt,
know for a fact
the
that,
Rough Riders.
yeah, I know for a fact that brother Abdul Aziz Al Khattabi,
Oh
right?
yeah, right.
Excuse me, Karim Al Khattabi, right? I have newspaper articles that show he is Krim
Be upon
El
him. Peace be
in the
upon
Morris
him.
Science Temple of America. His name is spelled Krim, which now I know means Kareem, not Krim, right? But he was identified. This Moroccan, he was an organizer of the Moorish Science Temple of America, or the Moorish Holy Temple of Science as well. We had a brother named Gavrona Mustafa Ali something or other. He was a prince. His father was exiled to Cyprus at some point. He was out. He was also an organizer for the Moorish Science Temple of America. He was out in Toledo, Ohio, open carrying and shit, right? He didn't know that, he wasn't allowed to do so. But basically, information made it to the newspaper, so we have actual Moroccans, not just Moorish, but Moroccans, like actual Moroccan subjects and shit.
Have you read of the book Up from Slavery? What I believe it was Booker T. Washington he wrote, and there's a section in there about I believe it's called the Moorish American. I believe that's what the
No,
section.
I have not. I have not. But Booker T. Washington, he's before all of Drew and all of them, right?
Yeah, he's like
Right.
slightly before, but they contemporaries around the same
Right.
time.
Because
They're contemporaries.
in my studies and in my research,
They're contemporaries.
I've seen people giving the perspective that, Drew Ali was definitely influenced by, I believe it was that individual in his assertions.
Yeah, he was doing his thing with the HBCUs, historical black. He created, I believe, Tuskegee institution. He built that from like the ground up, or however he put that together on his own. And that's what our people were doing that, being industrious, and that's what the brother was.
Absolutely. That's
He
what
was
Drew Ali
very
was telling the
industrious.
people at that time. Like, yo, be industrious. Like we have nothing but opportunity out here.
Yeah, I've been studying the prophet definitely, and definitely gratitude for you for shedding more light on that, cause and I see this is what they didn't. Well, I'm not gonna say they. Why we have not been able to find much information. The prophet was into business, or not religion. For we
Yeah.
know, right,
See,
that religion
religion.
is the economics of
Religion.
life,
There you go. So it
not
is
isms.
business.
He wasn't into no isms other than Islamism. But that's
Well,
again,
so Islamism and Mohammedanism are one and the same.
yeah, right.
Uh, I know for a fact that the old Canaanite temple taught Mohammedanism and Mohammedan Freemasonry. And I know that Drew Ali was an active member there. If you read a Moorish leader's historical message to America, you will see that he actually calls it Muhammadanism. And so we know that whatever Mohammedanism is Islamism.
So with this Middle Eastern, North Africa, the MENA, you think that plays any part into the war that's going on in the Palestine and all of that? What they
Uh, I mean I don't know, man. I'm really not even. I'm not even focused on that shit. Like, I don't have enough. I don't study that. I study this here. So I'm not watching the wars. I'm not keeping up on those tabs. I'm not really doing that because to me that's a distraction. I'll say that
yeah.
the land is Palestine. I'll say that if anybody is bombing other people, um, if it's devastating, it's just not good regardless. I'm always for whoever's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't really give like I don't follow all of that to be able to give any real. I feel concerned and my heart is heavy that humanity's still out here wilding and shit, walking other motherfuckers down and shit, up in poles and shit. But right,
Right? Why they don't talk about that shit like that? He ran
man.
down on. They run it down on. He up the
Yeah, the
pole. Right?
Gaza
Why they don't
Strip.
use that lingo for that? They
I
got no
look at the
clean and
Gaza,
shit.
like
Right?
the shit that's happening out in the Gaza Strip,
That's
right?
what
I don't
that's what
really
they
know what's
doing,
going
right?
on.
They ops, right? They running down on they ops, and yeah, they up in the pole on each other, right?
And
But
I'm talking about, I'm saying that in the manner of like what's happening in Gaza and what's
that's what I
happening.
mean. That's
Right,
what I mean.
yeah,
I
that
mean, they
they
just
just
use
out
it
here with the big
so
sticks.
politically.
Them shits ain't even sticks no more. Them is
What they
whole
call that
trees.
shit?
They got bark out here. They out
I
here running around, walking niggas down with
mean,
tree stumps.
they got them
Fucking stick.
drones, flying iPhones with missiles. They are
So
putting work
I
in,
know that technology, as it is today, it can be used for the benefit or for the destruction of people.
and they testing out shit. They testing out
Absolutely.
anything that
I made
shit.
mention of this
What they
brother out
think?
here in Pittsburgh, right? He
Oh
uh
yeah,
right.
I
So
remember that video
when
too.
huh?
I remember that video as well. The brother hanging the flag out the
Yeah.
window.
So they had the tasks out, you know what I'm saying? They had drones out and they were shooting at this man, but he was shooting back. Brother Bill, the brother who took that L like that, um, he was a war veteran. They weren't helping. The VA wasn't helping him. The mayor of Pittsburgh is aware of him. There's a lot of bullshit going on. But that brother, as far as I'm concerned, he went PTSD. They were evicting him out of his home. He was filing all this paperwork and going down to the county recorder's office. This trust, that trust, and this notice. He was doing what he thought. But whenever they got to him, like, he barricaded himself, had the vest on, plates, a pistol, whatever. Like he. But what I'm saying is, it was one man. Like, they tore that. They rained on it. They rained down. They did to him what I look at when the force that they used when they went at him was no less than the same force that was used back in maybe 1929 or so, or maybe a little earlier, out here in Pittsburgh, when the Pittsburgh Police Department bombed the Moorish Science Temple of America out here. I have a picture that shows that the police bombed the Moorish Science Temple of America in Pittsburgh.
What was behind that? That was because of some fraud or something, right?
So, the Grand Governor, Tyrone Crumbie Bay, he was basically an apostate. Drew Ali had already started realizing that there were people out there, who were attempting to take over the position because the organization was growing. People started they wanted to be the chief. They didn't want to be the Indian no more, right? And so they started keeping back finance from Drew. They were involving themselves in criminal activity, because that's what he saved them. That's what he got them out of. When we look at the Nation of Islam, understand that's what Drew Ali was doing, right? He was getting all the pimps in the house. So anyway, I guess he was out here running some types of schemes which authorized and allowed for the police to use such excessive force. We started being called a cult. So these people are out here smearing the movement, marring the name, and doing whatever, and getting caught doing whatever. And then now they out here shooting. The reason why the Moors, especially here in Pittsburgh, it's hard to be a Moor in Pittsburgh. This was the second largest Moorish operating within the movement. Next, it was Chicago, Pittsburgh, then like Detroit, whatever the case may be. The Moors got so known for being anti-government. They got back into the nigga shit. We see it like when you look at the El Rukins, they say these niggas was gangs under the Moorish Science Temple out here in Pittsburgh. Like, they were so just so social organization, us versus them type shit, that to be called a Moor out here, they don't want nothing. There is a disdain. There is a true dislike. When you say Moor anything out here, you're immediately, you weren't even before this renegade soft shit Moors. Wow. To be called a Moor out here in Pittsburgh, you were still looked at as a radical, because these niggas was like, out here in Pittsburgh. There's a lot of brothers who go by it. There's a family of Bays.
I've heard of them.
Never ran into them, right? Don't know them. Don't care either, right? And I can't say that they are all, but the Bays were out here known to get money.
No good.
No fucking good.
No good.
There's a brother I don't know if it was like the beginning of this year or last year or something.
You seen the 50
Uh,
Cent show when they showed the Moorish Science Temple in the, I think it's whatever he doing, a remake of the
no, I
80s.
didn't. I didn't.
All
I
right, well, there's just a scene where they got like basically the Moorish Science Temple like in
bro, you know what
50s
kills me?
drug TV show.
Did you know? I found out that in Brooklyn, New York,
Mm-hmm.
there is a Noble Drew Ali apartment complex.
Yeah, there is. You know, I just found that shit out last week. I was listening to this,
I'm in
and
my
a nigga
head
was
like, yo,
reading
his
something,
name is barking in New
and
York,
he said the Noble Drew Ali houses, and I said, I was like, the Noble Drew Ali houses.
and I ain't never heard of that man.
Wait. Oh, you know what's even Ella? I may have driven past that shit back in the days before I never even heard about Noble Drew
And I
Ali.
bet that's probably one of the.
Oh, it's so ill, bro, because I know I used to drive around Brooklyn, and I'm sure I used to drive past that and probably never
Now,
even.
mind you, I ain't never been to New York.
You see all types of names in the projects. You don't pay that shit no mind when you drive past
Right.
the project. You be seeing, man, every fucking project got the shit with the welcome to such and such houses. So
The
seeing
fact,
that, I'm like, I
the
probably
fact
thought he was
that
a white
his
man.
name and his legacy is out here,
Yeah, it is there,
but
bro. It is
his
there.
movement is nowhere to be seen or heard. It's crazy.
Yeah, that shit hit me last week. I was listening to something, bro, and I was like, and it's in Brooklyn, bro. And it's in Brooklyn and Noble Trolley houses. I was like, damn. It blew my mind, bro. It blew my mind that, but I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna pull up over there and for sure see that, cause man,
If I don't know what your traveling is like, right?
uh-huh.
But if you want to, I have Noble Drew Ali's birthplace address
That's fire, yeah. Oh yeah,
in
the
Norfolk, Virginia.
what was the
If you,
avenue? Oh, it was Prince. Yeah,
yeah, 411, right? 411 West Princess Avenue.
bro. I was like, yo,
Yeah,
I couldn't believe. I said West 411. That's what's the 411? You know what's the 411, right?
not even that, right?
West
You,
Princess.
you hear me speak about the 181 form, right?
Right.
Drew Ali was known as when he was in Newark, New Jersey. He was at 181 Warren Street.
Yeah, because it's on that card. I mean that
181.
snapshot.
Just
It's on
saying.
that snapshot of him when he
Like all these connections, these are some of the things. Like I feel like you know,
Nah,
and in some way, like these, like being at 180 Warren Street, and then 181 being a number that represents the shit that he stands on.
and
And that's Black Negro colors, you know?
too. Standard form.
Yeah. Like, damn, was he talking to me?
I mean, that's peace, man.
He was at a place, 22 School Street, I think, in New Jersey. In New Jersey. Yeah, 22 School Street. Like, I got address. I got names and shit.
I know you was the first one I ever heard pull up the Addy for Westport, Virginia. West
So
Point.
there's a
It's like what?
there's a what can I say? Well, there's a description of Noble Drew Ali, right? And they say that his hands were burnt up, right?
But you can see that in the book when he had his hand on the book.
Right, right. So
Well, I don't know.
I found a census registration card. I think he was trying to he was trying to get work, right? And it says 181 Warren Street.
He was a Pullman,
Right. But this wasn't that. This was and again I gotta go back and find it and get it. Right. But what I'm saying is it listed that, his forearms were burnt, right? It listed that his address was 181 Warren Street, right?
Right.
And it also listed that his uncle was vouching for it, right? It was like Elbros. I can't remember the name, right?
I gotta go.
But it says that his birthplace was Norfolk, Virginia.
Norfolky. Right.
I'm like, yo, man, like when Drew Ali said, I did not tell you where I was born or where my parents were or who my parents were, or this is what he was telling me. He was not from fucking North Carolina. He just ain't want. He ain't want to tell you he was from Norfolk, Virginia at that time, because at that time those people in their mental state.
Right.
But he knew that somebody was gonna go back and look for him.
You got researchers. That's what researchers
And
do.
like I was
Research.
telling the brother, I was telling the Moroccan brother, right? Drew Ali did 18 months in a federal prison.
Right.
He was out there. He was out there selling insurance. He was out there as a porter, a preacher. He was out
Circus.
there as a magician.
Yeah, magician, circus.
He was out there, but I'm just saying, like, he was out. He was out there selling, like, so he was selling his medicine without a license.
That too.
Now
Well, you
check
didn't need
this
that
out,
back
because
then.
this shit popped in my head. You know, there's everybody out there talking about we shouldn't have licenses, right? Noble Drew Ali got knocked for doing business without a license. What did he do? He went and got a fucking license, bro. He went and built an organization, and then lawfully and legally was still selling his tinctures. He figured out, oh damn, I can't do it this way. Let me do it that way. John Gibbons L was Drew Ali's chauffeur. You don't think he had a license? Aaron Payne L, who
But
was
did they have licenses back then? I mean, or they had some sort of, I get what you're saying, some sort of form of
right.
something. Yeah, I got what you're saying.
Wasn't
Yeah.
nobody out there talking. Niggas had license plates.
Yeah, that's what they but you know what, that whole sovereign thing is, that's what it's about, that radical belligerent being
Drew
against the
Ali told
government.
us not to mix doctrine, man.
Supposed to be in business, and that's what I'm comprehending as well. As you mentioned when we was chatting months back, that business is the main forefront. And until you read and comprehend accounting, right, business, and knowing how to structure, your situation,
Have you
you
ever heard what Noble Drew Ali said about economic security?
I
You
gotta
know
read
that he
that.
even speaks on it?
Yeah, I remember. Yep, when I read
Oh,
it in.
all right, okay.
Yep,
Right, because
yep,
I was
yep.
going to read that. Just
Go
to
ahead and
show
read it.
you
Go
that
ahead and read it,
everything
because
that
you
he
got the
was
physical
talking about.
copy. Go ahead.
Huh?
You got the physical. Go ahead and read. You got the
Yeah,
physical
yeah, yeah.
copy.
Yeah, I got it.
I got to get it off the PDF. Go ahead.
No problem. I mean, it's called Our Dollars and Cents.
Right.
The doctrine of economic security is by no means as widespread and intensive among Americans of our group. So again, he's calling us Americans, as the circumstances demand. And the more written and said on the subject, the better, which is why I'm always talking about it. We need to more earnestly urge conscientious support of the businessmen and women of our group in their chosen fields of endeavor. So already we're supposed to be in business. The greater the success of their business enterprises, the more open gates of opportunity there will be for our youth of today and tomorrow. Think of this fact. We need to urge that our businessmen and women build upon the principle of service. We need to urge greater cooperation among them to render courteous, honest, and efficient service to the buying public. Come on. They should not expect any support and patronage merely on the grounds that they are racemen and women in business, but for the reasons that the service and the quality of their goods and products they sell are equal in value to the service and merchandise offered to the buying public by any other business people. There should be there should be maintained a cooperative spirit among our businessmen and women to keep their business places as clean and sanitary as any similar places in any other section of the city. So we're supposed to be out here having all kinds of businesses too. He says, citizens of our group should cultivate a sound vision when it comes to the necessity of buying professional service, merchandise, provision, etc. We should look beyond the direct result and object for which we invest our money. We should lose sight of the fact that we just received a dollar's worth for a dollar spent. But we should keep firmly in mind the necessity of keeping each dollar spent as much as possible within within the spheres of our own activities, where they will create further openings of business enterprises and wider opportunities for the men and women of our group to procure soundly remunerative employment. Forward must be the watchword of the seller and the buyer alike. Caveat emptor. We make the money and we spend the cash. Let us sincerely cooperate one with the other. Our plight will change when we change ourselves. And the plight that he's talking about is in another statement where he says our greatest plight is economic.
Right. Right.
But
As it
he
was then.
literally just told us that we're supposed to have businesses that are up to par, right? Sanitary, whatever the case, right? Up to par, just like any other business on the street.
Right. And not just come by from me because I'm black owned.
Right. But understand, you need business licenses to run those businesses. Drew Ali was never telling us to get out of business. I'm just saying he was telling us,
No.
like, yo,
Not.
get in there.
That's not.
Whatever is necessary to do it properly at the times, do it. Follow the law, right? He kept to be law abiders. He's telling you don't overthrow the laws or the constitutions of the said government, but to obey hereby.
He even wrote in the wherever it was in the statements that he registered under a religious affidavit, right?
Right.
Due to the protocols of the Secretary of State of Illinois, right? And he says it right there, right?
He
So
said he got a charter for everybody in all the states, and he got his authority from the Secretary of State of Illinois. On your passport card, the Secretary of State of the United States of America, that's who authorizes you nationally. Citizenship wise, you're Secretary of State of your state. So he got the charter. He did business. He went in and he got his.
So, like you explaining here, so when the concept of one saying status correction or proclaiming their nationality, right? When people say the document and taking that down to the court and filing that,
That's not that to me. Let me let you finish your question. I'm sorry.
right? So that concept. Can you just explain that concept real quick, right? Because
What I will explain to you is that is not the concept that was brought by him.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
what
he
I
never
said.
mentioned status correction either. Noble Ali never mentioned status
Drew
correction.
Ali said that I went around my elbow to get to my right. He said that he has suffered much due to the people misunderstanding what it was that he was doing. He said that he's been on the road. He knows where every one of us are because he's already been there. I wouldn't be surprised if he went out there doing certain things and again recognizing, no, wait, this don't work. Let me refine it. You know what I mean? He gave it to us simple and plain. He went through all of that. When we read the story of Jesus, right, and he's there with the Hierophant, and they're like, "Hey, man, why you want to come through here? You already know what's up." And he was like, "Hey, I'm just here so that I can support my people." And he said that you will reach the highest heights, so you're going to reach the lowest lows. I'm looking at Drew Ali like he went through all that shit. He was tried and true. He was tested and approved. He made motherfucking mistakes. He said that he was forced to make changes. One of those changes, he went from a civic organization to a religious organization. You know, I wouldn't doubt that what Noble Drew Ali was presenting. Um, Again, I wouldn't say that he was on sovereign citizenship, right? But he was definitely about patriotism, right? Not what patriotism is today, but he was very patriotic. Instead of sovereign state, we're free national, and they mean the same thing. He refined his findings. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these people out here, they're taking processes and procedures and they're selling them to you. Drew Ali said after all that he did, there isn't but one supreme issue for these people to be recognized here in this government by other nations of the world who recognize the said national government. And he said this through nationalization. Come get your passport and do fucking commercial business professionally under the U.S.
Right, because when folks speak of public and private, it took
I
me a
don't think
little
they
time.
understand that either.
Yeah, when you're gonna have to be in the public, as you was stating earlier.
They tell you that public and private is trust law, right? I'm just saying, right? I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking if you've ever heard
Yeah,
that.
you right. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you right.
All right, so if it's trust law, there has to be three fucking parties. What is this private versus public? Where's the third party?
Oh shit.
See, it's the private, it's the public, the private, and the republic. I had to walk through the door.
You said it's the public, private.
The public, here, I'll show it to you so that your mind can have, if I haven't already.
You know, I'm a student. You know, I remember. You know, I was.
Word. But just for those who may be.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead. Get in your flow. Yeah, you know, I've been here. You know, I got my passport. I got to get a new one. Mine's expiring in 11 months. I got 11 months.
Nobody's telling us about trust law. Go correct your status. Trust. Private, public. Trust law is in threes. It's always, anytime you're hearing of anything related to threes, it is trust law and it's commerce. All right. So, in respect of private and public, this line represents the private. This side represents the public. This side represents the republic. You must go through this door. It's not public or private. You have to have the private provisions in the public. Unless, if you're not secured privately in the public, you're over here. Means to return, to go back to. Well, if I'm going back to the public, where did I come out of?
What are provisions? Could you give the definition of provisions, or what's your meaning of provisions?
All right, so your
just for
private
clarity,
rights. You have the right to travel. We'll use that. That's a fun one, right? We have the right to travel. All right, that's a private right. All right, that is secured by the Constitution. The Constitution is for public use. So, in the public, right, if I'm not nationalized, if I'm not recognized, right, as one of the people who have pledge their private property, right, to the public. If I'm just recognized as someone in the public, right, I have only privilege when I'm licensed. It can be taken away from me. Why? Because think of it in the manner of a business. You have the cashier, and then you have the supervisor. If you were the cashier and you don't have the authorization, right, you can't do what you can't open the safe. You can't touch the money, right? You don't have that private provision. Now, in the Republic, you have those private provisions. When you're acting officially in the public, right? Your right to travel, right? And again, this is what I'm learning, right? I'm going to take my passport and get my driver's license and see how that works, right? Because with the Republic, my right to travel, right, and it be secure through nationalization, I'm now authorized. I'm imagining that once I have my driver's license with the passport and they run that information, even in spite of the fact that it has my address on there, right? I'm looking for what everyone is talking about. We hear from time to time the do not detain. I would like to see if, because I've been secured and licensed properly, if it reflects through that. Because this side is dealing with my secured national side. This side is dealing with just my public side with no security, right? If my driver's license is not created on my social security number, but on my passport number, then all of those security clearances, exemptions, etc., they should be applicable because that's the information that it registered under. My right to travel, my right to bear arms, my right to be secured in my person.
Right. So you giving the secured party.
Person and party are synonymous.
That's what I'm saying. You giving the
Yes.
secured party. We know which is the entity, right? In right as a token, right?
America's
You
the
to
business,
the
right?
DMV or whatever.
America's the business, and my name tag, right? My ID says that I have a higher clearance than the rest of the people who work here in America. If you're using your social security number, right, you have the lowest clearance.
So you would have to be doing business then with this.
It's all America. That's what America is. Nothing but business. We're here to
So you would get
contribute.
a commercial. It makes sense to get a CDL, commercial driver's license. Then
Why
it
not?
will make.
Drew Ali didn't tell us to stop doing business. He literally told us leave old business and do all new business, basically with your passport, with your professional person, with your secure person, your authorized representative for the public person, with the rights, immunities, securities, protections of the nation. So it's
So
like
then,
he has an appearance that says, "Hey, he's recognized. Leave him alone."
so going about that way, right? Speaking of it, right, in this manner, the Department of State, that's in D.C., and the Secretary of State as well, for your state, your home state, your house, right? They all will be put on notice. They all will be alerted to, right, this function that you're doing, right? Because since, like you said, you'll be utilizing that information, so it does make sense to me. It makes sense.
Okay. And again, I'm just following what I truly believe Drew Ali was showing us. You know what I mean? This is the private. This is the trust law. This is the accounting and all of that I'm dealing with. You know, this is what I see. Uh, these would be the benefits of a divine right as a citizen. To me, a citizen who is recognized by their government has certain clearances, certain security, certain provisions, right, that identify them not as commoners, but as actual bond servants, people who are accountable for the commercial, transactions done in the name of, whatever state or the union itself.
Yeah, that sounds like opportunity to utilize treaties, opportunity to utilize the Constitution, and to to take full advantage of
What treaties would you
the
suggest using, if any?
the treaty I would suggest use is the Treaty of 1786, which is the Treaty of 18. If I'm correct, I believe the Treaty of 1836, which is still the longest running treaty.
It's the Moroccan American
Treaty of
Treaty,
Peace and Friendship.
basically.
Yeah, yep, that one. It basically is
Let
that
me
one.
ask you this, beloved.
Go ahead.
You're Moorish American. Are you Moorish American? Let me not assume.
Yes.
All right. Moorish Americans are united or American citizens. They're subjects to America, okay? Jurali tells us that our nationality was taken from us in this land in 1774. Prior to 1774, we already had nationality here, right?
Well,
So
hold,
when the
wait.
Morocco,
Before you go, wait. Well, what it's related to is not. It's just for business. It wouldn't be me standing on it for no political thing.
no,
It's not
I
for
just wanted to bring
political
something
thing.
to mind for you.
All right. Because I wouldn't be
Because
utilizing
again,
the
there are
treaty like.
people who are,
Go ahead.
not all of them, but there are people who are in these more sovereign concepts, misunderstanding movements, and they attempt to identify Moorish Americans as not being U.S. citizens because that treaty particularly says the Moors and, citizens of the United States, as if they're two different people, right? So the issue at hand is that the Moorish Americans were not those Moors. The Moorish Americans would be identified as the United States of America. They would not be going into that Moroccan treaty does not apply to the Moorish Americans from the Moroccan perspective. The Moorish Americans who were already citizens here, who lost their nationality because they wanted to go against what was there, right? They are the United States. When the Europeans went in the treaty with the Moroccans, that was white people. The North Africans were Negroes by that time, but they were already they were a part of the United States already. So again, you got brothers out and sisters out here saying, hey, that treaty is us. No, those are Moors from Africa. We're not the Moors from Africa. This brother who's on the line, Johnny, he's a Moroccan. He's from Morocco. You see what I'm saying? If anyone were to apply that treaty, it'd be him. He wasn't born, or I don't wish to assume, but if I'm to understand, he wasn't. He's like he knows, and he's from Morocco. Let's put it that way. You see what I'm saying? I'm not from Morocco, so I'm not the Moroccan in that treaty. I'm the United
All
States
right. Well,
in that treaty.
because like I was saying, I'm not using it for no political. I hear you. You know where you're coming from. But for me, I'm not using it for a political stance. It's strictly
Right.
for business and I will definitely get more clarity on it, because it was just for commercial use, not like gonna use it to in like in any document or any sense of that nature. So it was
I
just strictly, it
wouldn't
would have been
suggest
strictly for
anyone
business. Yeah.
file any of those documents down at any of the county recorder's offices for those
Okay.
purposes of if their concept is status correction, that's not the venue. That's not where
No.
you need to be at. The trust was already established in 1774. There's a public trust, and then there's a republic trust. So I can go again. That was me showing this up here on the board: the public versus the republic. You know, if there's a public trust, there also has to be an equal opposite, right, or a private trust, if you will. Right, it's already there. If there's a debt, if there's an account, there's two sides on the ledger. There's a debit and a credit. All the time, every time. It's already there, is what I'm saying. There's no need to go out here and try to establish another trust for those reasons. It's already there. Just go and claim your private estate. But understand that when you're claiming your private estate, nationalization means you're pledging it to your government. You're not keeping it for someone. You're administrating not only your own, but everyone else's who've pledged to the whole. So all that, that's not to say that if you wish to establish a trust for or a business, whatever the case may be, I'm not telling you don't do that. I'm just saying that that's not necessary for status correction. You're already doing what needs to be done when you fill out the passport, when you apply for your national citizenship. All of that is inherent. It's applicable already. We are supposed to know that. Again, with the passport form, you're filing that claim to that property. You're saying, hey, I'm holding the legal title and I'm returning it back to you in place for equitable title. Let the United States take all the debts. It's against the United States. Don't let it be against you. Act as an agent. You know how when businesses, corporations, they go to court, nobody is held personally reliable because they're all in their professional capacities, right? Do that. Understand that and apply that. I know that as long as I'm using my social to do any kind of business in the public, or damn sure can't do it in the private, but as long as I'm using it to do business in the public, I'm assuming personal liability. That birth certificate, that public entity, that's a sole proprietorship. Your passport is an LLC, and everything else it needs to be in terms of persons being individuals, corporations, etc. Vessels. Again, people just out here, they're telling these people all these processes that sound good, but honestly, I feel like the people out here pushing a lot of that information, they themselves don't even really comprehend it. I know there's been times in my own mind, right, where I had to go back to the drawing board, right? And if I didn't do that, if I didn't sit back for a moment and look at what I did again, right? If I didn't take the time to observe, I'd still be out there crashing out. Probably wouldn't be it. Keep trying to transgress the law. You keep trying to do things not according to the proper procedure. You can never transgress the law. You're just going to receive what happens whenever you try to go against it. You know what I mean? if you're supposed to turn right and you turn left, you're going to end up where you're not supposed to be. You didn't necessarily break the law, you just didn't follow it. Gotta follow the proper orders of procedure, man. Know what we're dealing with. Everybody telling you about the commercial capacity, the commercial nature of all of this. All right, well, then let's do commerce. If it's a commercial instrument, don't I want it to be secured? I've heard people talk about this, the birth certificate being, a stock or a bond or this or that, having some type of financial charge. It is the charging instrument, which is on the public side, which is on the debit side, right? And it's like, okay, if that's what it is, we need to secure that, for discharge. The provisions with your passport is discharge, right? Officers who discharge means that they have performed in a capacity, in any capacity. I've discharged my duties. I've discharged my weapon. Discharge, settlement. You got to get on. You got to be able to be on. You got to have both sides. You got to understand how to operate in trust business. It's all about the trust, and it's not about this whole whether it be secure party creditorship, redemption, whatever the case may be. It's not, in its true sense, it's not founded upon passivity. A lot of people are looking for passive income, right? We should be able to just tap into it and it's already prepaid. What did you put into it? What did you pledge to it? If you don't sow, you don't reap. What did you put into it? Oh, my ancestors did it. Yeah, well, your ancestors can't be held for your sins, and you can't be held for theirs. What did you do? Did you do what they did? Drew Ali pledged all of the assets of the people in his times. Are we doing the same thing? I did it with my passport. I know that that's the way that it's supposed to work in business. When I get a business, right, I'm supposed to pledge something in order to receive finance. There's a fucking notes payable out there. There's a promise to pay or perform. That's business. Can't be out here just expecting to your social security card is a credit card. No. If it were a card, it's the debit. It's the debit. It's on the debit side of the ledger. Oh, and if you take the dashes out, it becomes credit. No bank account works like that. If you have a debit account and you would like to get a credit account, that debit account number does not become your credit account number. You get a whole new number. Now you have a debit and a credit. And they each have their own account number. It's never the same number. My passport number is not the same as my social security number. My social security number will remain the same until I leave this form, and it goes back to, its owners, right? My passport number every 10 years is going to change. I'm going to reapply. I'm going to stay updated. I'm going to show activity. I have 10 years to do what? To be recognized professionally as a national citizen, a representative of my state and my nation, here and abroad. Like every other citizen of any other government. I'm allowed to do business in the name as an agent. As an authorized agent of not only Pennsylvania's estate, but of every estate here in America. Abroad, I don't represent Pennsylvania. Abroad, I represent America. When you see me, my behavior, my character, if I'm out there wilding in another country, that my actions reflect the character of the whole nation.
So
America.
what you think about the DB? Oh, what you think about the DBA doing business as?
I already have that too.
Right.
So, so
Secretary of State, or
yeah.
you
So
just
listen, right?
right.
My
Talk to me.
doing business as this is what happened. I was doing business as a sole proprietor with personal liability with my first name. Now that I have my passport, my last name's first. I have my assumed name. It's not my personal name. It's Davis L. Brandon Eugene. So I already have my assumed. I don't have to go through Minnesota 200. None of that. It's already applied. It's inherent. I have eyes to see. You feel me? Again, I'm doing business. When we're growing up as youths, right? We were told to call the grown ups Mr., Mrs., Doctor, whatever, and their last name, right? And we always
Right.
were called by our first name, right? And that instilled in us the understanding, or should have, that there is a higher degree of recognition, right, with titles followed by last name. So now with my passport, I'm not Brandon Davis L. I'm Agent Davis L. I'm Citizen Davis L. Feel me?
007.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's a fact.
Bond.
That's a fact.
James Bond. Last name first.
What is what
Every time, all the time.
Yo,
And who are
that was a
you?
good one.
Name's Bond.
Bond.
James.
James Bond.
But it's like he's and we know
Just like
he's an
Issa.
agent.
Just like Issa. Issa told him when he was reborn, I am that I am. Right?
Yeah.
I ain't gotta even tell
Not
you.
Jesus Christ. Christ Jesus.
So I say Issa. So I say
Right,
Issa.
right. I'm just saying Jesus is the first
But you
and
right.
Christ is the
You
title.
right. Christ. You right. You right,
Christ,
beloved. You right. You right.
not
You're
Muhammad the
100%
prophet.
right there.
Prophet Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
Not Trump, president. President Trump.
Right. Mr.
Right,
Doctor.
right.
Mrs.
Hey,
Or
and
Miss.
Mr., Mrs., all of those, even because
Senor.
me and the brother, we were speaking about
Senora.
that. There's nothing wrong with being Mr. or Mrs. I know that a child can never be Mr. or Mrs.
Say that again?
A child cannot, none of my children, they're under the age of what's considered to be an adult. They cannot legally be recognized as Mr. or Mr. anything.
Because they don't
We
have
can
a certain
call them that.
capacity, right?
Right, we can call them that. They don't have the capacity. They are not competent enough to
conduct their own affairs, you would say?
yeah. They're not.
That's a good way to put it.
On those duties. They
All
don't
right.
have those responsibilities yet.
Follow you. So they
We
have
can say,
to
oh,
take
look
the
at
time.
Mr. This, look at little Miss Thing. Yeah, but no one will come to your child and be like, yeah, Mr. Like, no one will come to my son and be like, okay, Mr. Dan, we're looking for Mr. Daniel, such and such, Davis Hill. What do you mean?
Right, they'll be perpetrating a fraud.
I'm just saying.
Attempting to create a contract.
It's a minor. Mr. and Mrs.
Right.
Mr. and Mrs. makes it distinguishes that you are not a minor.
So that would be however, for the sake of the conversation, right, they would be trying to create a contract then, right, with the young minor.
Absolutely.
Would you say that?
Yeah. Even today, we have grown-ups who are minors who still call themselves Mister, and they allow themselves, oh yeah, I'm Mister So and So, but you're not contracting as such.
You mean like Lil Wayne?
No, I mean like people using their social security numbers in business and still
Okay.
being expected to be treated like Mister and Mrs. It's like, hey, yeah,
Oh,
you're over the age physically, but
right.
competently, no. We know that you're not. We're going to play the game with you, right? Because you're old enough, right? We can use it against you, but you're not competent. We know you're not competent because you're using a social. You're using your
Right, right.
minor identity professionally. You don't mix private. You don't mix personal and professional. You're trying to use your professional identity professionally.
So then, now that you've mentioned, you have your secured right person right through the Department of State right passport. You corrected that. You showed me the Soch, got that together. So and then you also have the DBA through the Secretary of State as well, right? So
But
those
what
are
I'm saying
two
is that the DBA comes
powerful
along with the passport.
documents.
I don't have any DBA documents. What I'm saying is that costs
Uh,
because it's all commercial. My DBA, right, is Davis L. Brandon Eugene rather than Brandon Eugene Davis L. My
so
name,
the
my given
benefit
name
two
is
two.
Brandon Eugene. My DBA is my last name first.
Right. Surname.
Right. Sir, right. Absolutely. So again, the family name, the organized body of people, the unit name is being used. So all the liability would fall on the family, not necessarily
Right.
personally, right? I would be I'm representative Davis L for the Davis L estates. Who's Davis L? Everybody under this motherfucking anybody under me. You know what I mean? Now, if I say
Right.
Brandon for the Brandon estate, for this, if I start making it personal, that puts liability on that individual.
Yo, it's crazy. I didn't know that. Sidebar, real quick. I didn't know that the Steelers had Aaron Rodgers. I saw that the other day on some
Yeah,
thing.
I thought too. I'm.
It was like, oh shit.
I tried
But
it.
it's a sidebar. I see you running around with the hat and all that. I'm like, oh, look at
But
this
that's
guy.
only because I love that black and gold, bro. It ain't really the Steelers.
My man, my man, my man,
Yeah,
my man.
when
No
I was
problem.
dealing with the 5% nation, black and gold became real personal. I'm from
That's
Ohio
that's
born, you
that's
heard?
fact. Peace to the gods.
Right.
Peace to
So
the
that's
God
what that really is. I
and
like the
earths
black and gold, but then
and the earths.
like there was a brother that came on here. He was being disrespectful. I think he was from Detroit. No, he's from Ohio somewhere, right? Um, and he was like, "That's why the Bengals beat the Steelers." And I'm like, "Nigga, I don't even fucking watch football, right? I
Wow.
don't fucking care, right?" He's like,
He
"No,
took
but
it.
so he comes back on. He's like, no, but you're wearing it on the one picture, and I had a picture of what's the coach's name? The Pittsburgh coach's name? What's his name?
Right,
Mike,
right, right, right,
uh,
right,
Mike Tomlin, right? So
right.
there was a picture of Mike Tomlin, and he was saying something about the standard, right? And so that's why I was there. It had nothing to do with the Steelers, right? It had everything to do with the fact that he was talking about we stand on business standards. I think one of the players had done something that he shouldn't have, and whatever.
Right.
So dude
Right.
sitting there like, but you got all. I'm like, nigga,
Out of context. Way took it
super,
way out of
super out
context.
of
But he's
context.
a he's but when you look up the term fanatic, right, that we comprehend, right? Like you and I know, right? So he's a fanatic. He's a fanatic.
Yeah,
So, we gotta have to let that go on that one.
I got
He's
people in my
definitely a
family.
fanatic.
I got people in my family. They love that football shit. I've always been a weirdo though. You know what I'm saying? I never really got into that. That just I wasn't even paying attention to that shit. Right? I didn't
Nah,
pay attention to
that's
sports
why I
until I got
mentioned
locked
it.
up.
No
And I
problem.
was around like just all other people, and that's the way that was the way of jail. Niggas was betting on anything and everything. Hey, yo, I got soups.
On
Yo, I got my
TV.
whole canteen on the game, and I'm like, fuck is y'all niggas talking about?
Gambling.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's when I started like kind of paying attention to sports. Like that shit. I played football 1 year in school. I got ran over in practice. I wasn't going back next
Yeah, they say that football you have to have a certain type of edge on it
Whatever
because
it is,
you
I don't
gotta
have
keep
it, bro.
getting hit. Cause it's like
I'm a
you gotta
beast
keep
at
getting hit.
destruction. I promise you that, bro. All of that. I I don't like
Yeah.
being touched like that. I don't like
Hey,
altercation.
hey, you got the whole league and the whole world of that, but so hey, some of them like it, and like you said, it ain't for
Yeah, yeah,
everybody. You
yeah.
know, it
So
ain't for everybody.
like
So yeah.
when I remember I got caught up in that whole sports thing, right? Proud dad, right?
And
I had one of my sons playing football. And I remember asking my oldest son, like, you wanna play sports? And he was like, nah, man, that shit's barbaric. And at first I was hurt, right? But then I was like, wait, nigga, that was me. That was me growing up.
who
Nah,
said
that
I
shit's
was hurt?
barbaric.
Right,
Yeah.
you want him to go into the game
But it
and
teaches
yeah,
it teaches division, you understand?
competition. Right.
Yeah, well, no, see, because there's good competition. Again, in business, if you got a restaurant across the street from me, and I got a restaurant, we're competing, but we're not enemies. I mean, we're
I'm
not
gonna
out.
have to respectfully. I'm gonna have to respectfully give you a strong debate from my view on this one right here. In today's modern economy, right, from where I view it, right, there is no competition, right. So when you get like when I mean not sports, right. So and I'm talking about business, right, where and I'm separating it truthfully, pardon me, but like when you go into some of these stores and even when I, go out working in different things, Amazon, these certain things, right? Like certain markets are cornered, right? And that's that, right? We know that, right? Now, when it comes to sports, right? And this could be just my personal opinion, I could be tripping. But however, today, like in today, right? It's a lot of individualism, which
Yeah,
you know, and it's a lot of lack of fundamental and principles, which you could say it. Well, I'll just stick to that so I could get my point across. And if if one is not like your father and grandfather was in sports and all of that to give you that foundation of it, and again, not for everyone, because again, it's a whole league of young men out there and girls playing, but today it's a lot of like individualism and taking pictures and and like a lot of self-promotion
right.
going on, which has always been there, but today it's like at an extra level due to um the internet, and the exposure and just media. It's just amazing. It is amazing too, it's beautiful, it's just definitely beautiful, bro. Word. However, it's
Absolutely.
just like it's crazy though, and it's a lack of fundamentals when I see sports, because I love playing sports when I go. But today, I don't know. I don't see too much of the competition. Like people more competing against themselves, But in
Yeah,
my
I
forte,
feel like
it's
sports are not bad, right? They teach a
not at
level of
all
camaraderie, structure, right? You
true.
can run the 12 steps through all of those organizations. Where it fucks me up is that the children, though they're learning how to be um, interdependent upon another, right? They're also being taught to hate or to not be honorable, right? Towards
Mm.
other. To me, they're dealing with tribalism. It's like it's us. Like it's not competition. It's fucking war. There's a war. War is different from what was the other word that I used? Competition,
Yeah, competition.
right? Competition is good. Competition is encouraged. Competition causes others to grow, to strive for the best, right? Not because they're better than anybody, but because it's seen in them. Let's see how far can we do this, and it's to the benefit of everybody. War is I just need all yours. Fuck you. It's really us for them. We gonna shit on you. It's the nigga mentality in the hood for sure. Me and my niggas, we just it's just me and my niggas, and we shitting on all y'all. Why are you shitting on us? I don't see the Mexicans talking like that. Them niggas is shitting on everybody. You know what I mean? They got their shit together. All the Latinos, they ain't out here going against each other like unless they want to act like the niggas. If they want to be cool with the niggas, then they'll go do nigga things. But that ain't a part of their culture. Motherfuckers learn to stick together. In the good or the bad, niggas never stick together. Never.
That's not true.
Man,
Niggas
it's a mentality. Follow me. It's a mentality. I'm not saying, you know, the
Well, I would
mentality,
say
the
this.
nigga
You know what I would say?
mentality that is held
They
by a
stick
lot of
together on the
our
wrong
people in this
shit.
urban society,
You're right.
right?
You're right. They stick together on
That's
the
what
wrong
I'm
shit.
saying.
No, you're right
Again,
though.
that's the mental slavery that Ali came to wake us up from. Hey, yo, man, stop acting like you can't get together and organize and do for the better of your show. He was cleaning niggas up off the street. Niggas was pimps. Women was hoes. There's a statement in there where Drew Ali was making mention. It was said that he was speaking in reference to his sister, right? Who, she had a turban on, blowing a nigga in the fucking alleyway, yo. And he told the Moors, like, don't wear your turbans in the alley. You know what I'm saying? And he was treated to the fact that our people were still out there doing this shit. He was out there cleaning them up. Niggas was out wilding. You in the motherfucking alleyway with your turban and your pen on turning a trick? Have you no shame? Niggas. Yeah.
You know, that's like when you really, for me, uh, looking back at, Elijah Muhammad, and
Yeah.
from
We
being
see
here in
that we
Harlem
see that
specifically.
building block. We see that building block. I
Right.
apologize. Pardon me for cutting you.
No,
I'm willing to tell a person at any time. I would. I tell a lot of these Moors out here, who want to talk back and forth, like whatever. I say, man, why aren't the Moorish Americans out in the hedges and highways like the Nation of Islam?
Mm,
Right? Because
mm.
we using our lingo, right? Where the fuck are the guiders of the nation at? I don't see them niggas. Out from Sunday school, I don't see none of them niggas. I ain't seen them niggas in 100 years. Where is it at? Because the Nation of Islam is showing you that it works. They're showing you that not just them, but if we're going to look at African Islamic, right? We'll put it in that. If you're looking at African Islamic business, the Nation of Islam, they're doing what they're doing. They have farms, they have hospitals, they have things for their own people, and
Why
they're
you say
getting help,
African? Why you call
huh?
it African? Why you
Well,
call it
because
African?
I ain't gonna call it black, bro. But we
Oh,
know that both black and white have the
why you just
African,
have to say American?
because
Oh, you
you see that
wait.
because
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. All right, because one
both
thing I
black
would.
and white have African in it.
All right, no, because a lot of times, you know, the
Black is
nation.
African American, white is North African. So it's
No,
still an
no,
African thing,
no,
right?
no problem. No problem.
No,
I was just
I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, me neither,
Saying
brother. Me
that
neither.
the Nation of Islam, I'm not going to call them black, right?
I can follow you. I follow you.
So I'm going to say for any quote unquote African Islamic movement, because that's what it is.
Right.
They're
Right.
African Americans. We're North Africans born in America. They look to Africa.
Hey,
We're
Dwayne.
looking like, yo, we're already at home.
This is North Africa. As
But we were born in America. It's called America in
it is
this
definitely.
time. You see what I'm saying? I don't be disagreeing in
You damn
these
right.
days and times. This portion of North Africa is called North America.
That's
You
right.
feel me?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
The most eastern portion of Africa today is called Asia. If we're going to use Africa synonymously with Earth, today, this portion of the Earth out that I was born in is called America. It's not called Africa. I know that that's what it was. Just like I know that I have Moroccan lineage, but I'm not from Morocco. Just like I know that I have Moabite lineage, but I was not born in the land of Canaan. I wasn't born in Asia. I was born today in what's called America. This is my portion.
Right.
And you have
So
Moors all over. I'm the Moors of America.
back to right when I mentioned Elijah Muhammad, I was speaking on his program, and as you were stating, right, just getting the prostitution off the street, the drugs,
Mm-hmm.
and
Lifting them up by the
assisting,
bootstraps.
right, showing, like
They're
opening up
using the 12
cleaners.
steps. Look.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're right. Yeah. 12. That's why I made that's that 12-step ladder.
Mm-hmm.
When I came home from prison, right, I didn't even have drug charges, right? But when I came, because I didn't understand the how to contract, I contracted into a halfway house. And that halfway house was like a drug rehab institution facility. Right.
Yeah,
I just wanted to get home, so I said, "Fuck it, whatever." Right.
pretty much.
Um. Damn. Where was I going with that? Shit. Where was I going with that? What was we just talking about, brother?
Well, we was talking about
Lift the
I was
people up
speaking
out of
on
bootstraps.
Elijah
The 12
Muhammad.
steps. 12 steps. That's what it was.
Yeah, 12 steps.
So I used to have to go like it was like Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday, or some shit, right? We had to go out. All of the people. We had to go out to various locations, churches, whatever, and we had to go through AA and NA. Right? And so I started learning these 12 steps because, like, if you didn't show like you were participating, then they were going to fuck with you while you're out on parole. You know what I mean? They ain't going to let you get out in the world, and you're going to have a hard time getting a home plan, right? So I had to show that I knew, I'm paying attention to this shit. And I noticed that 12 step for NAAA or whatever, right? That's what was being applied to these brothers and sisters. That's what was, because it's the same shit. And then we hear all of this. We hear all of this esoteric 12-step ladder. Yeah, that's the 12 steps. It works if you work it. That's the slogan. It works if you work it, bro.
The 12 steps.
I'm telling you, I'm like, damn, man. Like, this is why I was able to make the connection of when I would hear things from, the Nation of Islam talking about how, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, got us out of the sunken place, the worst of all. We was this, we was druggies, we was this. Malcolm X was,
Yeah,
great
that's
on
why
Gorilla.
folks, You know,
You know,
so
and he
I
said, hey,
know
he
a lot
took these
about that.
people out of those conditions and made them the best of mankind. Now, that's what Drew Ali was here to do.
It was so real over there on 116th Street. You know, there's stories about those Muslims over there, you know. And I mean that with all due respect, you know, you have the good and the bad side. However,
Right. It's going to ever be like that.
there's many, you know, many stories of, you know, Malcolm preaching out here and then like yeah, them coming, the parades they have, Muhammad Ali. You can see him in pictures, you know, being in Harlem, you know, due to the influence and just also, right, the father, father Allah of the nation of 5%, right, who was the grantor of that whole movement, right,
Right, right,
and
right.
he created the non-born, the original non-born, and you know, those gentlemen took the supreme wisdom, right, out of the mosque, the Muslim, right, the temple, and took it to the streets. Him and Malcolm, they felt that it was it was not right to deprive the people to have this knowledge, whether they were in the temple or not.
Right,
So,
right.
you know, the righteousness, right, and I use that um specifically, right, the righteousness that was coming out of that temple and was being taught, right, and Clarence, right, Clarence, father Allah, he wasn't, right, again, like people would say, you know, they would use some of the things he did against him. However, you know, you just follow his actions, right, or you follow his words, not his actions, but again, and he showed these young nine brothers, right, taught them, and they came out, you know, and demonstrated to the world, and you know that later created the 5% nation, you know, and what people
He
know
went to the
now,
downtrodden. He went and got to those. I honest to that, brother, right? Because I
yeah,
don't feel like brother Father Allah was a deviant. I don't feel like his intentions was to mislead
nah,
people at all.
he was a
I
great
don't think
brother.
that.
He was in the military too,
See,
you
that's what I'm
know.
saying. Like
His
we had,
stories about him, his heart, he had a P, yo, he was fearless, bro.
like,
That's
look,
another
right? When
thing.
I look at the Moorish Americans, I'm like,
Hmm.
where are the veterans at?
Hold on, real quick, right? Because Father Allah, I want to just say that real quick. Share this, right? He was like a very noble man, you know. And if you look a little bit up on him, you know, you'll find that out. And you know, people will call him a gambler, you know, different things you'll hear about him. And however, right, like you said, you know, peace be upon him as well, that he had no ill intent, right? And I definitely want to second that, you know, as you just said, he had no ill intent doing what he did. And however, not many people do know of his story, and but I just wanted to definitely bring that up too, that he even risked his life, right, to go save one of his brothers, right? Like he, you know what I mean? They had his brother tied up like in the basement, like, you know, hostage style. And he ran down there, you know, not even caring, willing to give his life up, you know, for real. Like, you know, he was really, really about that life, you know, and
Absolutely.
a genuine brother too, you know.
Mm.
Go ahead.
So we see again. We see the various forms of Islam that came to our people, that showed our people, our group of people. Let me put it that way.
Right, right.
Right. It showed our group of people some structure.
True indeed.
Each
True indeed.
each one of these particular movements, all of them were geared towards uh, educating the people for the benefit of their own commerce. They were all teaching the people, hey, if you don't, you need to know this for this reason. I used to love the ciphers. Right. I think I was the brother who's down below me, right? He had asked me about how, when I first came to Islam, and I was explaining to him that my first encounter was with the 5%.
Yeah, we everywhere, man. Word up.
Yeah, right. You know, I loved what drew me to him was the unity that was presented. You know what I mean? That I think that's what brought me to Islam. Period.
That's what it is right there, bro. That's what it is.
But
That's
that's the
exactly
one
what it
thing
is.
about Islam as a whole. No matter how it's presented, Islam always tells you like, hey, if you're one of
And
us, you're family, no matter where you're at.
teaching you, wanting to share information with you and teach you, and
Islam
showing
allows for
etymology, all
everyone.
of that.
Uh, Islam allows for humanity to be seen as one family, one ummah. That's one of
Mm-hmm.
its main characteristics when people observe.
Mm.
I'm a Muslim in America. You're a Muslim somewhere in Africa, and we're brothers, and we've never met. But when you think of all Muslims, I know that when you're on your forehead doing all of that, and you're thinking about the blessings of all Muslims, right? Even though you can't think of me personally, I was one of them thoughts of Allah that you put that out there too. Why? Because I'm a Muslim. May Allah have mercy on all Muslims. Da, da, da. I'm one of them.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah, yeah. You never met me, and through this universal family, through this ummah that transcends national origin, that transcends citizenship, that transcends bloodline, and all of those
Mm.
secondary things. Like I'm
That's deep.
still
That's deep.
family. We
Yeah.
family out here. We're all
Yeah.
human out
We all blood, like you said. We all
here. Yeah,
blood.
look, there's a brother. He said we're all Bani Adam.
Right. I had to
We're
let
all
that
children. We're all children of Adam. So if we're all the
Right.
children of Adam, then we have one mother and one father. Stop with the bullshit.
And I was reading the other day. I think it was is it everything or one of these things? Everything in commerce is fiction. Whatever it was, or the executive letter. And it was something where they said that the Negro woman was grafted. So it made me pause, right? And I had to think, like, isn't it interesting how they'll have rumors on both sides, right? Because, me here growing up, of course, he mentioned the Yakub story, which for
Yeah,
me, I heard it, we got into it as youngsters, as youth. And, however, an elder had made the statement that it was brought out as a test for some people to see if they would really agree to it, right? Like that, oh, that actually came from. So it was like a mental test as well, because is it true? Is it not? Right. So people got caught up in that, right? And then, but moving forward, right, you realize that that's not something to really get caught up in and overwhelmed in, and to comprehend that, yeah, we all one. I dealt with my own prejudice and all that, bro. You already know. So I'm grateful at this point in time to be clear of that, and to be so removed from like looking at a so-called, whatever you want to call it, white, whatever, and like having this issue with them. Not to say that I'm like clear, but I'm working, on that, and definitely comprehending that there's no issue for me to look at them and be upset about and like
Jurali,
bring up,
when Jurali
you know.
when he spoke of the Europeans, right? There's
Right.
a particular statement. He says the pale skinned nation of Europe as
He
to
said,
the
treat them as your
but hear me
fellow
though.
men.
Hear me
Go
though.
ahead, King.
Listen into it, right? If he's identifying particularly a pale skinned nation, and he says pale skinned nations of Europe, then there are other nations of Europe that are not pale skinned. The pale skinned nations did this. All right. That the pale skinned nations are those Christian. colonized Europeans. Christianity, as it is probably propagated, obviously, it's not something predominantly for dark skinned people, as it is preached publicly, right? So those pale skin nations, these are the ones. These are not all pale skin Europeans, right? Um, are Christian. Not all Europeans nations are just pale skin. Just like every other nation, you have dark skin, pale skin, and every variation in between. That's what I was saying. So the pale skin Europeans, the Christian nations, these are those who broke away from the Arab culture, right? There was a time when the North Africans, Berbers and whatnot, and the Middle Easterners, the Asians, right? We all had our own thing going here, out in the world, and it speaks about how this particular group, they wanted to de-Arabize themselves so much so that they attempted to take out all of the Arabic words that were in the Spanish language, right? But what they did was they separated themselves from the group, right? And they began. This is where the concept of dark skin and pale skin, being Christian or otherwise, in order to purify themselves, they began. They ended up creating a caste system where the darker skin you were, the more inherently Muslim you were, right? And the paler you were,
Yeah,
the
that's
more
true.
right. So when we talk
Would
about
you
the
say?
pale skin nations of Europe,
Uh huh.
we're talking about that group of people who separated themselves from the whole.
Yeah, I heard that the other day, and I don't know if you was reading that
Yeah, it was
somewhere,
more
but I
likely on
heard.
one. I know I have some on there. That's why, like when I call, I have like a what's it called, a duet, and on one side I'm eating a cookie, right? But on the other side,
Yeah,
the brother's going on, and he's explaining what I just explained to you, and I'm like, damn, this is what Drew
yeah.
Ali, huh?
You're right. You're right.
And I'm like,
You're
this is
right.
what he must have meant when he was referencing the pale skinned nations of Europe. Drew Ali gave us a pale skinned European as a prophet. You know, Drew Ali, again, he was all inclusive. He was not for segregation, right? You're familiar with Muhammad the Conqueror?
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, and I was gonna say, I've heard you before mention that he was a
Yeah,
European Turk.
he was born,
Was he pale? And you said
yes,
yes
of course
before.
he
You
was
said he
pale.
was pale.
Yes, he was a pale skinned Turk of European descent, no different than fucking David Ford L, aka Master Fard Muhammad, Turk.
That guy.
You know the Nation of Islam, they got the flag of Turkey upside down. Their founder was a fucking Turk. That's why he was in the. That's why he was
That's
a European.
very.
He was a European Muslim, brother. That's he was in the Moorish Devil of America. And he was
Well, that
recognized
would
as a
be.
European Turk.
No, yeah, that would be the Turkish flag inverted, or however you want to say it.
What does it mean when the
With the
flag is upside down?
flag. That's
The nation is in
what's the
distress.
word? Distress. Yeah, well, yeah,
Yeah,
yep, yep.
commercial. Yeah, they're
Distress.
commercially. Yeah, they're in distress. Now, Drew Ali taught that you weren't black, Negro, or color. Now he left the movement. What did he tell his people? He told them you're not Negroes, you're black. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, that was the when I came into that comprehension. Yeah, the problem with that is you sending the people back into slavery, as the
That
prophet would
too.
say.
You're not
So
a
when I
Negro. You're the
so called, but then
original
he said
black man.
so called.
But hear me. You're not a Negro. You're the original black man and woman.
Oh man.
What's the problem with that? There's something wrong with that.
You know somebody made a acronym out of that and turned it into Moab.
Hmm.
They really did though. They really did.
But no, that's like, how you gonna
No,
tell
I'm
me I'm
just
not
saying.
black? I'm black. How you gonna tell me I'm not black?
Yo,
I'm black.
yo. When I see when it hit me about that, man, the so-called black man, and he was still, when I realized that he was post Drew Ali and he's kind of still, that's what gives it the veil. Like maybe he didn't know and he was just like, nah. When you
I
look
believe
into it,
that
it's like,
I believe that when Drew Ali was receiving all of that criticism and everybody wanted to, they wanted to run this shit. He even says that's what it was. Motherfuckers on our side of the nation that thought that he was a joke and agree with.
well, let me ask you this then, just to keep it real. So, do you think Elijah Muhammad said, like he seen what happened to Drew Ali, so he just said, "I'm not even going to run with the Moorish thing. I'm just going
I
to
was
be."
even gonna go down that lane, bro. I was gonna walk it
Because
down that lane. I feel like
you
that's what
seen
he wanted to
what's the
save the
movie?
people, so he gave them something, and uh, uh, the power ultimately corrupted him,
There you
But
go.
I feel
There
like
you
in the
go.
beginning he was just trying to save his people. The
Now
Moors was out
that,
there wilding, you know what I'm saying?
yes.
They was out there. They were a cult. It was out here shooting each other. They got right back into that nigga shit. They were gangsters, bro. These niggas was
So,
gangsters, bro. They
you
was
was talking
doing
about the
business with the
base.
mafia, with the Italians and shit. These is the niggas that he was pulling. He wasn't just pulling the tricks. He was pulling the pimps out. The pimps was, understand the pimps, the hustlers. These niggas was out like they want. It was like, oh, they went for the bread. So all the more started looking like they was just back to that nigga shit. And I feel like Elijah Muhammad, in order to try to do something, I feel like he tried to do something, anything, something, right? I still feel like he should not have said black, but what else was he going to say? That's what he knew. So
He
he
brought
stayed along
the
the
he
lines
brought
of "You're not a Negro." Now you would be called black, and it's like, okay, these people are still asleep, but it was like something to hold them for the time, man, till niggas woke up.
I mean, you still have those who knew the law and knew their
Man,
capacity.
members of the Moorish Science Temple of America became a large part of the group of the Nation of Islam, man. It was already in there, man. Yeah,
I mean, the folks that's outside of that, like folks that knew law, right? However, it's a mass majority of.
that's
Well, then
another
again,
thing. Those were the type of people who Drew Ali was rubbing elbows with. People
that's what
who
I'm
knew
saying, right?
laws.
Dupree, and yeah,
The
yeah, I
priest,
mentioned that.
Emerson.
He was
Uh,
making moves, bro.
yeah,
Like
well,
that's
he was
one
doing
thing that's
banking. He was doing banking with the biggest state bank. The biggest state bank is the first so-called black state bank, national state bank. Period in America, right?
he was doing
And
things,
and he
man.
was he was in the movement, and he was a Republican. Oscar the Priest was a Republican. Louis B. Anderson was a Republican. George Maxwell, whatever the case. All of these were Republicans. They were politicians. They were people in public office. Fucking Aaron Payne L. He was a lawyer. The nigga he was an attorney. Before the Moorish Science Temple of America, he was out there. He was like he was Johnny Cochran. And he came to the Moorish Science Temple of America. All these business minded people came, and then unfortunately, They seen the wealth coming in, and they knew that niggas was slow, and they were tempted and they failed. This is what happened. But
That's that.
there was nothing but businessmen and women. Those were the sheiks, you know what I'm saying, and the governors. I know that all of the official members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, when you do their background, you see that they were already businessmen operating other organizations. Claude Green was doing things. Lomax Bay, like they already had, or they were already a part of businesses, and that's why they were employed to officially be over the people, to teach them, to guide them in these things. You know what I'm saying? But the niggas was like, nah. But they all had business capacity, professional capacity. Prophet of God means profession L. Profession L is the same thing. So they all became the prophet.
Yeah, and then you have a lot of you have the branch offs from Sweet Daddy Grace, Father Divine,
Yeah,
again
and I
Elijah
don't even knock
Muhammad.
them because he took it back to their people. It was a beautiful
Yeah, they
thing.
did.
Drew Ali says
They
some of
did.
the best Moors are still in the church. Daddy Grace, Father Divine, Prophet
That's where
Cherry.
you get. What's that gentleman you was talking about the other day? Ike, Father Ike, or
Like,
Reverend Ike?
yeah, Dr. Eichenrover.
So it's like
And
that
that's
is
one of my favorites.
the
When I
template,
look
like
at
you said.
him,
That's the template.
I imagine that that's how noble Drew Ali was when he was teaching his
You could
people.
tell Honorable Elijah Muhammad was not really groomed for that. Cause when he used to speak, he didn't really have a fiery delivery. He
So
didn't. Maybe he
leadership
missed
and
his young.
organization, right? He was not charismatic,
That's the thing. But he
right?
did have the leadership.
But where he lacked in charisma, he more than made up for it in knowing how to position himself around those who could do that for him.
Yes,
That was his.
indeed.
That
Yes,
was his
indeed.
wisdom. He found other people. He spoke it to people who could interpret it. Now go out there. This is the message. He kept it, according to how he could say it. But he had other people help him. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? He had
Right.
speakers for him.
No, you're
But you can
definitely right about
definitely
that.
tell that. Like, look, I have the picture of one of the first Nation of Islam newspapers, right? And
That's what's up.
right. Other man, I did my research, bro. I used other
Yeah,
people's
I know.
work.
I know you have.
So in this newspaper, all of the people are wearing fezzes. They've
There
got
was a video
they've got
of
Elijah. They've got Master
mm,
Farad Muhammad. He's in the picture.
Elijah
In the
Poole.
newspaper article, it calls him prophet. He was known as Prophet Muhammad Ali.
Fardell. Wow, that's hilarious.
You see what I'm saying? So I don't
I
know.
mean,
Now I've read other
I
newspapers
didn't
where
know that.
there was a
Oh,
Moorish Science Temple of America somewhere. Drew Ali was dealing with one of the governors, and he was acknowledged as prophet too. I know that prophet Drew Ali was not saying that he's the only prophet. He's saying that he's the only true and divine prophet out of this group of people to come tell them the truth. There are other prophets out there telling the truth, right?
that part.
And again,
Right.
prophet is just the religious variation of the business term president.
Yeah. Right. I remember you went over
Prophet,
that. You broke that down. Yeah. I
as a
remember
matter
that.
of fact,
Professional.
Drew Ali had
Professional.
grand governors. What is a governor? Fucking president of the state.
Governor is the king. Well, yeah,
Well,
basically
no,
it's
I'm just
just
saying. So
another.
we have the president of the national government, right? And then we
Oh,
have
you mean like
governors
in a
of each
business
state
sense?
government.
Yeah. Right.
A governor is a president. It's just a different title for the same
Yep.
office.
You could say that. Yep. You're right. You could say that. Governor's the president.
That's
Yep.
so.
You're
Drew
right
Ali
about
had
that.
grand governors. He was showing us professional title, professional, application. That's all prophet means.
Right. Right.
But because his people were so stuck in their religious hoopla, the boogie woogie, he gave it that religious tone. I feel is a mercy.
Yo, it's said boogie woogie.
Yeah, that's what it is. Ooh.
Spookism, right? Yeah.
Oh, why'd you sweep my fucking foot with a broom?
Yeah, I be laughing at that shit now. Like
Bro,
they used to spit on it.
yeah,
They used to spit on it, bro.
my grandmother would shit bricks if you did that, bro.
They would spit, and then you would be over. They would already have children, be
Or if
whatever
you do
man they
something,
with,
they
but
throwing salt
still,
over their shoulder and shit.
that too. Throw salt over their
Then
damn
it turned
shoulder.
into game, step on a crack, break your mother's back.
Oh my gosh,
Don't
that was
split the
nothing.
pole. Cats are
Yeah,
bad omens. Like, damn, man, stop that shit.
they was going through my. Yeah, you right about that.
Man.
Yeah.
That's why he told the people that he was from North Carolina. And he didn't even get, like, when we read where he's supposed to be from, you don't even have a city. It just says the state of North Carolina.
Oh, I
How
gotta go.
vague is that? You feel me? He told his people he didn't tell them where he's really from, and he told them I'm from North Carolina.
I gotta go, Noble. I gotta wrap this up, man. Damn, this is a beautiful combo. Hate to cut this shit short, man. Beautiful live, man.
I appreciate you stopping by, putting your input in.
Oh, it's always a pleasure, beloved. Always a pleasure, beloved. Definitely, always, definitely. And I'm gonna follow back this gentleman down here. Definitely get because I believe he followed me. Cool dude. Is he still there? You still there, Johnny?
I don't even know if Johnny's still here. But even if he's not, it's still going out to whoever he sent it out. So I'm cool with that. That brother, he generates people come.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. All right then, all right, bravo, signing off. Peace and love, Noble. You wanna say the prayer?
Absolutely.
Old time say.
Absolutely.
I don't think I never said
Allah,
Allah,
universe,
Father of the universe,
Father of love,
Father of love,
truth, peace,
peace,
freedom,
freedom,
and justice. Allah is my protector,
Allah is my protector,
my guide,
my guide, and my
and my
salvation.
salvation.
By night
and by day, through his holy prophet, Drew Ali Amen.
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 Islam.
Islam, beloved.
You already know. Islam.
All right. Thank you all for coming. Drop you down, beloved.
Copy.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for being interested in the content. The recap will be on the YouTube channel. Link is in bio. As always, I'm just your brother, man. Come to show you the way to your salvation. All right. Until then, take care. Islam. Salam alaikum.